Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 103. Cain's words came out. People all over the world are freaking out. Countless discussions were heard. More professional people? Are you talking about the SCP Foundation? So, that lizard should be referring to SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard, right? In that case, it is indeed true. The people of the Magic Council are of no use except for slaughtering the immortal evil lizards. Yes, only the SCP Foundation can fight against anomalies, and they do so. So, Cain should want to join the Foundation. Alvarez Empire. Inbal pushed the lens on his nose. He seemed to be lost in thought. The SCP Foundation, who the hell are they? Even a guy like Cain, what is he yearning for? At this point, he paused again. After thinking for a moment, he immediately shook his head. No, the purpose of the Foundation is to house normal, that is, abnormal detention and abnormal control. And Cain himself is an abnormal person, why would he want to go to such a place? Have you forgotten the sticky mass that the Foundation used to contain the immortal evil lizards? At this time, Irene spoke up. With her arms folded across her chest, Lin took graceful steps. He continued, I think that for the Foundation, not all abnormalities need to be detained. If it can be used, I think the Foundation will not give up. Well, in this case, if Cain really went to the Foundation, then wouldn't the Foundation, which is already so powerful that we can't figure it out, be even more terrifying? Val frowned. Yes, this is not a good thing for us. Inbal sighed. This kind of knowing that things are gradually developing in a bad direction. But I feel powerless. It's really uncomfortable. Magic Council. It's the Foundation again, and them again. Why are they always the ones who steal the spotlight every time? Crawford was filled with rage and had no place to vent. Yes, since the Tianmu live broadcast started. Every time there is an abnormal crisis, no matter how hard the Magic Council tries, it will eventually be overshadowed by the Foundation. Of course, they didn't even have any intention of stealing the limelight. Just a simple mission to contain anomalies. But all this was in front of everyone's eyes. In contrast, on one side is the Magic Council, which has no way to deal with anomalies and has made no achievements except for giving away heads. On one side is a Foundation that is highly efficient and has a 100% success rate. No matter who it is, they will give the Foundation high praise. Even now, that Cain even said without hesitation. The Magic Council cannot protect this world. Just go home early and take a shower or something like that. In a moment, the Magic Council was belittled to nothing. Therefore, how could Crawford not be angry? This is a question about your status. However, all Crawford can do now is hide in the council and vent his anger. There is no other way. Let him go and really deal with the Foundation? Come on, although Crawford takes power very seriously. However, life safety cannot be taken lightly. At this moment, in the sky screen, Erza stood there awkwardly. Cain's words just now were very straightforward. But this left Altair with no room for rebuttal. Yeah, ask yourself. If SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard, descends again at this moment, is there any way for me and others to solve it? Is there any way for me and others to contain them? The answer is obvious. As Cain said, they couldn't even stop the lizard. But, we have been working hard. If you join me, I believe. Lahar was still a little dissatisfied and immediately retorted. But Cain still shook his head. Some things cannot be achieved by hard work. You cannot understand the Foundation's background. It is beyond your cognition. You won't understand what they have to face, and I won't say more. As I said, rest easy and take care of your own business. Cain's words fell, and Lahar fell silent. I want to refute, but I can't find any reason. Well, this farce should end, they are here. It seems that they have noticed something. Cain cast his eyes towards the sky. The sound of the helicopter's propeller turning can be heard. Erza, Laharl, and Doran turned their heads to look. Suddenly saw 3 helicopters with the iconic Foundation logo engraved on them are slowly approaching from a distance. SCP Foundation. Erza's face turned grim. Soon, the helicopter landed and the Foundation personnel filed out. In addition to the mobile task force, the 9-tailed fox, who are armed to the teeth. The leader, a man in a white coat who looked very gentle, also attracted the attention of many people. The man in the white coat walked up to Cain. He stretched out his hand towards him. Let me introduce myself. I am a senior researcher at the SCP Foundation. You can call me Dr. Cain. Dr. Cain introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Cain. Cain also extended his mechanical arm and shook hands with the doctor. Although it may be rude, I still have to say that you must come with us. After loosening his grip, Officer Cain took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. He looked directly at Cain. I think you should know what we mean, right? I understand. Cain smiled. But before that, I want to know, are you still doing the right things in the mission of your foundation? Of course, the original intention of the foundation will never change. Sir Cain said with a firm tone. Hearing this, Cain also breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I've done something similar before. Before? How long ago? A long time ago, so long ago that I can hardly remember whether it was thousands of years, or 10,000 years. At that time we had a good team. Cain's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But they all disappeared, and when we failed, not even their names would remain. Why? Asked Cain. I won't tell you. Cain took a deep breath and closed his eyes. We'll see it one day. Dr. Cain's words made Cain open his eyes again. Will you really? Will you allow yourselves to be damned? Will you let life itself pass you by at every step? Dr. Cain took a step closer, his eyes only inches from Cain's face. If it can save a life, if it can give birth to a life, we will do it without hesitation. Cain paused, then laughed. You know what, Dr. Cain? I said the same thing back then. He patted Cain on the shoulder and then walked towards the helicopter. Let's go, Cain Shishin. Chapter 104. Watching Cain's departure. Dr. Cain couldn't help but smile, then shook his head and turned around to follow Cain's steps. The two boarded the helicopter together. Then, the members of Mobile Task Force 9-Tailed Fox also boarded the helicopter in an orderly manner. A group of people gradually flew away, flying into the unknown. The sky screen returned to calm after the Foundation personnel evacuated. But at this moment, the whole world is not peaceful. Phew! Cain's story is finally over. In the end, did he choose the Foundation? This is also to be expected. After all, Cain has such a powerful ability that there is no need for him to agree to the invitation of the Magic Council. As Cain said, the Magic Council cannot protect our world. Yes, think about it carefully, isn't it the Foundation that helps us deal with every 977 anomaly that occurs? That's right, if there were no Foundation, and we had to rely on those idiots at the Magic Council, I'm afraid our world would have been destroyed by those horrible monsters long ago, right? Maybe it will be so. Countless people watching the live broadcast were talking and discussing with each other. As the most talked about person in this incident. It's not peaceful either. Crawford was depressed when he saw Ultia, Doran and Lahar who had returned empty-handed on the sky. This time, Cain severely belittled the Magic Council in front of all the audiences in the world. It is foreseeable how much criticism we and others will face in the future. How much pressure will the entire Magic Council be under? Crawford couldn't imagine it. If people all over the world are very dissatisfied with the Magic Council, then, maybe everyone present will be forced to replace By that time, will my position still exist? Obviously, it is impossible. After all, as the speaker, he is the first one to bear the responsibility. Thinking of this, Crawford's face became even uglier. Yajima seemed to see what Crawford was thinking. I couldn't help but sigh. It's time now, don't think too much. Just let it go and do your job well. Crawford was exposed and felt embarrassed. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, he was immediately interrupted by Yajima. Isn't the conversation between Cain and that Cain officer what we should be most concerned about now? Their conversation? Crawford raised his eyebrows. Hearing this, even Og, who was in the second seat, couldn't help but sigh. You mean what Cain said, a long time ago, right? Yajima nodded. Thousands of years? Or 10,000 years? It's been so long that even Cain himself can't remember it. But anomalies don't lie. So, from here we can get a very important message. Yajima raised his head, his old face full of solemnity. We humans, really don't just have that short 400-year history. Before this, there was a more brilliant human culture, and Cain should be one of the people who survived from that time. As soon as these words came out, the entire Magic Council fell silent. A pair of eyes stared at Yajima. In other words, does Cain actually hold the secret of our human evolution to this day? What about the gap before the Age of Dragons? I think, Zikurin also spoke at this time. He raised his head and looked directly at all the members present. Not only Cain, but even within the Foundation, there are probably countless data stored that we can't even touch. But, unfortunately, we can't even touch the tip of the iceberg of the Foundation. When it comes to this, even a proud person like Zikurin. A moment of frustration. Yes, from the time the Foundation showed up until now. They didn't even get to know the rest of the Foundation's information. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Everything they know is what the Foundation wants them to know. Other than that, they knew nothing. I thought that I and others were the masters of this world. Mastering this intricate world, enjoying a high position. But, in reality, what they can touch, see, and know. All of this is information that has been screened by others and they are willing to let them know. This feeling is hard. Like a group of ants. And they are the kings of ants, they think they are supreme and can control the fate of everyone. But, little did we know. In places they can't even notice. More advanced creatures, humans, are watching them with amusement. Thinking of this, a feeling of uneasiness gradually surged into everyone's heart. SCP Foundation, since you have chosen to hide, why would you expose it yourself? Finally, Crawford sighed helplessly. With one hand supporting his chin, he spoke with resentment. If it weren't for you guys, I would still be the high and mighty speaker. These words are very light. So quiet that no one can even hear it. Alvarez Empire. What the Foundation faces. Inbal sat on the work, put your hands together and support your chin. His eyes were lowered, as if he was thinking about something. Is it, those strange and unpredictable anomalies? I think that Cain is just exaggerating. DeMaria curled her lips. Do you still have this idea now? Inbal raised his head and looked at Timaria. Even Ajir was defeated on that continent, you should be aware of that, right? I didn't say to underestimate those abnormalities, but, that Cain guy is underestimating us too much, isn't he? DeMaria retorted. Even if it is an anomaly, it is not without a solution. Cain's ability is indeed abnormal, but not every anomaly is like this. You can't deny this, right? 3.1. DeMaria looked straight into Inbal's eyes. We still have Augusta and Lady Irene, as well as the other 12 shields. To be honest, I think the main reason for Ajil's defeat was that he was too stupid. If it were me, there's no way I would lose so badly. Besides, this is not just my opinion. As if she had thought of something, Timaria added. You mean, hearing the words of Timaria? Inbal raised his eyebrows slightly. That's right. Timaria pointed to her chest. The existence that lives here is not willing to be looked down upon like this. The soul of God, Inbal murmured. But she is just a remnant soul. Even if it is just a remnant soul, it is still a god. Timaria was not willing to be outdone. God will not bow to abnormality. Chapter 105. The Foundation left. On the battlefield in the west of Fiori Kingdom, everything seems to have returned to calm. Dark Night has left, leaving only Ajir who is still in a coma, as well as Altair, Laharl, and Doran Bart. Yerusha just stood there, staring blankly at the direction where Cain and the others disappeared. Until now, Altair still doesn't quite believe it. Cain, who could not convince himself no matter how hard he tried. Just like that, in front of me, after talking to the doctor from the Foundation. Then he obediently boarded their plane? Are you done? After a while, Altair murmured. Yes, she has completely left. I really don't know what magic the SCP Foundation has. Laharl stepped forward and came to Yerusha's side. Somewhat unwillingly said. Indeed, logically speaking, shouldn't they be in a hostile relationship? Doran Bart touched his chin, looking somewhat puzzled. Who knows, maybe the Foundation is very good at giving us chicken soup. Altia shook her head and curled her lips in anger. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. Leave? Why stay here? Is it embarrassing? Altair's angry shout brought Laharl and the others back to their senses. Well, I can take you straight back. Doran Bart suggested. No need, you can go back by yourselves. Altia waved her hand. I have another old friend to meet, so you guys don't have to follow me. Listening to Ursha's words, Laharl and Doran Bart looked at each other. Then he quickly asked, by the way, Lord Altia, what should we do with this person from the Alvarez Empire? Lahar pointed at Ajir who was still unconscious on the ground. Hearing this, Altair also stopped and turned to look at Ajir. This guy isn't dead yet. Not yet, can feel the breath. Then forget it. He entered Ishgar alone, and what happened to him has nothing to do with us. As long as he is not dead, he will leave when he wakes up. If we interfere, we may cause other troubles. Oh, okay, Master Yerusha. Well, after explaining, Ursha shook her head and left the scene. Lahar and Doran Bart did not stop there. They still need to return to the Magic Council to report. Therefore, with the help of Doran Bart's teleportation magic, the two disappeared again. Only Agil was left there, still unconscious. I didn't wake up until late at night. Then, feeling ashamed, he limped to the dock near the city. I found a ship and left this continent in disgrace. Of course, that's all later. The other side. After leaving the battlefield, Ursha came to the dock of the western town. Watching the boats approaching from afar. And, there was a figure standing at the bow, wearing a cloak that completely covered his face. Sir Gerald, Ursha whispered softly. Soon the ship docked. A man covered in a cloak also got off the boat and came to Ursha. I'm sorry, Master Gerald, it's over now. SCP-073, Cain has left with the Foundation. So, our wish was unfulfilled. The figure sighed upon hearing this. I already knew this from the sky. Although I rushed here immediately after receiving Chi Ku's message, I was still late. I'm sorry I couldn't convince Cain. Yerusha apologized softly. It's okay, Tia. The figure shook his head gently. The existence of Cain is not of much help to us. To read the novel, go to Philo Novel Network. As long as he doesn't interfere with our plans, then there is no need to worry. In response, Altair nodded gently. I know. Then, it seemed that he thought of something. She continued, Master Gerard was able to come here in person, is it because the tower has been completed? Your sense of smell is still as sharp as ever, Altair. The man called Jalal smiled. Then he nodded gently. Yes, the Tower of Paradise has been completed. It's time for us to execute our plan. We have been planning for this day for so long. Altair also seemed to be a little excited. The corners of the mouth are slightly raised. Not today. Gerard smiled. But, maybe it will be tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. Anyway, you and Kiko should make preparations. I understand. Altair nodded slightly. Hehe, everything that he imagined in his mind seemed to make Gerard unable to suppress his smile. He stood on the dock, looking across the sea, whispering softly, our time is about to come. The sea breeze blew gently, ruffling Gerard's cloak. The hat that covered his face tightly was blown up. The blue hair underneath was revealed, and, the same face as Zikurin, a member of the Magic Council. He seemed to be laughing wildly in the sea breeze. Laughing wildly for the great era that is coming. At the same time, a helicopter flying silently in the sky. Flying slowly over the heads of all Magnolia residents. However, the strange thing is that such a large 3 helicopters passed by without attracting the attention of the residents below. Even the Wizards Guild located in the town of Magnolia, Fairy Tale, failed to notice the helicopter flying in the sky. Crossing Magnolia, the helicopter arrived outside the town, in the untouched mountains. I found a place that looked like a cave and flew in. Then it completely disappeared. Site 17 base. As the helicopter entered the base, a reminder sound also rang in Qin Tiandao's mind at the same time. Ding! Congratulations on successfully containing SCP-073, Cain. This anomaly did not cause large-scale losses, and its popularity is excellent. System rewards begin to be distributed. As the progress bar in my mind fills up, a wide variety of rewards also appeared in his sight. Ding! Congratulations on getting the base personnel supplement. Note, this includes 100 D-class personnel, 50 C-class agents, 30 junior researchers, and 10 senior researchers. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the abnormal characteristics, absolute feedback. Note, this ability can be switched on and off automatically. Ability details: when anyone, in any form, causes harm to you, you can give full feedback to the other party, including actual wounds and pain. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a special reward, Mobile Task Force Tau 5, Samsara Reincarnation. Chapter 106. All kinds of rewards filled Qin Tiandao's eyes. This time the rewards are quite different from the previous ones. First of all, it is the supplement of basic personnel. I gave you less than before. I don't know if it's because there aren't many people left in the base. Or is it because of the strength of this reward? Qin Tiandao didn't mean to be entangled. Anyway, there are still many expendable personnel like D-class personnel in the base. Even if that day is really not enough. All I need to do is to find some notorious Dark Guild members in this world and bring them over. Apart from this one, the rest of the rewards are pretty good. First, it comes from Cain's power. Absolute feedback. This is undoubtedly a huge surprise. Although, when you are hurt, you will also feel pain. But it's just pain. Your body will not suffer any damage. The other party is completely different. Even Ajir, who is so powerful that he surpasses the 10 saints. They will also be directly defeated by this counter-injury force. To some extent, Qin Tiandao, who has absolute feedback ability, plus 682's super adaptive evolution, and 096's ignoring obstacles and unlimited acceleration. In addition to the third level of fully awakened reality distortion. It is no exaggeration to say that in the entire fairy tale universe, Qin Tiandao is the most bug existence. Even the biggest boss in this world, the Black Dragon Acknowledger, doesn't have such a perverted ability. What's more, Qin Tiandao also has a level 5 reality distortion ability experience card. Invincible. This time it's really invincible. Of course, this is only for the world of fairy tale. In addition to the natives of this world, Qin Tiandao and the SCP Foundation also have to face. It's the endless horror. And the supreme divinity hidden within. Those are the truly deadly ones. If Qin Tiandao wants to fight against them, he still has a long way to go. Therefore, reality does not allow Qin Tiandao to be arrogant. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that according to the detailed explanation of Cain's abilities given by the system, it is mentioned that Cain's power actually contains a hint of divinity. Therefore, in Qin Tiandao's estimation, as long as the real gods do not appear, then Qin Tiandao is absolutely invincible. The first person under the gods. Of course, the gods here do not refer to the local gods of fairy tale. Although I don't know where the native gods of this world have gone. But there is no doubt that they do exist. You can see it from Jeff. However, so far, despite so many alien monsters invading this world, no trace of them has been seen. Therefore, it is conceivable that how powerful can the gods who hide within the protection of the world's barriers be? Thinking back, Qin Tiandao suppressed his inner excitement. I looked at the last item of the reward. Mobile Task Force Tau 5, Samsara. This is a group of undead cyborg clones created from the flesh and blood of a dead god. Specializes in investigating and containing thaumaturgical, magical, and paranormal threats using esoteric and experimental Foundation weaponry. It is worth mentioning that the magic here, in principle, it is similar to the magic in this world. Therefore, reincarnation can also be said to be in existence specifically against magic. However, given the strength of these undead mechanical clones, in fact, their traces can be found in many tasks. There is no doubt that this is a very powerful mobile task force. For the current SCP Foundation, it can be regarded as a supplement to the shortage of operational personnel. I didn't see it when I took in Cain before. Was even the nine-tailed fox sent out? There are too few mobile task forces at present. With them, the SCP Foundation has a stronger foundation. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. After all the rewards are arranged, Qin Tiandao left the office. At the same time, inside Dr. Cain's laboratory. Since Cain is currently the only one familiar to the Foundation, after arriving at Site 17, he followed Cain all the way to his laboratory. Containment procedures for Cain have not yet been determined. So Dr. Cain doesn't mind having a good chat with Cain. So, after notifying Qin Tiandao, he took Cain to his own laboratory. After dismissing the people who followed them, there were only 2 people left in the room. And at this time, Dr. Cain paused slightly while brewing his coffee. Cain, who was standing by and noticed this, turned his head away. He stared at Cain and asked in confusion, "Doctor?" After a few seconds of pause, Cain came back to his senses. He looked up apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, Cain, I think our chat will have to be postponed." "Have you received the order?" Cain asked. "Of course, the order comes from O5, and it is an order that cannot be refused," Sergeant Cain said. Looking directly at Cain, O5 wants to see you, and you may be able to learn something from him that may interest you. The O5 Council, Cain frowned slightly. Then he nodded. "I understand, can you lead the way?" "Certainly." Soon, Cain was brought to the door of a large and heavily guarded conference room. "It's behind this door. Go in. I'll be waiting for you at the door." Cain pointed to the ornately decorated door and said. "Good." Cain nodded. Then the mechanical hands touched the door and slowly exerted force. Opened the door. Unexpectedly, this space is very large. But it's eerily quiet. There were no old men filling the seats as Cain had imagined. There was only one person sitting in the main seat in the conference room. Some dark shadows covered his face. Cain couldn't see clearly, but he could tell from the body shape that the man should be very young. At least, he's a middle-aged man, not an old man. Sit down, SCP-073, or Cain. A powerful voice came from the darkness, confirming Cain's thoughts. This O5 member is very young. Coming to the opposite side of him, Cain pulled out a chair and sat down. Dear O5, it's a pleasure to meet you. Cain spoke first. There is no need to say more polite words. I already know everything about your previous conversation with Dr. Cain. Qin Tiandao responded. So I've decided where you're going. Cain raised his head and looked at the dark shadow in front of him, waiting for the arrangements he is about to face. But before that, I think you should solve another thing. Cain frowned. He asked, what's the matter? About your brother, SCP-076, Abel. The voice coming from the darkness made Cain's heart jump. Do you want to meet him? Qin Tiandao asked again. But Cain fell into silence. Chapter 107. Want to meet? Such a simple question made Cain silent for a moment. Even in the face of a massive attack, Cain, who could remain calm, was in a state of extremely complicated emotions at this moment. He sometimes frowned, sometimes lowered his head, and sometimes pulled his hair. Sometimes standing still. In just a few dozen minutes, Cain's expression changed dozens of times. Maybe even he himself doesn't know what he is hesitating about. After Qin Tiandao asked that question, he fell silent. Just sitting quietly in the shadows. Looking at Cain, who is in a dilemma. Just watching quietly. To see or not to see is just a simple choice. But deep in Cain's heart, it weighed 1,000 pounds. He had no idea whether he should meet his brother. Maybe it's because I'm not ready yet. Therefore, to be honest, Cain had a thought of escaping at this moment. He was silent for a while, gritted his teeth, and raised his head, staring at the darkness where only the outlines can be seen. Dear O5, I don't. 900 You don't seem to have made up your mind yet. Before Cain could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Tiandao. Those eyes in the darkness are so deep. As if seeing through Cain's heart. Go back and think about it. When you figure it out, you can come find me. As he spoke, Qin Tiandao stood up from his seat. He took a step towards the door behind him. He stopped at the door. He reached out and grasped the door handle, and slowly said, in the meantime, you can think seriously about how long you can escape. One day, you will definitely meet each other. You are so looking forward to it, but you are also so afraid. What you don't know is that he has always lived in hatred. Qin Tiandao's words made Cain clench his fists instantly. He buried his head on the table. The whole person fell into silence. Qin Tiandao didn't say anything more about this. Pulled the door handle and left the meeting room. The large space fell into silence again as the door closed. Only Cain sat alone in the meeting room. Occasionally, there would be bursts of sobbing. And, that soft whisper. Younger brother. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Tiandao came to the door of this conference room again. Open the door and step in slowly. Then it was still the main seat in the darkness. Qin Tiandao sat on it. Looking across the table, at Cain, who was shrouded in a dim light. His hair is a little messy now, and his eyes seem to be full of bloodshot. The whole person looks a little tired. It can be seen that Cain has not slept for 3 days. Good morning, Cain. Qin Tiandao greeted him after taking his seat. Good morning, we meet again, dear O5. Cain also slowly raised his head and looked at the outline in the shadow. I heard from Dr. Cain that you wanted to see me. In the shadows, Qin Tiandao's index finger tapped the table regularly. His tone was neither hurried nor slow. Yes, have you got the answer? Cain took a deep breath and then nodded heavily. Yes, respected O5, you are right. I can't keep avoiding this. We have to meet eventually. Why should we keep dragging it out? Of course, as an older brother, I don't want able to. My younger brother is living in hatred. I will take care of his hatred. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. In the dim light, Cain's tone was unusually firm. It is hard to imagine what kind of mental torture he went through during these 3 days. But fortunately, he did make a choice. Qin Tiandao smiled in the shadows. He leaned back on the chair and responded, I respect your choice, Cain. I also believe that you can do it. Go back and get ready. I'll arrange a meeting for you. After hearing Qin Tiandao's words, Cain finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was in agony before making the decision, every second seemed so long. But when it is really said, Cain felt more relaxed than ever before. The fatigue in his heart was swept away, and Cain stood up from the seat he had been sitting on for 3 days. Then he bowed deeply towards the shadow. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I will not back down. After he finished speaking, Cain turned around and walked out the door. He needs to find a place to take a shower. At least, it would look more formal when I meet my brother later. At the spot, Qin Tiandao, who was watching Cain leave, saw a new pop-up window gradually appear in his sight. The interactive experiment between SCP-073 and SCP-076 is about to be carried out. Should a live broadcast be launched to promote it? Whether 2 options filled Qin Tiandao's vision. This is a task that has never appeared before. Of course, it may also be due to the current situation, and the hidden task is refreshed. To be honest, this is indeed something Qin Tiandao could not have imagined. Originally, I just wanted to make peace between Cain and Abel. Only in this way could they both be incorporated into the mobile task force that was about to be established. Pandora's box. Moreover, this choice also fulfilled the wishes of Cain and Abel. The best of both worlds. I didn't expect that a new task would be triggered. So, without any hesitation, Qin Tiandao chose. Although I don't know what the rewards for this kind of hidden tasks are. But no matter what, a fly is still meat. Qin Tiandao will not refuse. At the moment when Qin Tiandao clicked yes outside world, people all over the world looked at the sky in astonishment. No way? Again. How long has it been since the last Cain incident? Why has the anomaly appeared again? Hiss. Why does this kind of perverted abnormality come so quickly, one after another? Is there no way for people to survive? People all over the world are complaining. But I have to accept this fact. After all, they cannot control the occurrence of anomalies and can only rely on the information released by Tianmu, thereby gaining a chance to survive in the face of abnormality. Therefore, even if they are reluctant, most people are still forced to watch the live broadcast on the sky screen. However, the information revealed by this live broadcast is somewhat different from usual. Abnormal popularity. SCP-073 Cain and SCP-076 Abel's interaction experiment. Experiment leader, Cain. Permission granted by the SCP Foundation, the highest authority council, -1. Prepare to start live broadcast of abnormal interactive experiment. Chapter 108. Interactive experiment. Hiss. What does the Foundation want to do? SCP-073 Cain and SCP-076 Abel. Is this an interaction between anomalies? It sounds interesting. No, didn't you guys notice? SCP-076, a new anomaly again. How many anomalies does the Foundation still control? Looking at the information on the sky, the citizens, who had originally thought that an abnormality had occurred again and were nervous, breathed a sigh of relief. At least, the cross-experiments proved that the subjects of the experiments were all under the control of the Foundation. Therefore, it will not cause any damage to the world. The people who had relaxed started discussing again. Among them, the newly emerged anomaly has attracted the attention of many people. Wizards Guild, Fairy Tale. Abel. Libby's eyes widened. Not only Levi, but everyone else in the guild also exclaimed. Looking at Levi in disbelief. I remember, in the story you told me before, there was also a person named Abel, right? Myra Jane asked immediately. Like a brother murdered by Cain. Erza stroked her chin, trying hard to recall the story that Levi had just told her. In response, Levi nodded slightly. Yes, at least from a mythological perspective. Then she looked towards the sky. I just don't know, what is the connection between Abel and Cain? Alvarez Empire. Since Augusta had already left, the only 4 people in the meeting room were Irene, Inbal, Timaria, and Val. At this moment, the 4 of them stared at the sky without blinking. Is this an experiment between Cain and another unknown anomaly? Inbal whispered softly. I have to say, the people in the Foundation are really brave. Are they studying anomalies? Val folded his arms, narrowed his eyes, and said. Maybe this is why the Foundation can control anomalies. They know too much about anomalies. Irene said with emotion. Then he looked at Val and said, let's keep a record. Although the anomaly seems far away from us, the result of this experiment is also very important to us. Perhaps we can use this to learn more about the characteristics of the anomaly. Don't worry, I'm keeping a record of it. Val responded. Unknown Forest. Hey, Brian, they are actually using anomalies to experiment with anomalies. Kebra stroked the giant python wrapped around his body and murmured. I saw it. How many anomalies do those guys still have? Brian sighed softly. Then he shook his head and looked at the forest in the distance. Forget it, we should hurry up and find Nirvana. I have a feeling that time is running out. Magic Council. Are those guys really not afraid of getting into trouble? Crawford stared at the information on the sky screen and couldn't help but frowned. It is indeed crazy that they allow anomalies to come into contact with each other. Aren't they afraid that the anomalies will reach some kind of consensus and rebel against them? Ouge, the second seat, also expressed his utter incomprehension. Cain is okay. From what I saw before, Cain himself is very easygoing and kind. He might be able to ensure that nothing goes wrong. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. But the most important thing is another anomaly. A completely new anomaly for them. It is inevitable that there will be some concerns, fearing that something might go wrong and endanger the entire world. At this point, for the abnormal strength and destructive power, almost no one would doubt it. Except for a few kind-hearted anomalies, they are all a group of terrifying beings that can cause heavy losses if you are not careful. Therefore, the Magic Council must be cautious. People around the world have different opinions. However, no matter what, the Foundation's decision will not be changed based on the demands of people around the world. The scene on the sky continues. Soon, the information of the 2 anomalies that needed to be interacted with this time was also listed by Tian Mu. Everyone already knew. The most eye-catching thing is the new anomaly. SCP-076. Abel. Project name, Abel. Item number, SCP-076. Object class, Keter. Description, SCP-076 consists of 2 parts. A rock cube, SCP-076-1, and the humanoid entity within, SCP-076-2. SCP-0762 Abel, appears to be a thin male Semitic, in his late 30s, with black hair, grey eyes, and olive skin. The whole body is covered with numerous tattoos depicting obscure images. When it is in SCP-076-1, it is actually in a state of death. However, SCP-076-2 Abel will occasionally awaken, similar to resurrection, and then attempt to leave SCP-076-1. If he succeeds, the subject will enter a trance-like state and attempt to locate the nearest human, ignoring any living creatures encountered along the way. Afterwards, Abel will enter a violent state and fight anyone he comes into contact with until the other person dies, effectively ending his violent behavior. Abel possesses superhuman strength and speed, and while not invulnerable, he has demonstrated a remarkable ability to ignore pain and blows. Abel's most unusual ability is that he can materialize bladed weapons out of thin air. In the slow-motion clip, the weapon is actually pulled out from a tiny spatial crack that can be described as a small hole in space. It is unknown where the space crack leads to and why Abel was able to create the crack. The weapon is made of a completely non-reflective black material, and looks more like a void of dark space. Since the above weapons will disappear quickly once they leave Abel's side, it is currently impossible to analyze their structure. However, it is known that the sharpness of this weapon is far beyond anyone's cognition. When Abel dies, his remains will quickly decay and turn into dust. At the same time, SCP-076-1's body will be closed by a powerful force. The external lock will rotate until it is locked, after which Abel will reassemble himself inside SCP-076-1, a process that can last anywhere from 6 disappearances to 25 hours. Chapter 109. Research. Fairy Tales Holy Land, Tenro Island. The lonely black-haired boy stared at the sky and whispered softly. Then he seemed to think of something. The black-haired boy lowered his head. Looks a little sad. Exploring the truth is what every scholar hopes for. But the truth is not beautiful. Sometimes, truth is more of a symbol of despair. Not all research results are good, the black-haired boy knows this very well. Hundreds of years ago, the black-haired boy was also such a person who learned. In order to revive his loved ones, he studied the boundary between life and death. Eventually, the curse of the god Angselram was provoked. So that I wandered in pain for hundreds of years. Until today. Black-haired boy is sad. And people all over the world are going crazy because of Abel's information. Yes, crazy. Countless people could not have imagined that the SCP Foundation wanted a subject for the 767 experiment. It turned out to be a Keter-level anomaly. You know, before this, the last Ter-level anomaly. That's SCP-682. That's the immortal evil lizard. To this day, that look of extreme disgust towards all life. It's still buried deep in everyone's heart. They almost don't want to think about it. That look is too evil. Just one glance is enough to make you shudder. There is no doubt that SCP-682 is extremely dangerous. Even Cain mentioned this lizard. It can be assumed that without the Foundation, the entire world would fall into the shadow of SCP-682. This is the horror of Keter-level anomalies. Even if Euclid or another SCP-096 appears later. Although scary, it is far less oppressive than SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard. A lot of them, or that weird killing rule. However, if you don't read the rules, you can save your life. But, 682 is not like that. As long as you appear in its sight, you will be torn into pieces due to its extreme hostility towards humans. As for SCP-2295, the bear with his own heart, it is now safe level. Not only is it harmless, it is even beneficial to humans. Although I don't know what the SCP Foundation's classification of anomalies is based on. However, from the previous SCP-682 Immortal Evil Lizard, we can see. This level of abnormality is definitely very dangerous. In fact, after reading Abel's profile, it also confirmed everyone's ideas. An invincible being. In other words, even if he can be killed, he can still be resurrected. And, he also has an extreme hatred for humans. Otherwise, after waking up, it would not seek out the nearest human and engage in battle with them. Only when the other party dies can the violent behavior stop. Undead, and malicious towards humans. Just these 2 points are scary to think about. Wizard's Guild, Fairy Tale. Makarov stared at the words on the sky. Looks a bit ugly. The sharpness of this weapon is far beyond anyone's understanding. Makarov murmured these words. Compared with Abel's attitude towards humans, Makarov cares more about. It is this abnormal destructive power. If the destructive power of the anomaly is not too strong, then even if it has malicious intent towards humans, it is not unstoppable. But on the contrary, if the destructive power of the anomaly is enough to match SCP-682, then, the existence of this anomaly is definitely a disaster for mankind. The Foundation's words were beyond anyone's comprehension, and even Makarov felt a palpitation. After all, even the Foundation says so. Doesn't this prove that even the Foundation doesn't know how sharp Abel's blade is? In a more serious situation, it is very likely that even the Foundation will not be able to deal with Abel's blade. The blade is extremely sharp. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Makarov's face became more and more ugly. In other words, the ultimate attack. Listening to Makarov's words, Levi seemed to have thought of something. He quickly said, "By the way, do you remember Cain's ability? Of course, it can bounce back all attacks." Natsu sat cross-legged on the ground and responded. "That's right. So, if we look at it from another angle, can the ability to rebound all attacks be understood as absolute defense?" Lucy's eyes lit up at Libby's words. Cain, and Abel. Ultimate attack and absolute defense. Lucy murmured softly, then suddenly raised her head. "This. If you say they have nothing to do with each other, I don't believe it." Hearing this, Makarov frowned even more. Could it be that Cain and Abel are really characters in mythology? No matter what the outside world speculates, the picture on the sky screen continues to change. The dark text gradually fades away. Instead, a picture gradually brightens up. In the picture, this seems to be a very spacious room. The pale incandescent lamp hanging overhead provided some weak light for the room. The most eye-catching thing is the huge rock cube placed in the center of this huge room. The cube looks like a cube formed from black speckled metamorphic rock. On the surface of the cube, various unknown patterns are engraved. When the screen of the sky was focused on the pattern above the rock cube, Crawford's shout was heard immediately in the Magic Council. "Quick! Write it down and search it in our database. If we can find it, maybe we can also understand something about the anomaly." Crawford is excited. It is right to choose to watch the interactive experiment of the sky screen, because it would allow them to learn more about the anomaly and the Foundation. Just like the sky at this moment. There is no doubt that what is shown in the sky must be the interior of the Foundation. Although no other information has been disclosed so far. However, with the live broadcast of Tianmu, they will definitely see more of the internal facilities of the Foundation. This is a major achievement. The picture continues. As the live broadcast angle of the sky screen zooms in, everyone can see that the door on one side of the cube. The gate is locked with a lock about 0.5 m wide. 5.9. And there are 20 more careful locks around the lock. However, careful viewers can find that these locks are all in the open state without exception. In other words, the door is not completely closed. In other words, SCP-076 Abel is likely to come out of this cube at any time. In addition, find the personnel from the nearby Foundation and fight a life and death battle with them. It is even possible to break through the Foundation's base and come to the outside world. By that time, thinking of this, countless people felt a chill on their backs. They all took a breath of cold air. Unbelievable thoughts lingered in everyone's mind. This SCP Foundation, how can it be so casual? Are we just going to allow a Keter-level anomaly to come in and out freely? What on earth do they want to do? Chapter 110. When everyone was worried about, the sound of footsteps drew everyone's attention to the door of the room. Soon the footsteps came to a stop. It seems that the person has arrived at the gate. But, strangely, the closed door showed no sign of being opened. This can't help but make people a little confused. What is going on here? Who is that person outside the door? Why doesn't he come in? Yeah, it's so frustrating, what on earth is going on? People around the world are anxiously waiting. At this moment, outside this large room, two figures are standing here. Facing the tightly closed door, Cain took deep breaths. It seems that he wants to calm his uneasy heart. Is this where Abel lives? After a while, Cain looked at Cain next to him and asked. Yes, SCP-076, apart from training members of the task force, will choose to go to his room 31. That is, resting inside that strange rock cube. Cain responded. He's still the same, Cain gave a bitter smile. Dr. Cain did not respond, but nodded slightly, and then said okay, if you are ready, you can go in. We'll be waiting for you outside. Dr. Cain looked behind him. The fully armed mobile task force, the nine-tailed fox, is ready to go. To prevent any other serious consequences from the meeting between Abel and Cain later. Cain took another deep breath. Then he nodded to Officer Cain and said, then. I'll go in. As if he was ready, Cain put his hand on the door handle. Then push hard. In the sky screen. The audience, who had been waiting for a long time, finally saw the door being slowly pushed open. The door seems heavy. Judging from the visual, it is about 20 centimeters, but in Cain's hand, it is just like an ordinary wooden door. Easily pushed aside. Then Cain stepped into the room. Similarly, it also appeared in front of all the viewers of Tianmu Live. It's Cain. It's really him. It seems that Cain is not restricted in the Foundation. Of course, after all, Cain was talking about joining the Foundation, so maybe he has become a member of the Foundation now. What I am more concerned about is Cain and Abel. What is the relationship between them? Looking at Cain's expression, I feel so distressed. Even when he was attacked by a Jeer and Dark Knight before, he was not like this. The moment Cain appeared, people all over the world could not help but get excited. After all, in the Anomaly, Cain's kindness and strength did bring him something, similar to fans. There are still many people who are looking forward to the appearance of Cain. Of course, the same is true for another extremely kind Anomaly, SCP-2295, the bear with his own heart. Even more popular than Cain. After all, that cute appearance is enough to win the love of many girls. Let's get back to the point. At this moment, in the picture, after Cain stepped into the room, the door behind him slowly closed. The whole room fell into silence again. Only Cain stood alone in front of the rock cube in the center. Eyes fixed on the rock cube. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he took a step forward and came to the gate of the rock cube. The unlocked lock block above did not hinder Cain in any way. He just gently pushed open the closed door. Then he stepped into this rock cube, which was mysterious to the audience. The perspective of the sky also changes accordingly. As soon as you enter the rock cube, you will feel the extreme cold. Even the breath Cain exhaled became white mist. Inside this rock cube is a fairly spacious space. Inside the space, there is a 2.13-meter high sarcophagus. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. The sarcophagus was bound by several chains, one end of which was attached to the four corners of the rock cube. Hiss! There is actually a coffin inside this cube. Moreover, this coffin is locked with chains, which makes it look a bit like a device to seal some evil existence. What on earth is this? Could it be that SCP-076 Abel is lying in this coffin? Cain didn't know what people outside were thinking. When Cain saw the coffin, he breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that his brother must be in this coffin. Cain glanced around. Then he walked to the side of the sarcophagus and sat down on the ground. The low temperature around did not seem to cause any discomfort to Cain. He just sat on the ground, like a devout monk, and stopped moving. Eyes on the sarcophagus. Seems like he wants to say something. He wondered if Abel could hear him from inside. Of course, maybe Abel is sleeping. This thought in his mind made Cain smile. If this is true, at least Abel's habit of sleeping for a long time has not changed. He pondered for a moment and decided that no matter what, he would express his apology in words that only the two of them remembered. Then, under the gaze of all the spectators, after being silent for several minutes, Cain finally spoke. "Hey, brother, good morning. Shouldn't you be taking care of your sheep? They've all gone down the hill, and their kids have left our land and fled to the cliffs to become wild goats." There was a smile on Cain's face, as if he was telling a story from his childhood. "Also escape I became a camel and an antelope in the desert and grassland. Well, I don't know what I'm talking about. But good morning, brother." Cain pursed his lips and stared at the sarcophagus, feeling a little anxious. Off-screen. Wizard's Guild, Fairy Tale. Libby took a deep breath and said, "Sure enough. Are they really the older brother and younger brother? To be honest, this result is a bit scary for them. So, does this mean that they are really the Cain and Abel in the myth? Are they really related to God?" Gray was so unbelievable that his voice started to become hoarse. "Oh my God, what the hell are these anomalies? Why, is it related to God?" In the picture, 3 minutes had passed since Cain opened his mouth. The tightly closed sarcophagus, under everyone's gaze, opened slowly. A dark-skinned man who looked unusually strong walked out. SCP-076 Abel showed up. Chapter 111. Is this Abel? Those eyes, hiss. They look so creepy. He went in the direction of his brother. What does he want to do? Countless audiences stared at the sky curtain. From the moment Abel appeared, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Abel really looks a little too scary at this moment. An angry expression filled his face, which looked a little distorted. The scarlet in his eyes seemed to confirm his hatred. Looking at him, the audience even had the illusion that they were looking at SCP-682. Of course, it's not that serious. However, it did scare a lot of people. The first thing Abel did after he walked out of the sarcophagus was, he fixed his eyes on Cain, who was sitting cross-legged beside the sarcophagus. No intention of talking to him. Abel slowly spread out his palms. A tiny space crack opened in the palm of his hand. Then, Abel clenched his hands tightly. From the tiny crack in the space, a pure black blade was slowly pulled out. Yes, completely pure. It looks more like a piece of nothingness was pulled out from the crack. Fairy Tale Guild. The moment Makarov saw the sharp blade, he widened his eyes, fearing that he would miss any details. Is that a change of clothes? Myra Jane looked at Erza. In the Fairy Tale Guild, Erza is the best at using costume magic. Able to open the door of his own space at will and summon the weapons stored inside to fight. It seems that the principle is very similar to Abel's pure black blade. Moreover, Abel drew out the blade very quickly. It was so fast that in the blink of an eye, the pure black blade appeared in Abel's hand. This speed is very fast in the field of costume magic. Only Erza can do this. This is why she is called the Queen of Fairies. Extreme dressing speed, matched with a variety of powerful armor. It allows Erza to summon the corresponding armor to deal with the battle situation in an instant. Therefore, Myra Jane has reason to suspect that Abel's ability is similar to Erza's extreme costume change. However, Erza, who was asked, thought silently for a moment. Finally shook his head. No, that shouldn't be a costume change. The magic of changing clothes is more about the use of the different space brought by one's own magic, but, in the scene that Abel just showed, I can't see any trace of the opening of the space. That looks, speaking of which, Erza frowned slightly. It's more like tearing a hole in the space and taking out something weird from it. Although I don't know how to tear the space apart, this is how Abel feels to me. Shaking her head, Erza folded her arms and murmured, I can't understand. Perhaps it is a more advanced use of space. Makarov spoke at this time. However, no matter what, I am more concerned about the sharpness of this pure black blade. At this moment, in the picture, Abel took out the pure black blade and ran straight towards Cain. Cain's smiling face did not make Abel hesitate at all. He suddenly raised the pure black blade in his hand. Slashed down with a loud bang. Brush! Cain did not dodge, but his expression suddenly changed and he covered his neck with both hands. Abnormally ugly face. Behind Cain, a cutting line appears on the smooth wall. It was like a neat crack several meters long in the wall. However, you should know that the thickness of the wall is about 20 centimeters. However, such a thick wall was broken by Abel's light cut, or even the blade's light. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Directly cut. It's just the blade. For a moment, Makarov felt a chill down his spine. This is enough to prove its sharpness. It is no exaggeration to say that at this stage, it is almost impossible for all materials to block Abel's pure black blade. In other words, Makarov could not think of any material that could resist. Although, in the world of magic, there are many ways to achieve this. The strength of the wizard is the criterion for judging. However, it is really possible to create this scene with pure sharpness. Makarov dared to say that he had never met such a. Sure enough, another extremely abnormal anomaly. Makarov sighed softly. So, can such a sharp blow break the absolute feedback of changing fortune? With doubt, Makarov looked at the sky again. At this moment in the sky screen, accompanied by a flash of pure black light, the answer has been revealed. Cain remained sitting cross-legged, knowing that any damage done to him would be reflected back at his attacker. Although Cain had no reason to do so at this moment. However, Cain cannot choose the passive ability. The next moment, a bloodline appeared on Abel's head and neck. And Abel's head fell down. Plop! The shocking scene of a head falling to the ground made everyone go crazy. Oh my god, this, is he dead already? Are you kidding me? Can this bounce back? Moreover, this time the attack was so quick and easy. Just one strike, and he was done for. The audience watched in disbelief as Abel's head fell to the ground. A sense of absurdity came over me. Abel died so easily. Isn't Cain's ability too abnormal? The fact that Abel could kill me with one blow was enough to prove that his attack power was also extremely abnormal. He just met another abnormal person. Wait, have you forgotten? Abel, okay, is also immortal, otherwise the Foundation would not allow these two anomalies to interact, right? As expected. When everyone looked up at the sky again, they could see Abel's headless body, including his head on the ground, also began to disintegrate at this moment. Like a statue made of sand, it gradually turns into dust under the influence of the wind and disappears. At the same time, the open sarcophagus at the back also closed. Cain was standing there, touching his neck with both hands, constantly coughing. It was obvious that Abel's attack just now did not make him feel good. However, the absolute rebound feature meant that Cain would not die. The pain in his neck made Cain frown. Then he looked at the closed sarcophagus and smiled again. He seemed to have imagined what Abel had said to him. Then, he murmured, "Nice to meet you too, brother." Chapter 112. As Cain finished speaking, the scene seemed to fall into silence again. Cain seemed to know that Abel had not yet been reborn. Just stroking my neck. Sitting cross-legged beside the sarcophagus. Just like that, 6 boring hours passed by. Just when all the audience members were getting impatient. The tightly closed sarcophagus was opened again. And when he reached the sarcophagus, the intact Abel slowly stepped out. In an instant, countless people were shocked. This can actually be resurrected. Hiss. Another unkillable existence. By the way, are these anomalies impossible to eliminate? So to speak, it seems to be true, whether it is the immortality of SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard, or the reboot of SCP-096, the Shy Man. Or maybe it's Cain's absolute defense, and now Abel's rebirth. From these we can see, these abnormalities really seem to be immortal. Monsters that cannot be killed, only controlled. No wonder the Foundation's slogan is containment. What a pervert. People around the world are talking about. At this moment, in the picture, Abel, who had just been resurrected, walked out of the stone hall and stretched his neck. He reached out his hand again and took out the pure black blade from the space crack. Without any hesitation, he walked towards Cain. 413 brother. I think you can calm down. Before Cain could finish his words, the angry Abel raised his knife and chopped down fiercely. Puff. The previous scene is repeated again. Cain was not hurt at all. At Abel's neck, a thin line reappeared. Then the head fell to the ground. Then, in just 10 seconds, it completely turned into dust and dissipated. Only Cain was left, holding his neck. Sitting alone in this cold space, dazed. Died again. To be honest, no matter which time I saw Cain's ability, I would think it was perverted. Who says he isn't? I doubt this guy is invincible. It's just a pity, it seems like he and his brother have some deep hatred. This is not a deep hatred, right? I even feel that Abel is almost impossible to communicate with. Who would come out and intend to kill others? This guy gives me the same feeling as 682, ruthless, violent, and crazy. Abel's death once again shocked people around the world. Although I have experienced it once before, however, if he is a normal person, he would not be so foolish as to launch such a second powerful attack after seeing Cain's ability, right? What's the difference between that and actively killing yourself? But at this moment they really saw such a person. A very crazy person. Another 6 hours have passed. Abel was reborn from the stone pavilion again. Then, like a machine, it seemed to have completely forgotten what happened before. He walked out of the stone hall and took out the black blade. He stabbed Cain and sent himself away. This time, countless people couldn't help but pull their lips. Some people even began to doubt whether this guy had no brains. Or is it that he is really stubborn? Although the audience wanted to complain, they couldn't find a place to express it. I can only look up at the sky, waiting for the next 6 hours to come. Of course, some people are not that bored and start doing their own things. Just watch it when Abel comes out. Even if you don't see it, it probably won't have much impact. Anyway, judging from the experience of the past few times, Abel will definitely come out and stab Cain without saying anything. Like an infinitely repeating fragment. In the repetition, time passes slowly. At first, Abel still followed the 6-hour resurrection time. Once he was resurrected, he rushed out to chop Abel. As time went by, Abel seemed to gradually realize that it was all in vain. However, the anger in his heart still couldn't keep him calm. It's just that the intervals will be longer. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. From the initial 6 hours, it gradually evolved to once a day. Once in the last 2 days. During this time, Cain also tried to talk to Abel. Before Abel was resurrected, he said to himself. After Abel's resurrection, he began to smile in an attempt to gain Abel's forgiveness. But, in the end, these are in vain. Abel is like a real robot. He only knew how to carry out his mission, which was to cut off the head of the damn guy in front of him. In this way, the audience watched this repeated scene day after day. About 2 weeks passed by. Abel came out again, and seemed to have calmed down a little. There was something else in the way he looked at Cain. The dark blade in his hand stopped on Cain's neck. After hesitating for a moment, Abel finally spoke. This is the first word Abel has spoken in 2 weeks. The voice does not have the mechanical feeling of Cain. It was more like a rough man, questioning Cain angrily. Why? Why, are you here? Cain. The moment I saw my brother finally willing to speak. Cain couldn't help but smile. As long as you are willing to speak, it proves that my efforts to stay here for this period of time have not been in vain. He breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, I am here to ask. Puff. The sound of blood bursting came from Abel's neck. He stopped Cain from speaking and swung the blade at him again. Not surprisingly, the damage was accumulated on myself. Abel's head fell again. Then it turned into powder and disappeared. And what about Cain? At this moment, he seemed to be completely unaware of the pain coming from his neck. My mind was filled with Abel's words. That sentence made Cain very excited. This means that the communication between me and Abel has taken a step forward. No thought of retreating. Cain continued to sit cross-legged beside the stone pavilion. Looking forward to the next resurrection of Abel, trying to talk to him about something else. But when Abel appeared again 2 days later, there is still anger on his face. It's just a lot lighter than before, which is a good start. Cain knew deeply. Therefore, he took a deep breath, stood up, stepped on Abel and stretched out his palm. It's late now, brother, you slept too long today. Cain smiled politely. But, the only thing that responded to him was the blade that was so dark that it could swallow up even the light. Then, he aimed at Cain and slashed him with the sword. Chapter 113. Abel was once again attacked by Cain. The terrifying blow that was hard to resist cut off Abel's head again. The scene returned to calm. Watching Abel's body gradually turning into dust, Cain took a deep breath and then sat down in frustration. Even though I tell myself again and again, it takes time for Abel to accept it. It's definitely not that easy. But when Abel's blade struck his neck, it hurts, but it's not just the neck. And that broken heart. Next, under the gaze of all the spectators. This continued for nearly 2 weeks. During this time, Abel will still be resurrected as before, and then try to cut off Cain's head. Then fail and fall into death. The difference is that during this period of time, Abel would ask that question every time. Why are you here, Cain? However, he found that he could not face any of the answers given by Cain. Until the last 2 days, Abel couldn't hold it anymore. He questioned Cain like a crying baby. Then he cried and moved his sword. Watching Abel's gradual breakdown, Cain also knew that at this time, the only thing that could calm him down was his mother's lullaby. Then, when Abel turned to ashes again, Cain took a step forward and sat down cross-legged near the stone pavilion. Head against the closed stone pavilion. With my mouth slightly opened, I hummed a childhood song. That was the unforgettable melody they once heard in the bright days outside world. The audience watching the live broadcast on the sky screen watched this scene in silence. Although, this live broadcast time is a bit too long. But most of the time, Cain sat alone on the cold ground. A speechless daze. Therefore, most people watching will choose to do their own things during this time. Only when there is movement in the sky will I stop and take a look. However, when the incident reached this scene, an indescribable emotion made most people feel tears welling up in their eyes. They don't know what happened to Cain and Abel. I don't know what happened between this brother and his younger brother. What kind of contradiction is there? That's why Abel hated Cain so much. He even slashed his own brother with countless knives. But now, all that Cain has shown, it's enough to move people. Wizard's Guild, Fairy Tale. Natsu stared at the sky blankly. My mind is very confused. Natsu, what are you thinking about? Happy noticed Natsu's mood and couldn't help but ask. Natsu, who was awakened by Happy, forced a smile with difficulty. Nothing, hubby. Really? Happy stared at Natsu suspiciously. Said you have never shown such an expression before. Natsu was speechless. Then he lowered his head, stroked his chest with his palm, and felt the beating of his heart. Muttered, I don't know what happened. Looking at the brotherhood between Cain and Abel on the sky, I always feel a little, empty. Natsu blinked and said something that even he himself could hardly believe. It's like I have a special feeling for brothers or something like that. But, I don't know why. Natsu frowned, his expression full of confusion. Fairy Tales Holy Land, Tenro Island. The black-haired boy seemed to have sensed the subtle tremor in his heart. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. He looked at the sky and stroked his chest. Murmured brother and younger brother. Then he smiled dumbly, raised his head, and looked across the sky. Looking towards the wider blue sky, I really miss you. Natsu. The picture is still in progress. From day till night. During this time, Cain's singing never stopped. He leaned against the stone pavilion, humming a childhood ballad. As if coaxing Abel to sleep. It was also transmitted through the sky curtain to all parts of the world, coaxing all the children to sleep. For Cain, he probably didn't know how much time had passed. However, the tightly closed stone hall was once again moved. Cain stopped singing, stood up, and stepped back to make room for the stone hall to open. He knew Abel was coming out. At least, that's how it was every time before. He didn't know if Abel would try to cut off his head this time like he did before. But Cain was not afraid. He straightened his back and stood directly opposite the stone hall, waiting for the upcoming attack. Finally, the stone house is open. Abel, covered with strange tattoos, stepped out and passed the stone hall. Walking straight towards Cain. Bare feet make soft clacking sounds. Is it going to attack again? I think so. It has been 2 days since the last time. Come to think of it, I'm beginning to feel sorry for Cain. She is so kind and has such a strong love for her brother, but... Oh, forget it, just watch quietly. Almost everyone believed that Abel would attack Cain again this time as he did before. But this time, everyone was wrong. In the picture, Cain watches Abel approaching. He was not anxious, but as usual, he looked at Abel patiently. Like a farmer waiting for his crops to bear fruit. The next moment, Abel came to Cain. However, this time he did not take out the black blade. Instead, he stared at Cain with eyes full of anger and roared. Why? Why would you do this? Why are you here now? After killing me and leaving me? Abel stretched out his arms and pressed the clean skin on Cain's shoulders. Throw me to those people, let them leave their marks on me. These marks? Tell me. Abel looked down at the unknown tattoo on his body and roared angrily. Cain took a deep breath and said, I was young and jealous, but as I grew older, time carved its wisdom into my heart. I am here now because I still love you, please forgive me, Abel. Everyone we knew as children has returned to God's garden. Cain leaned forward and hugged his brother tightly. The words choked. My dear brother, now it's just the two of us. Chapter 114. Feeling Cain holding me tightly. Abel slowly raised his right hand, and the space crack appeared again. The pitch-black blade was also held tightly in Abel's hand at this moment. At this moment, countless people's hearts were lifted up. Staring intently at the sky. There seemed to be countless voices shouting in everyone's heart. You can't do this. Don't chop. Don't chop. At this moment, in the picture, Abel's expression was so ferocious. He held the black blade tightly in his hand. Even my body is shaking. Finally, he let go. The pitch-black blade fell off, and then it instantly disintegrated before it hit the ground. Abel leaned forward weakly and rested his head tightly on Cain's shoulder. Sobbing, crying, and roaring. "It's not fair, it's not fair. You are so flawless that I can't even leave a wound on you." Abel narrates. The tone seems to have become softer. "Look at me again, look at what I've endured." He gritted his teeth, raised his head, and looked at Cain. "You know what? You were my hero, but you made me suffer this." "I know." Cain spoke up. "I know full well, Abel, I have always known exactly what I did, and I take full responsibility for it." Cain took a deep breath and looked directly into Abel's eyes. This time, he didn't avoid. The words came out like a vow. "If you agree, I will try my best to be called my brother again. I swear with everything I have, I will do it." The sound was not loud, but it was deafening. Cain held his brother in his arms, mechanical hands stroking his hair. Abel also grabbed Cain's shirt tightly, his body shaking with sobs. Perhaps for the previous audience, the SCP Foundation they know is a special organization that ruthlessly fights against anomalies. They are mysterious, powerful, and even unwilling to have more contact with the world. They move forward silently, resisting the threats from anomalies for mankind. But now, they seem to have seen another side of this huge and mysterious organization. This seems to be a gentle place. Wizards Guild, fairy tale. We were wrong. Makarov looked at the sky, which was gradually darkening. Heaved a sigh of relief. This may not be an experiment at all, and the Foundation may have known about the relationship between these two anomalies for a long time. Therefore, after accepting Cain, he set out to resolve the misunderstanding between the two anomalies. They may not be using anomalies more. They should be like us, embracing everything that is worth embracing. At the same time, they also control everything that is worth controlling and guard everything that is worth guarding. It sounds like a good place. Erza also folded her arms and nodded gently. "I say, aren't you guys too idle?" At this moment, a sudden sound broke the atmosphere. All the fairy tale members turned their heads and looked at the man who appeared out of nowhere. He put the big coat on his shoulders. Golden hair rising to the sky. There is a lightning-like scar at the corner of his eye, and his ears are wearing mechanical headphones. Laxus. He is also the strongest candidate in fairy tale. Of course, he has an even more surprising identity. Fairy Tale Guild President, Wizard of the Holy Ten, Makarov's grandson. However, as Makarov's grandson, it stands to reason. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Laxus should integrate more into the Fairy Tale Guild. But the opposite is true. The most unsociable person in the entire Fairy Tale Guild is the grandson of the president. It is undeniable that he does have great strength. However, the most annoying thing is that this guy often uses his own strong strength as capital to look down on other weak people in the guild. This concept is in serious conflict with the current concept of the guild that everyone is one family. Therefore, Laxus is not actually a popular person to the guild members. "Laxus, when did you come back?" Makarov frowned. "Looking at my grandson. Just now, I heard a lot of unpleasant rumors on the way back, but to my surprise, you guys looked very calm." Laxus sat on a stool, crossing his legs. His eyes swept across everyone's body like a scrutinizer. Makarov certainly knew what Laxus was talking about. He sighed helplessly and said in a deep voice, "Laxus, the incidents involving the Phantom have stopped, and the Magic Council has announced the disbanding of the Phantom ruler. Everything is over." "Is it really over?" Laxus narrowed his eyes slightly. "Stand up from your seat." There was a hint of anger in his eyes. "Didn't you listen to what people outside say about our guild?" As he spoke, Laxus looked around at the guild that had not yet been completed. "The guild has been ruined like this, even that trash ghost dares to look down on me. Aren't you doing a poor job as the president?" "Laxus. What did you say?" Laxus's voice had just fallen. He was met with an angry question from Myra Jane. Hey, isn't this the demon Myra? Laxus turned to look at Myra Jane and said teasingly. I haven't seen your eyes like this for a long time. Bastard Laxus! Shut up! Suddenly, the flames of anger began to burn wildly. Natsu couldn't hold back any longer and clenched his fists. Attacked Laxus. Natsu. Laxus looked sideways and couldn't help laughing. Golden electric light flashes all around. In just a moment, Laxus's position changed. The next moment, Natsu fell heavily to the empty ground. You'd better save your energy, you are too weak now. Laxus, who appeared at the side, curled his lips. Bastard, if you have the guts, come and fight me. Natsu got up from the ground. He yelled at Laxus unwillingly. You can't even touch me, how can you compete with 3.7 me? Laxus said and looked at the people around him. What a weak and rooted guild. If it weren't for you. Enough. Makarov's roar finally interrupted Laxus. Tisk Laxus turned his head away. You should be thankful. If it weren't for SCP-2295, you would have been dragged to death by these weak guys. Laxus said this. Then he turned around. If I were you, I would start changing from now on. Eliminate all the weak ones and create an unprecedentedly powerful guild. By that time, maybe even the SCP Foundation will be able to surpass it. Ha 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 ha. With his beautiful fantasy, Laxus' body exploded with golden lightning, and then disappeared on the spot under the gaze of everyone. Chapter 115. What? Why is that guy so rampant? Looking at the disappeared Laxus, Lucy couldn't help but frowned. Obviously, for this guy who looks extremely arrogant. Lucy didn't have any feelings. This is the first time in fairy tale. In the past, although everyone had various problems. However, the heart that cares for companions cannot be fake. But today, Lucy didn't feel that from Laxus. Ignore him, Lucy. Erza walked to Lucy's side. That's just a really stinky guy. Lucy nodded and turned to look at Erza. Before the words came out of his mouth, they turned into exclamations. What are you wearing? Lucy pointed at Erza, who was wearing a bikini, flip-flops, a swimming ring around her waist, and a sun hat, and exclaimed. This? Of course he's going on vacation. Didn't Loki tell her? Erza asked in confusion. Loki? Lucy was a little confused. Didn't you help Loki return to the celestial realm a few days ago? Actually, we didn't realize that Loki was actually a celestial realm. It was all thanks to you, otherwise Loki would have disappeared. Erza said with emotion. After Erza's reminder, Lucy suddenly remembered. Just the day before yesterday. I was watching the live broadcast when I suddenly heard the news that Loki wanted to quit the guild. This made Lucy think of her previous guess. As a celestial wizard, Lucy naturally has an understanding of the celestial spirits that ordinary people cannot match. Therefore, I had doubts the first time I saw Loki. Until the last few events, Lucy's guess was further confirmed. Loki is a star spirit. After asking the most knowledgeable Southern Cross star spirit about this, Lucy also understood everything. The cause was 2 years ago, in the Blue Pegasus Guild. There is an extremely famous celestial wizard named Colin. At that time, Loki was her star spirit. However, Colin was very cruel to the Protoss, and once thought that the Protoss were just tools. Therefore, Loki, who could not stand what Colin did to the celestial spirit, exploded. When Colin punished the celestial spirits again, Loki used his magic to show up and stop Colin. Then he told her that if she didn't cancel the contract with the stars, then I won't go back. In this case, since Colin cannot open the door twice, that is, summon 2 celestial spirits at the same time. As long as Loki is in the real world, Colin will not be able to use magic. Loki wants to use this to threaten Colin. And indeed it did so. During this period, Colin also kept asking Loki for mercy. But Loki was determined and still asked Colin to cancel the contract with the stars. This stalemate lasted for 3 months. Colin couldn't stand not being able to use magic to work. Without telling the Blue Pegasus's president Bob, he secretly carried out the mission. In the end, Colin failed to complete the double door opening. Died on mission. And this sin was also borne by Loki. Even though Loki did nothing and was still suffering because the star spirits forced him to stay in the world. However, it still happened, and the sin still rests on him. As a result, Loki was exiled from the celestial realm. After that, Loki joined Fairy Tail and has been with the team until now. After 3 years alone in the human world, Loki has become extremely weak. He had to face death. So he chose to quit Fairy Tail and went to Colin's grave alone to repent. Lucy, who learned all this, found Loki in front of Colin's tomb with the help of the members of the Blue Pegasus. Perhaps it was Lucy's determination not to give up her companions. Or maybe it was the words she blurted out: if there is a problem with the law, then I will change the rule. For various reasons, Lucy even attracted the king of the star spirit world. The Celestial King. After a conversation, Lucy convinced the Celestial King to pardon Loki's crime. And allowed Loki to return to the astral world. The price is that Loki will become Lucy's strength and fight for her. So it was that matter, Lucy showed a look of understanding. So, this is a thank you to you, tickets to the resort of Fiori Kingdom, Arcane Resort Paradise, where you can enjoy a few days. At this moment, Luo appeared. And handed Lucy a ticket. In addition, to thank everyone for their care before, I just gave Natsu and Gray a ticket. Enjoy your vacation. After saying this with a smile, Loki turned into the key of Leo and appeared in Lucy's hand. Loki, who had just been allowed to return to the astral world, still needed a good rest. Arcane Holiday Paradise. Lucy looked at the ticket in her hand, her eyes sparkling. This, I wanted to go before but never had the chance, but Loki can get it. Why are you still dawdling? Do you want to be left behind by us? Not far away, Gray's shout came. Lucy turned her head and looked carefully. Oh my goodness, Gray, Natsu, and Happy are all ready and are about to set off. By the way, Natsu, weren't you still lying on the ground just now? Seems to feel somewhat surprised. Lucy turned her head and looked at the chair bench that was smashed by Natsu not far away. Don't worry about the details, hurry up, you won't be able to catch up later. Erza patted Lucy's shoulder. Then he pulled the mountain of carts and caught up with Natsu and the others. Lucy didn't hesitate and quickly followed. Come back soon. Behind him, Myra Jane waved goodbye with a smile. Watching Erza and her group gradually go away. Magic Council. Watching the sky gradually darken. Zikurin took a deep breath. He stood up from his seat and left. Chiku? We have a meeting next to discuss this. Crawford reprimanded with some dissatisfaction. I don't think it's necessary. Zikurin left and waved his hand to everyone. Based on the information just now, can you analyze anything? It's just a waste of time. If you have any ideas, you might as well prepare yourself and wait for the next abnormality to come. Bang! As soon as Zikurin finished speaking, the sound of the door closing was heard. Outside. Zikurin stood at the gate. He slowly raised his head. Boring. Really boring. He made a sound of dissatisfaction. With so many anomalous and huge treasures at their disposal, the Foundation is still able to pull off such a touching drama. It would be a waste to give them the anomaly. If I had it. Zikurin narrowed his eyes. Abel's pitch-black blade and Cain's absolute counterattack, aren't these worth studying? They are simply wasting resources, but... Zikurin clenched his fist tightly, as if he had thought of something. A sudden change in attitude. But fortunately, it is already ready. The world needs a wiser leader, and the ignorant should die. And the so-called anomalies should be left to those who know how to use them better. Under the lights of the corridor, Zikurin's face was distorted with excitement. It started. This world will become my own paradise. Chapter 116. There is a lot of discussion about this interactive experiment. As the center of this discussion, the SCP Foundation seems unusually calm. Although Abel forgave Cain. But I don't know if it's because I've been alone for too long and I'm not used to it. After that day, Abel still chose to be alone. However, it is obvious that Abel's temper is no longer as bad as before. This is a good start. Afterwards, Cain also received an order from the O5 Council. He will join the Mobile Task Force Omega-7 Pandora's Box, which is centered around Abel. Abel had no objection to this. After all, for Abel, if he wants to join Pandora's Box, he must get his approval. Abel had no reason to reject Cain's ability. Absolute defense and absolute attack in one team. Basically, the construction of Pandora's Box has come to an end. This team already has basic combat capability. Next, we just need to cultivate it well, or find other humanoid controllable SCPs to join and make it stronger. And, after Abel and Cain were settled, the prompt sound from the system rang again in Qin Tiandao's mind. Ding! The cross-experiment between SCP-073 Cain and SCP-076 Abel ends. Congratulations on your successful dissemination of abnormal information. Rewards are now distributed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SCP-076 Albert characteristic, the Pure Black Blade. Note, this weapon can cut through anything and is indestructible. It has an extremely sharp attribute. Ding! Congratulations on winning the special reward, SCP-105, Yuanwei. The show ended with a series of rewarding sounds. A ray of white light flashed before Qin Tiandao's eyes. The next moment, a woman gradually emerged. From her face, it can be seen that she seems to be a European woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. She is about 1.54 meters tall and weighs about 50 kilograms. A black camera hangs on the snow-white neck. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual overall. The moment she appeared, pieces of information began to emerge in Qin Tiandao's sight. Item name, SCP-105, Iris. Object class, safe. Item description, SCP-105, Iris possesses a camera designated SCP-105-B. The camera doesn't seem to have any unusual features. However, as long as it is in SCP-105's hands and used to take a photo, the photo will change from a still image to a real-time image of the location where the photo was taken. SCP-105 is also able to pass through the photo and manipulate objects within the photo from the location where the photo was taken. When the photo is given to someone else, the person does not have anomalous properties. SCP-105 has also demonstrated the ability to manipulate objects through other photographs, but not as easily as when using SCP-105-B. A series of introductions are summarized. It's actually very simple. SCP-105 Iris is actually a being that can turn photos into a dimensional window. Doesn't seem to have much combat power. However, in certain special cases, SCP-105, Iris's effect is even more powerful than Cain and Abel. Looking at the woman in front of me, Qin Tiandao couldn't help but be a little surprised. I was just saying that there is currently a lack of human-controllable SCPs in Pandora's Box. As a result, the system made up for it the next second. The system is very appealing to me. After an inexplicable sigh, Qin Tiandao gave Yuanwei an order. Like Cain, Iris will report to Omega-7 Pandora's Box. With 3 SCPs and some experienced agents approved by Abel, it can be predicted that in the short term, Pandora's Box will become the most powerful mobile task force within the Foundation. Even more powerful than the mobile task force Angels. Although the 3 Angels are extremely powerful. However, no matter how strong you are, you can't resist these 3 bugs. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The angels were completely unable to withstand Abel's attack. Even though their bodies are called divine bodies. But under the pitch-black blade, it will still be cut off. The angels' attacks could also be completely blocked by Cain, although this was not a good thing for Cain. As for Iris, forward. It depends on the situation. Just steal the angel's weapon. Moreover, with Iris's ability, even the angel's eyes of insight cannot prevent it. Of course, the missions of the 2 mobile task forces are different. So there is no fighting situation. Just a fantasy. After letting Yuan Wei report, Qin Tiandao slowly raised his right hand. He could feel that he could easily tear open the space in his palm. It's as easy as unzipping a zipper. And in that crack in space, there is a place that absolutely no one can step into. There is a pure black blade that seems to be summoning Qin Tiandao. After a brief experiment, Qin Tiandao pulled out the pure black blade from the space crack. Staring at the pure black blade in his hand that seemed to attract even light. A wonderful idea gradually began to sprout in my mind. Logically speaking, I currently have many abnormal characteristics. These include Cain's absolute feedback and Abel's black blade. This one in my hand. One is called absolute defense, the other is also called ultimate attack. Moreover, both characteristics are combined in one person. So, what would happen if I cut myself with the pure black blade? No knows. Can the pure black blade that I swing be able to break my absolute feedback? If not, then to whom will the absolute feedback be given? Yourself? Then, it conflicts with the ability of absolute feedback. After all, the ability of absolute feedback means that you will not be hurt at all and will only feel pain. Countless thoughts burst into Qin Tiandao's mind. Just when Qin Tiandao was about to experiment, the strange fluctuations attracted his attention again. The pure black blade in his hand instantly disappeared. Qin Tiandao raised his head and looked at the sky. This time the exception. How so? A voice full of doubt came out. At the same time, at the top of a high tower in this sea area, an ordinary farmhouse emerged from the distortion. Chapter 117. At the same time, in the Magic Council, a fierce quarrel is going on. Not long ago, the people of the Magic Council received news about the Tower of Paradise. Yes, it is the legendary forbidden magic. A magic that can use a large number of living people as sacrifices to resurrect the dead. Because it is too inhumane. Therefore, it was banned by the Council of Representatives many years ago. Even many years ago, the Council destroyed nearly 7 Paradise Towers that were under construction. I thought this forbidden magic had been completely eradicated. But who would have thought that in the vast ocean, there is still one last Tower of Paradise and... Or is it the completed Tower of Paradise? The reason was that the fishermen who went out to sea to fish accidentally came to this unfamiliar sea area because of the sea breeze. Then, I found the towering tower. This is like the terminal of death. All accidents that fly into this area, the birds and fish were ruthlessly killed. The remaining bodies were floating in piles on the sea near the tower. The fishermen were shocked by the horrific scene. He hurried back and reported the matter to the Council of Advocates. Afterwards, under the supervision of Zikuan and his fellow judges, the satellite magic array of the Magic Council also found this sea area. 443 is thankful that the completely useless satellite magic array played a huge role at this moment when facing the SCP Foundation. Fortunately, the SCP Foundation did not tamper with the Magic Council's satellite magic array. Otherwise, even if they knew the existence of the Paradise Tower, even if you are blind, you can't find its specific location. However, there is a question about how to destroy and demolish the already established Paradise Tower. Every member of Parliament has a different opinion. Some members of Parliament advocated sending the Magic Knights to that sea area to destroy it. However, in the previous series of SCP events, to be honest, there are not many elite knights left in the Magic Council. Almost everyone holds an important position. Therefore, if you want to send it, this is a big problem. In addition to the elite, the rest of the soldiers will carry out this mission. It can almost be said that the success rate is pitifully low. After all, who could have kept it a secret from the Magic Council for so many years and successfully built such a huge paradise tower? How could he be an ordinary person? These MPs are in a dilemma. But at this time, Zikurin, who had been silent all along, proposed another idea. Looking at all the members of parliament, Zikurin's tone was extremely serious. Everyone, I think we have to use the power of magic elves. As soon as these words came out, the noisy meeting room suddenly fell into silence. Everyone stared at Zikurin in horror. You know, magic spirit power can almost be said to be the last resort of the Magic Council. Previously mentioned in SCP-682 incidents. At that time, due to SCP-682's terrifying combat power and its extremely abnormal evolutionary ability, the Magic Council has been forced into a dead end. Even decided to use supertime and space destruction magic in the town, magic elf power. It can even be said that if they were not careful that time, it is very likely that most of the territory of the Kingdom of Fiori would be wiped out. This also proves its terrifying strategic position. For the Magic Council, that is a weapon that they would never consider using until the last moment. But, is this the final moment? Last time, I was forced into a corner by SCP-682. If I didn't kill the monster and let it grow, the whole world may face a crisis. But not now. To be honest, it's just a newly built paradise tower. Not enough to use the magic spirit power. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. After all, the Tower of Paradise is at best an evil in its own right. The only function is to resurrect a dead person. Moreover, this is just a rumor. To date, no one has ever proven that the Tower of Paradise can really resurrect the dead. Just because of this, I risked the terrible consequences of releasing the magic spirit power. To be honest, none of the members present were willing to. As a result, opposition voices emerged one after another. Unable to bear it any longer, Zikurin slapped the table hard. He interrupted the debate among the members of parliament. Then he said in a deep voice, "Can't you sense the negative magic that has overflowed? Do you know how terrifying the person that the Tower of Paradise wants to awaken is? Do you know how big a threat that thing is?" Zikurin's words made the congressman present feel nervous. Crawford quickly turned his gaze to Zikurin and asked, "Who are you talking about?" Zikurin took a deep breath when asked. Then he said, "I have always been reluctant to say it because I am worried that once the news spreads, it will cause unprecedented panic." As if he had thought of something, Zikurin's emotions became excited as he spoke. With bloodshot eyes, he stared at the congressman present. He whispered, "Dark Mage, Zerf." As this name appeared, Zikurin's face was filled with fear. Just because this name represents absolute darkness, it also symbolizes unimaginable despair. 400 years ago, this man came to this land. Then it brought great disaster to this land. At that time, he was called the Black Mage. He is also known as the most vicious and brutal dark wizard in history, Zerf. Most of the congressmen present no longer had the opposition they had just shown. They all knew very well what the name Jelf meant. From the perspective of past experience, the despair brought by the Dark Mage Zerf is even greater than those horrible anomalies. The difference is that the Foundation is fighting against the anomaly. Although they didn't even know about this before the Sky Curtain appeared. But, as Cain said, the Foundation protects them well. But the Dark Mage Zerf is different. According to the Foundation's attitude, if it is not abnormal, they have no time to care. In other words, the Foundation is very likely to ignore the Black Mage. Then, this matter fell on their heads without any surprise. "Kiku, is what you said, all true? A drop of cold sweat oozed from Ouge's forehead. Zikurin's tone was extremely serious. He stared at the towering spires in the magic crystal image and murmured. I know them well, after all. The person who built this tower is my twin brother. After getting this answer, everyone present looked at each other in surprise. Finally, it was decided to vote. Including the speaker, a total of 10 members voted, and if more than half of the votes were cast, the magic spirit power would be deployed. The final number of votes was not beyond what Zikurin had expected. With a vote of 9 to 1, the Magic Council decided to build the Tower of Paradise in the Nameless Sea. Release magical spirit power. Chapter 118. Just as the Magic Council was busy with the decision just made. In Unknown Sea. In the towering tower. The violent explosion resounded wildly. This tower seems to have become a battlefield. It has become a battlefield between the fairies and the Assassination Guild Skull and Bones. Not long ago, Fairy Tale Erza and her group went to Arcane Resort Paradise for vacation. A premeditated kidnapping. The main target is the Fairy Queen, Erza. More importantly, the person who carried out the kidnapping was Erza's childhood friend. Or rather, it was a companion I met when I was a child and was taken to the Tower of Paradise. They hate Erza. I hate that when I was a child, I had already started a riot against the Tower of Paradise and successfully overthrew the black magic cult of the Tower of Paradise. Erza abandoned them all alone and left the Tower of Paradise to pursue Erza's own freedom, leaving them in hell. Fortunately, Gerard showed up at that time and stabilized their hearts that were about to collapse. And instilled in them the idea of continuing to build the Paradise Tower. The reason why the previous black magic cults built the Tower of Paradise is completely different from that of the previous black magic cults. The person that Jalal wants to resurrect is the legendary most vicious and brutal black wizard, Zerf. As long as he is resurrected, the era of freedom that truly belongs to them can begin. For this reason, a group of people led by Erza's brother, Hugh, chose to stay in the Tower of Paradise. With resentment for Erza abandoning them, they worked tirelessly to complete the construction of the Tower of Paradise. Until today, the Tower of Paradise is completely completed. Therefore, Zio and the others turned their attention to Erza. In their opinion, Erza's freedom is false. She belongs to the Tower of Paradise from beginning to end. When the Paradise is completed, Erza, who once abandoned them, will also become a sacrifice, thus ushering in an era of true freedom. So they came to the resort paradise of Akkad. And found Erza and kidnapped her back. But is this really the case? After Erza was taken to the Tower of Paradise, she also told the secret that had been hidden in her heart for so many years. That is the truth behind the riot at the Tower of Paradise many years ago. The one who betrayed everyone was not Erza, but Jalal. Yes, at that time, Gerard, who was originally very kind-hearted, was arrested and subjected to a series of inhumane tortures because of the riots. It's like he's completely changed. Not only did he awaken his magic, but he also clashed with Erza, who came to rescue him after the riot was successful. At that time, Erza, who had also successfully awakened her magic and purged the members of the black magic cult that occupied the Tower of Paradise, originally wanted to take everyone away from the Tower of Paradise. But, Gerard stopped him. He wants to continue building the Tower of Paradise and needs a lot of manpower. When asked why Gerard was so persistent in building the Tower of Paradise, Jalal smiled a smile that Erza had never seen before, a smile filled with malice. Of course it is for eternal freedom. There is no freedom in this world at all. It is only in the world where Jalal is that freedom exists. Do you understand? Those crazy words completely overturned Erza's inner perception of Jalal. He seems to have become a completely changed person. At that time, he was just like the members of the black magic cult. A crazy believer. A follower who worships the most evil black wizard in hundreds of years, Zerf. Erza was unwilling to believe all this. Until this moment, she still wanted to take everyone out of the Tower of Paradise. However, Gerard blew up all the ships used to escape. Only a small boat that can accommodate one person is left. At that time, he pointed to the dilapidated ship. Said to Erza, if you really want to find your freedom, then leave by yourself. As for the others, I will take them in. They are a good labor force. His smile became crazier and crazier. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. As if thinking of something interesting, just leave this island as much as you can and enjoy your illusory freedom. But I don't allow you to tell anyone about the existence of the Paradise Tower. If you do, I have no choice but to wipe out everyone in this tower. Of course, you are not allowed to get close to this tower. Ha 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 ha, it's very interesting, right? This is your freedom. Live on with the lives of your companions on your shoulders, Erza. Erza's story ends here. The reason why I was kidnapped into this tower this time. After all, it was Erza who wanted to come. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Xiao and his men to kidnap Erza. The purpose of her coming here was to find Gerard and put an end to this tragic fate that had spanned many years. Yes, Erza wants to end everything. After listening to Erza's story, Xiao, Erza's foster brother, still found it hard to believe. He couldn't believe that everything he had done and believed in for so many years was just a lie. This was unacceptable to him. He even misunderstood the sister who once took the best care of him. This is totally unacceptable. It was at this time that Natsu, Lucy, Grey Harpy, and even Juvia appeared from the corridor behind. In the past, when I was in Arcane Resort Paradise, everyone was attacked by Erza's childhood friends, Hugh, Wooly, Simon, and Miriam. Because of the sudden incident. Therefore, when several people reacted, Erza had already been captured. Fortunately, as a dragon slayer, Natsu's nose is sensitive enough to rival a dragon. So I smelled the flavors along the way. We followed the ship that Hugh and others used to kidnap Erza and came here. It is worth mentioning that Juvia, this former S-class wizard, one of the four elements in Phantom's ruler, also appeared here. The reason is because I want to join Fairy Tail. So I followed the members of Fairy Tail to the Arcane Resort. Because of this sudden attack. Similarly, Natsu and the others just heard Erza's story about themselves. Unlike Xiao's disbelief, as Erza's current companion, Natsu and the others all have a 100% trust attitude. This feeling made Xiao very unhappy. Even at this time, Xiao also learned that his companion, in other words, Simon, has always believed in Erza. Over the years, I have chosen to become an undercover agent because I could not escape from the Paradise Tower. Just waiting for this moment. Waiting for the day when many powerful wizards gather in the Tower of Paradise. Only in this way can we truly use the hands of these powerful wizards to destroy the Tower of Paradise. Welcome the True Freedom Night. Chapter 119. As for Simon's request, everyone in Fairy Tail also took the responsibility. After all, for the Fairy Tail Guild, everyone in the guild is a family, and family matters are your own matters. Since it is Erza's business, the other members of Fairy Tail will not ignore it. This applies to everyone in the guild. And because of Simon's explanation, even Miliana and Wooly chose to believe Erza. And apologized to Erza for their previous behavior. Seeing everyone trust Erza so much, Hugh is silent. He couldn't understand why everyone could trust Erza. But I, my brother, am the only one who cannot believe it. Obviously, she is my sister. Why, can't I believe it? Thinking about the heartfelt words that Gerard had said to me over the years, Xiao clenched his fists. Looking at Erza again, a hint of determination flashed in Xiao's eyes. 947 Then, Xiao activated his magic. Using blank cards, Erza was locked inside the cards. The sudden situation caught everyone off guard. But then, Xiao told her his plan. Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt my sister. Hugh lowered his head. I will go to Gerard to interrogate him personally, and then kill that guy with my own hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao immediately turned around and headed straight for the top floor of the Paradise Tower. That idiot! Gray cursed inwardly, then said go after him quickly. But at this moment, the broadcast in the entire Paradise Tower also rang out. On the other end of the radio, it was Gerard's voice. What he wanted to express at this moment was also very simple. That is the park game that is about to begin. The so-called Paradise game is that Jalal will send out 3 powerful wizards. They belong to the Assassination Guild, Skull and Bones Society, a special guerrilla force composed of the 3 strongest wizards, the 3 crows. The rules of the game are also very simple. Jalal will use Erza as a sacrifice to perform a ritual to revive Zerf. This is what Gerard called the Gate to Paradise. If the fairies can find a way to stop it, then the fairies will win. The 3 crows of the Assassination Guild will appear and stop the members of Fairy Tale. No. According to Gerard, this is not called blocking, but hunting. Of course, there is another result. That is the magic spirit power that the Magic Council is about to release here. At that time, everyone will face death. The game will end. The rules of the Paradise game made Fairy Tale and others very unhappy. However, in order to save Erza and destroy Jalal's evil plot, in order to survive the bombardment of the magical elves, the fairies were forced to fight. Thus, a fierce battle unfolded in the Tower of Paradise. First, Natsu and Grey encountered Owl, one of the 3 crows of the Assassination Guild. A rocket that can be used to fly at will. The most terrifying thing is that it can devour the wizard and inherit the wizard's abilities. During the battle, Owl took advantage of the characteristics of Natsu's vehicle. In one fell swoop, he made Natsu lose his ability to fight back and successfully devoured him. Then, use Natsu's magic to fight Grey. However, a fake is always just a fake. The flames that spewed out of Owl's mouth are fundamentally different from those spewed out by Natsu. In front of Grey, even the flames were frozen into ice. Finally defeated by Grey, and rescued Natsu. Meanwhile, Lucy and Juvia are attacked by Vitarudas, one of the 3 crows. This wizard can use music to control others. Even once forced Lucy and Juvia into a desperate situation. Even Juvia is controlled by him. And launched an attack on Lucy wantonly. However, just like in this magical world, there are many unreasonable. Juvia, who was controlled by her magic water, confided her feelings to Lucy. Magic is idealistic, even if the surface is controlled. However, Juvia's heart remains unyielding. Lucy also felt Juvia's heart, and she decided to respond to this feeling. Thus, in the torrent of Juvia's terrifying attack power. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Lucy activated her strongest spirit. Aquarius Aquia. In the Grand Current, Lucy's heart and Juvia's heart are very close. This also created a miracle. The fusion magic was used by them. This is a very difficult magic. In ancient times, monks spent their entire lives practicing this magic but still failed to master it. But now it is being used by 2 girls who had never met before. The power of the combined magic was beyond Vidaridas's imagination. Under this move, he was completely defeated. So far, the 3 crows have already failed too. And the last one is waiting for the upcoming enemy on the way to the highest level. That's right, it was Hugh who left first. With Erza's card, Xiao came here. Facing the obstruction of the last and strongest of the 3 crows, Turtle Dove. Hugh took out his cards. Trying to win the game. But the gap is too big. Banjiu just swung his sword normally, and the terrifying slash directly shattered all of Xiao's defenses. And seriously injured him. In disbelief, Xiao fell to the ground helplessly, looking at the cards falling all over the sky. That was my card, but fortunately, I put Erza into the card myself. Even if the opponent is very powerful, he won't be able to shatter the space and hurt Erza, right? With this thought in mind, Xiao smiled. But the next second, the smile froze on his face. Because he saw Erza, who was bound in the card, holding her sword and trying her best to resist the incoming attack. This is unimaginable. And then, the continuous slashing completely shattered Xiao's fantasy. My magic is just a trick after all. He can't really open up space. Therefore, Turtle Dove Slash can penetrate the card and hit the person behind the card. In the card, Erza was also under the crazy slashing, constantly swinging her sword to resist. Even, he managed to resist the attack for a short time. Found the weak spot in the card space, broke the card, and appeared in the real world. The war between the two swordsmen also broke out at this moment. Erza's anger caused her to constantly switch between various powerful armors. However, the armor that was invincible in the past seems to have failed today. Under the blow of the turtle dove, they were shattered one after another. Even the strongest armor, the purgatory armor, is useless. The angry Erza calmed down. She began to ponder, what has the 4.9 meter thick armor brought her all this time? Powerful? Maybe it's not the case, it's more of a trivial peace of mind. Because of her childhood, Erza is very uneasy. Therefore, she needs armor to cover herself and wrap up my fragile heart. However, Erza overlooked that when the armor wrapped around her heart, she also missed the opportunity to connect with people's hearts. After figuring this out, Erza seemed to have realized something. She began to take off her armor and changed into a coarse cloth chest suit, holding an absolutely sharp demon sword. This is an ultimate attack that abandons all defense. This will also be Erza's strongest attack. The two swordsmen took their stances at once, then launched a simultaneous charge. The moment the two met, they swung their swords down. Next second, the winner is decided. A Karaga fell behind Erza, but the fairy queen still stood. Chapter 120. At the same time, inside the Magic Council, busy people come and go. And Zikurin is sitting in his office at this moment. He stared at the huge stone pillar magic circle gradually activating outside the window, with an unstoppable smile on his face. Tia, look, the last link in our plan is right here. He pointed at the huge magic circle operating outside and muttered. Magical spirit power, there seemed to be a hint of obsession on Ursha's face. The legend contains an astronomical amount of magic power. In this way, the magic power needed by the Tower of Paradise to revive the Great Jalal has been gathered. Yes, it's just the last step. Zikurin nodded in agreement. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the tightly closed door rang out. Zikurin and Ursha looked at each other. Then Altair walked to the gate and opened it. I saw a short old man standing outside the door. Yajima. Altair nodded slightly and headed towards the meeting room past Yajima. The next stage of the Magic 31 Spirit Power launch requires the presence of all counselors. Yajima didn't say anything about Ursha's departure. Instead, he came into the room with his hands behind his back. The old eyes looked at Zikurin. Is this really okay? Ziku. As the only member who voted against it, Yajima asked Zikurin seriously. Actually, if you think about it carefully, there must be other ways, right? Maybe you don't agree with this approach, but we must not let Zerf revive. Zikurin responded calmly. You should be very clear about this, right? Yajima sighed and said, I won't care what happens. If there are any consequences, you should be able to take responsibility, right? Facing Yajima's questioning, Zikurin remained calm. Of course, I will take all the responsibility. What I am talking about now is the responsibility of human life. Yajima's angry rebuke interrupted Zikurin's words. Veins popped up on his face because of anger. Your decision will cause you to live with the lives of the victims for the rest of your life, Zikurin. The angry roar continued to echo in Zikurin's ears. He slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I am willing to bear it, including Gerard's life. The violent vibrations continued to resound in the Magic Council chamber. The terrifying roar even spread throughout the town. 4 stone pillars like towers slowly rise from the ground. In the center of the 4 stone pillars is a huge diamond-shaped magic crystal floating in the air. At this moment, the diamond-shaped magic crystal is emitting a fierce light. The members of the Senate are standing in the observation room. One after another, eyes were fixed on the increasingly dazzling light. The prompt sound resounded throughout the Magic Council. The launch of the magic spirit force has entered the final stage. Expand the satellite magic circle. The magic crystal used for transposition is completely normal. Coordinate lock. Magic attribute fusion is completely normal. Start the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Crawford held the scepter tightly in his hand and raised it high. Pray to the holy light. Release magic spirit power. All the judges closed their eyes tightly. At this moment, under the shining of the holy light, they are like devout believers. The countdown ahead is reset to 0 at this moment. An extremely huge ball of light emerged from the diamond-shaped magic crystal. Then he ran straight to the sky. There, a huge satellite magic array has been deployed. Prepare to receive the terrifying magic power from the ground, and then transform it into powerful magic spirit power and send it to the designated location. But to read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. At this moment, a frogman rushed in anxiously, even ignoring all the members who were praying at the scene. Shouting, "Speaker, it's bad! It's bad!" Crawford, who had his eyes tightly closed, opened them in confusion. He looked at the frogman who ran in front of him and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Don't you know that this is the critical moment for the release of magic spirit power?" Crawford's tone was slightly angry. Is even this frog so unruly these days? "Speaker, please look at the sky." The scolded frog shrank his neck. The green palm pointed to the top of the head. "The sky, there is movement again." Sky curtain. Could it be that another abnormality has occurred? Damn, at this time. Is it unusual, all these things happened at the same time? The congressmen beside him raised their heads when they heard the frogman's words. Sure enough, the sky that had been in a black screen state suddenly lit up again at this moment. However, the entire Magic Council is currently busy with the Tower of Paradise issue. An abnormality actually occurred at this time. Isn't this embarrassing? Almost all the manpower of the Magic Council headquarters has been mobilized to deal with the Tower of Paradise incident. Who has the energy to care about the new anomalies? However, if we ignore it, we can almost imagine. In less than a day, the credibility of the Magic Council in the hearts of the people will drop to an all-time low. That's something no one wants to accept. The faces of the congressmen gradually became grim. Crawford tightly grasped the scepter. Even though he was unwilling, he still fixed his eyes on the sky. The most urgent and crucial thing is to find out the anomaly announced by Tianmu this time. Where exactly did it appear? What capabilities do you have? Can it cause social panic? Can it cause massive damage? Crawford kept praying in his heart, hoping that this abnormality would be the same as the previous 2 times. There's no big harm. After all, judging from the current situation, the council is already overwhelmed. The dark picture became blurry after a while. It gradually became clear. And the moment I saw that picture, everyone present couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Just because they are too familiar with the location projected on the sky screen. Right now, what image is displayed on the magic crystal screen in front of me? Yes, it is the Tower of Paradise. At this moment, the picture of the sky keeps pulling in. Arrived at the top of Paradise Tower. This seems to be a rooftop that no one would step on. The flat rooftop is not small, with a diameter of several hundred meters. And it is on this endless rooftop. All the members could clearly see that the space seemed to be distorted. Next, an ordinary single-story farmhouse appeared on the rooftop. Chapter 121. In a place where almost no one can notice. Where did this ordinary farmhouse suddenly appear? That is the abnormality that occurred this time. It doesn't look like a living thing? Could it be that the anomaly also includes some other objects? It's not very clear, and what exactly is the abnormality this time? Members of the Council of Advisors stood up one after another, staring intently at the picture on the sky screen. Meanwhile, Crawford, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this time the anomaly actually appeared on the Paradise Tower. You know, the current Paradise Tower is where the Magic Council is about to release the ultimate weapon to attack. I was originally worried that if the abnormality appeared somewhere else. So the current reviewers are overwhelmed. However, no one expected that things would turn out so dramatically. The anomaly actually appeared within the target range of their bombardment. So, in this way, wouldn't it mean that the abnormalities will also be completely eliminated by the power of the magic elves? By the time the report is out, the Magic Council has not only destroyed the Paradise Tower that attempted to revive Jalal, even solved the horrible anomaly that just appeared. Such an achievement, even Crawford could not help but almost laugh out loud. As for the possibility of being indestructible, please, neither Crawford nor anyone else in the Magic Council has ever thought about this, okay? You know, what is being dropped into the Paradise Tower right now is the ultimate weapon that is said to be able to destroy a country. Magical elf power. Even SCP-682, which had pushed the Magic Council into a desperate situation. The Magic Council intends to use the power of magic spirits to destroy it. This is enough to prove that the magic elves are powerful. That is a terrifying weapon that is enough to deter any force in this world. Of course, for the mysterious and unknown SCP Foundation, Crawford is not sure if he can deter them. After all, last time those guys were able to invade even the satellite magic array. Therefore, Crawford did not dare to try it. However, even if the SCP Foundation cannot be solved, can't an anomaly be solved? Crawford didn't believe it, and neither did the Magic Council. Even if it was Cain, it was still unknown whether he could withstand the bombardment of the magic spirit power. This newly appeared, seemingly ordinary farmhouse, even with its anomalous properties. How great can it be? At this moment, in the sky, the sacred white light gradually began to shine. The terrifying magic power even caused the surrounding sea to surge wildly. The clouds in the sky were dispelled, and a huge satellite magic array appeared above the Paradise Tower. Inside the Tower of Paradise, Natsu, Lucy, and others who had just finished fighting all looked up at the sky in despair. The magical spirit power is really coming. Lucy covered her mouth with both hands, and even her voice was trembling. Yes, almost no one can remain calm when facing death. We have to leave, Simon said in a deep voice, clenching his teeth. Where's Erza? Erza hasn't been found yet. Gray said anxiously. Maybe, we have no other options. Juvia's face was filled with despair. Feeling the rising concentration of magic energy around me, Juvia murmured, the attack of the magic spirit power has entered the countdown. We can't run away. Can't run away. Aim. Milyana was also stunned, staring at the sky. Are we going to die? The light is getting brighter. Inside the palace of the Tower of Paradise, two figures are fighting madly. The sword slashing even destroyed the surrounding magnificent palaces. Erza and Jalal. At this moment, Erza, who was determined to end everything, did not care about the magic spirit power that was about to be cast from the sky. Instead, he swung his sword towards Jalal with all his might. Can't you stop too? Looking at Erza, Jalal whispered softly. To read the exciting novel, go to Falunovel Network. It's already come to this, who among us can stop? Erza swung her sword and roared. Now that things have come to this, I must behead you to completely end all the grudges we've had for so many years, Gerald. Gerald's body is enveloped in golden light. Like a meteor, he kept dodging Erza's sharp blade. The magic spirit power is about to be cast. When that time comes, we will all die. This war is doomed to have no result. Clang. The fierce sound of swords rang in Gerald's ears. The armor on Erza changed instantly, transforming into an extremely fast-flying armor. In just a moment, he was close to Gerald. What on earth are you thinking? This is definitely not what I see, bastard. With a roar, Erza swung the sword in her hand mercilessly. Puff! A deep blood scar appeared on Gerald's abdomen. The whole person fell to the ground helplessly. Cough cough, he covered his wounded chest and raised his head with difficulty. Watching Erza. I am just a person bound by the dead, just like you at this moment, I can't stop. Erza landed opposite Jalal. Frowning tightly. Erza didn't believe Jalal's words at all. She raised her head and looked up at the sky. A fierce light descended from the sky. She murmured, "Forget it, it's too late, just let me take a look." She lowered her head and looked at Gerald on the ground. "Let me see what you are planning." Gerald did not reply, but looked up. The divine light that has fallen is bright enough to block all vision. Under that extreme light, Erza clearly saw the smug smile on Jalal's face. This guy, as expected. Erza hasn't finished speaking yet. A violent light suddenly descended. The deafening roar seemed to cover all other sounds. Including Gerald's laughter. The sea was surging wildly, and the merciless light seemed to color the entire sky. Inside the Magic Council, countless instrument-monitored indicators are showing explosive growth. The Frogman constantly monitors the data around the target location. After confirming something, he breathed a sigh of relief. Turning back to report to Crawford. The magic power at the target location is rising rapidly. It can be confirmed. The magic spirit power hit the target. Hearing this, Crawford also breathed a sigh of relief. This time, no matter what the broken Tower of Paradise is, or what terrifying anomalies were in the past, they will all be destroyed in that sacred light. Disappeared. Chapter 122. The intense light lasted for nearly dozens of seconds. Gradually dissipated. Inside the Magic Council, above the instrument that detects magic energy particles, the magic energy is dropping madly. Is it over? Crawford murmured as he stared at the magic crystal screen in front of him. Yes, it's almost over. Under the bombardment of the magic spirit power, we will soon see an empty sea. Hook stroked his beard and said only. Ouge sighed softly. According to reports, there are still signs of life in it. We have successfully prevented Zerf from resurrecting and eliminated the anomaly. To achieve this goal, even some sacrifices are necessary. Michel said in a hoarse voice calmly. In response, Ouge shook his head gently. No matter how we justify our actions. However, the souls of the victims' families will never be comforted. Yajima closed his eyes, looking slightly painful. He wanted to hold on to the railing, but something horrifying happened the next moment. The original wooden railings are like scattered mud and sand. It shattered in Yajima's hands and gradually turned into dust. This. Yajima's eyes widened instantly. He knew very well that he had not used much strength. But why is this happening? Not only the railings, but also the ground where Yajima stepped on began to crack. The roof of the building 980 above my head began to leak mud and sand. The supporting stone pillars also began to crumble and scatter all over the ground. Looking at this scene, Yajima seemed to have thought of something and immediately turned his head. His eyes were fixed on the direction where Zikurin and Altair were standing. Immediately discovered, at this moment, Altair's hands are spreading two huge silver-white magic circles. All the inanimate matter around was spinning under the silver-white magic circle. All began to decay, age, crack and dissipate. Kiku! What on earth are you going to do? Yajima immediately questioned angrily. But, the next moment, Zikurin raised his head, an extremely excited smile on his face. I'm sorry, Mr. Yajima, I deceived all of you. The essence of the Paradise Tower is not just a simple tower, but a tower built of huge magic crystals, whose purpose is to store magic power. Zikurin's words made all the judges present stare with wide eyes. Storing magic power. Ha ha ha, yes, because of you, the Tower of Paradise was finally successfully completed. Zikurin laughed wildly. The whole figure gradually fades. Goodbye, everyone. Also, let me tell you clowns one more thing. The gradually fading Zikurin's eyes were filled with mockery. My real name is Gerard. Jalal? It's a thought entity. Yajima seemed to understand something and roared angrily. But, at this moment, Gerard had completely disappeared from the council. I leave it to you, Yerusha. The light voice reached Altair's ears. I understand, Master Ziku. Erza smiled softly. The magic circle in his hand once again increased the output of magic power. The entire magic council building began to show an unscientific aging. Bang! Bang! The broken stones fell to the ground, stirring up countless clouds of dust. Everywhere is ruined and decayed. Crawford watched this scene. My heart is bleeding. Bloodshot eyes. The anger made his forehead full of countless blue veins. Finished. It's all over. The magic power cast by the Magic Council has become a booster of evil. Moreover, the most important thing is that the evil power has quietly infiltrated the upper echelons of the Magic Council. If this matter is exposed, the people who have already lost confidence in the Magic Council will completely give up. By that time, not only the position of the speaker will be, even the existence of the Magic Council has become a question. Bastard! To read the most exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Damn bastard, Zikurin, no. Jalal. Crawford clenched his teeth tightly. In the ruins, roaring angrily. Collapse and scream. But, it's no use. The monitoring magic crystal of the council was completely destroyed. Altair has also disappeared here. Unable to detect the specific situation of the target location, the Magic Council had to turn its attention to the sky. Even though everyone is so depressed now that they want to vomit blood. However, the Sky Dome has become the only place where they can get information about Gerald. Moreover, they were eager to know whether Jalal's goal of resurrecting Zerf would be successful. Also, was the anomaly that appeared on the Tower of Paradise successfully destroyed? At this moment, not only the group of members of the Magic Council who were about to vomit blood were observing the sky curtain. In fact, at the moment the sky curtain appeared, people all over the world began to pay attention to the sky. However, this time, the intense light made everyone look puzzled. What exactly happened? What are these lights? Also, where exactly is the location in the sky? What is the anomaly? What is the anomaly this time? Countless questions filled the minds of the audience. Alvarez Empire. Val looked at the scene in the sky with a serious expression. Then he said in a deep voice after comparison, it has been confirmed that it is the magical elf power of the Ishgar continent. Magical spirit power. Inbel's brows also frowned slightly. Could it be that they discovered the abnormal location of the sky in advance? And used magical elf power to destroy it? Inbel's expression became even uglier. When did Ishgar master the tracking technology that could surpass the sky curtain? This is the only question in Inbel's mind. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what else, other than something abnormal, could have caused the Magic Council to mobilize the power of the magic elves. Take a closer look, maybe it's just a coincidence. Irene responded. Although even Irene found it hard to believe this reason. However, Irene was even less convinced that the Magic Council could find the location of the anomaly before Tianmu did. This sounds a bit too far-fetched. After all, it is a recognized fact that the Sky Dome was created by the SCP Foundation. The SCP Foundation is a huge entity that even Irene and others cannot see through. What the hell is Ishgar's Magic Council? If it weren't for Emperor Zerf's intervention, that continent would have been the territory of the Alvarez Empire many years ago. At this moment, confused people all over the world are looking at the sky, waiting for the answer to be revealed soon. The light on the screen gradually fades away. In the midst of the smoke and dust, a tall tower still stands above the sea. Nothing seems to have changed from before. At this moment, the shattered Magic Council, the congressmen, even the frogs and all kinds of staff members stared with wide eyes, staring at the sky in disbelief. He murmured, "How is this possible?" Chapter 123. The mist filled the entire Paradise Tower. After the extreme light faded, all I could see was smoke and dust. Erza slowly opened her tightly closed eyes. He looked at his outstretched hands with some doubt. "I am not dead yet." Erza whispered softly, and blinked in disbelief. "Am I really still alive?" "Ha ha ha ha." The crazy laughter coming from not far away interrupted Erza's doubts. She looked over. Following the source of the sound, we found Gerard, who was looming in the mist. "It's him." He is laughing wildly. No, or rather, since the magic spirit power was released just now, Jalal has been laughing wildly. It was just that the sound was completely covered by the roar of the sky. Got it all." Erza gritted her teeth and pulled out the sword that was stuck in the ground, pointing to Gerald in front. "You really won't change? Is all this your conspiracy?" "Gerald." Erza's words were filled with anger. Furious that Gerald's plot seemed to be complete. But amidst the anger, there was also a trace of relief. Yes, fortunately. Erza knew that her companions still existed in this tower. "Because I was too hasty to stop Gerald, I just asked Hugh to take them away." However, the magic spirit power came too quickly. Erza knew that this time was not enough for Natsu and the others to escape. Therefore, the magic spirit power failed to cause any harm, but for Erza, it was actually a little bit good. "At least, my companions won't die because of this." However, at this moment, the appearance of another person surprised Erza. "You are Zikurin." She looked at the man with the same face who suddenly appeared next to Gerard and exclaimed. Erza knows him. A member of the Magic Council, and also a man with the same title of Holy Ten as his own president. Zikurin. As expected, have you been in cahoots with each other all along? Erza finally understood why she felt uneasy when facing Zikurin. Ha 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 ha, Erza, you are wrong this time. Zikurin laughed. We were never twin brothers. Gerald also responded. The two walked together, their figures overlapping each other. Then, Zikurin's body gradually began to fade, until it completely disappeared, and at this time, Erza could clearly feel the magic power in Gerald's body is rising crazily. Thought body. Erza's eyes widened. How so? That's right, Zikurin is me. Jalal shook his head in relief. Then he slowly raised his head. The terrifying magic power continues to rise. My strength has been fully restored. How is it, Erza, this false freedom, are you happy? Jalal asked with a smile. You bastard, what on earth do you want to do? Erza gritted her teeth and asked. You still don't understand it. Gerald shook his head gently. The Tower of Paradise that has absorbed the power of magical elves is the real Tower of Paradise. Gerard raised his hand suddenly. Let me show you the true appearance of the Tower of Paradise. As the words fell, Gerard waved his palm violently. The powerful magic brought the extreme wind. In just a moment, the thick smoke that blocked the view was blown away. But the scene around him was far beyond Gerard's expectations. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. How so? His eyes widened in horror, and he looked around in disbelief. The palace is still the same as before. It was magnificent, except for the damaged decorations. However, there is no doubt that the Tower of Paradise did not become what Jalal imagined, a huge magic crystal. What it was like before is what it is like now. This shocking scene was almost beyond Gerard's cognition. How could this happen? The huge amount of magic power just now should have been absorbed by the magic crystal, right? Why is there no change? Unwilling to give up, he even squatted down and placed his hands on the ground. With great force, he hammered through the ground's covering layer, revealing the magic crystal underneath. At this moment, the magic crystal was extremely dim. There is no light blue light filled with magic power. Just like a piece of ordinary glass. Of course, once the magic crystal completely loses its magic, it is indeed the same as glass. This is exactly what Gerald finds hard to accept. How could this happen? Where's the magic? Such a huge amount of magic power, where did it go? Did it fail? Seeing Gerald on the verge of madness, Erza frowned in confusion. At this time, Erza was keenly aware of the hurried footsteps coming from behind her. Who? Erza raised her sword and looked behind her. It seemed to be a vague humanoid creature, but his body was completely black. The arms are long like tentacles. The strangest thing is that there seems to be an indescribable black mist lingering on the surface of the creature. On that head that couldn't be described as a face, one could even vaguely see the madness filling those eyes. At this moment, it ran towards this side with its fangs and claws bared, and attacked Erza Clang. Erza reacted immediately, holding up her sword to block the slender arm of the humanoid creature. It seemed to be a claw, and at the moment of interaction with Erza's blade, it made a clear sound like the sound of metal clashing. What the hell is this? Its power is so strong that even Erza has trouble resisting it in a hurry. With her backhand, a bright light condensed into a long sword in Erza's other hand. Then, he aimed at the strange monster and chopped it down fiercely. Buzz! But something wonderful happened. Erza's knife was like cutting into a pile of butter. A thick knife mark was drawn on the monster's body. But it didn't seem to cause any harm to the monster. The cut part kept squirming, and then recovered to its original state. At the same time, a fatal crisis arises from the bottom of my heart. Erza didn't know why. However, the strong desire to survive forced Erza to retreat. She had a feeling that if she stayed for even 10 seconds, you will face the danger of your life. After retreating to a safe position, Erza suddenly raised her head. Staring at the dark object, a drop of sweat ran down my cheek. Low to the ground, she asked in a deep voice, "What the hell are you?" 4. Chapter 124. What is this? What a weird body proportion, and what is that black mist wrapped around the body? I can't see the face at all. Moreover, he seems to be very powerful, even forcing the female swordsman to retreat. Is this an anomaly this time? Countless audiences watched everything that happened on the sky curtain. I couldn't help but exclaim. The doubts in my mind just now have not been answered. Now this newly emerged monster has once again refreshed people's 3 views. What exactly happened here? Wizards Guild, Fairy Tale. The guild that was previously destroyed has been rebuilt with the concerted efforts of all members. The whole thing is similar to a castle. It looks much more impressive than the shabby tavern before. When the guild was built, everyone was having a party to celebrate the completion of the new guild. The live broadcast has started. To everyone's surprise, the live broadcast on February 20th started with, "It is the extremely dazzling light. The confused guild members had not figured out the situation yet when they saw the ruthless light descending. This scene was also seen by President Makarov. Unlike other less knowledgeable people in the guild, as the 10th saint, and having been in the magic world for decades, Makarov naturally knew that it was the ultimate weapon from the Magic Council. Magical elf power. However, new questions have emerged. That is, why would the Magic Council suddenly release magical spirit power in an unknown location? Why was it broadcast live on Tianmu? Just as Macaron was wondering if something serious had happened in the Magic Council. The light fades. Then the familiar face that appeared on the sky screen shocked Makarov again. That's Erza. Makarov can guarantee that he has never admitted his mistake. Then the problem comes again. Why does Erza appear on the sky screen again? Where exactly is that place? Didn't Erza and the others go to the Akane resort for vacation? I didn't hear what happened at the Akane resort. However, after Erza and Jalal talked, she learned some things. Although not comprehensive, Makarov at least came to a rough conclusion. That is, Jalal is actually the same person as Zikurin. They seem to be plotting something. As a result, Erza and others tried to stop him, but they failed and even lost their magic power. But fortunately, Erza is fine. This made the worried old father finally breathe a sigh of relief. The strange monster that appeared immediately attracted Makarov's attention. If it goes as expected, then this should be the anomaly that occurred this time. Makarov folded his arms and said in a deep voice. Abnormal, has it really appeared again? Kana murmured while holding the barrel. So, Erza and the others have encountered something unusual again. Myra Jane smiled bitterly and shook her head. How many times has this happened? Sometimes, maybe we should really doubt whether the members of Fairy Tale are really unlucky. Otherwise, how could we encounter these terrifying monsters so frequently? It doesn't matter how many times it happened. What matters is, what kind of abnormality is Erza facing now? Levi supported her chin with one hand and stared at the sky. I don't know what's going on with Xiaolu. They seem to be together, right? At this moment, in the picture. Looking at the strange monster, Erza frowned. Then he asked, Did you do this, Gerald? Gerald was also a little confused when he was asked. I was just wondering why the magic spirit power was ineffective. As a result, this monster rushed out the next second. Even Erza was forced back by him, so he seems to be very powerful. I don't know either. This has nothing to do with me. Gerard shook his head, his expression full of confusion. Focusing his attention on the monster, Gerard frowned in confusion. That was a creature he had never seen before. In other words, completely unknown creatures unknown? As if he had thought of something, Gerald suddenly raised his head. Looking up at the sky above. As expected, the sky has a picture again. Moreover, the people in the picture are exactly himself and Erza. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Damn, is this abnormal again? Erza bit her lip. The sword in his hand was constantly pointed at the unknown monster. In case it suddenly attacks. Abnormal, abnormal again, Gerald kept repeating this sentence. The eyes that were confused just now gradually became clear. At the same time, a terrible thought echoed in my mind. Could it be that, the magic spirit power has become ineffective because it encountered an abnormality? Hiss. Thinking of this, Gerald couldn't help but take a breath. This result is really too bizarre. That's magic spirit power. This sudden abnormality, can even the power of magic elves withstand it? Gerald kept shaking his head, seemingly unable to accept this fact. Yes, as a member of the council, Jalal himself can be said to understand the power of magic spirits better than anyone else. However, even with this level of power, can it be resisted by the anomaly? What kind of joke is this? Impossible. This is impossible. It must be the ghost of the great Jalal. It must be playing a joke on me. Zerf-sama. Zerf-sama. Please respond to me, what should I do? What should I do now? Like a child who suddenly lost his goal and collapsed, Gerard began to place his hope on the voice that could only be heard in despair. The whispers from the Black Wizard, Zerf, that only you can hear. Alvarez Empire. Several of the 12 shields looked at each other. His face looked a little strange. Jeff? The man named Gerald was actually calling out for Zerf? And you call it the undead? If they remembered correctly, Jalal seemed to be their own emperor, right? When did you become undead? How come they don't know? Or maybe, this Tower of Paradise that Gerard had worked so hard to build, was actually for the purpose of resurrecting their emperor? It's a bit ridiculous. Irene shook her head slightly. This unlucky child, I don't know who tricked him into this state. Even the black-haired boy on Tianlang Island couldn't help but sigh deeply. Although to be honest, this matter has nothing to do with him, the real Jalal. However, in his opinion, he seemed to have committed another sin. Inside the Tower of Paradise, Gerald's shouting obviously has no effect. After all, as Irene said, this unfortunate child didn't know who had fooled him. Jeff is still alive. What the hell are you calling for? Erza was standing there and didn't care about Jalal's collapse. At this moment, she was staring at the monster in front of her with a serious face. From time to time, I glanced at the sky, wanting to see the information published on it. This way, at least we can understand the monster's weakness. At the same time, the information on the sky screen also changed when the monster appeared. A series of words emerged. Abnormal breakthrough of the blockade. Start an extremely popular live broadcast. Project name, Death Gate. Item number, SCP-1983. Object class, Keter. Chapter 125. Keter. The Magic Council has become a pile of ruins. Crawford, who was sitting on the broken stones, noticed the words refreshed on the sky. He stood up immediately. Hands constantly pointing at the sky. Another Keter-level anomaly, the same level of anomaly as that terrifying SCP-682. In other words, was it because the anomaly blocked the magical elf power that the Tower of Paradise was not destroyed? Ouge, who had a wound on his forehead, murmured in horror. I don't know, but it's very likely so. Yajima took a deep breath. The old face is extremely ugly. After all, since the first time the anomaly appeared, almost all of them have shown one characteristic, which is that they cannot be destroyed. Some of them can restart, some can be reborn, some are immune, and some can even be immortal. Yajima couldn't say any more. Because, he knew, the result, to be honest, was terrible. It's really scary. Even the ultimate weapon of the Magic Council, the magic spirit power, cannot destroy the anomaly. Then, doesn't this indirectly prove that the Magic Council is actually 31, unable to fight against anomalies? No one wants to admit this, they can only stay in this ruin, quietly watching the sky. Then, waiting for your next fate. Abusing the magic power of the elves, and even letting the evil forces sneak into the upper echelons. And there are two of them. It is almost foreseeable that the fate that awaits them next will be dismissal. For a moment, everyone present was unusually silent. In the picture, the text of the sky is still being updated. Description of Anomaly, SCP-1983-1 is a single-story farmhouse that has been abandoned due to a series of satanic murders. According to previous observations, when the front door of SCP-1983-1 is opened, a spatial anomaly appears to occur. Apart from the entity of SCP-1983-2, no matter or light has been observed to leak out from the crack of the door, although the anomaly will emit heat. The anomaly this time seems to be a building. In Fairy Tale, Makarov frowned. Then the strange monster that suddenly appeared in my mind. So, what the hell is that guy? President, didn't you notice? The farmhouse here is numbered SCP-1983-1, and there is also SCP-1983-2. Mileage seemed to see something. After thinking for a moment, he said. This format of numbering is generally used for anomalous derivatives, such as SCP-076, Able, etc. After hearing Marajana's guess, everyone in the fairy tale suddenly realized. In other words, this single-story farmhouse is not the anomaly itself. It should also include derived monsters, like the one that attacked Erza just now. Kana nodded in understanding. Moreover, this abnormality seems to be related to Satan. Levi turned her head and looked at Mileage. Could it be that the Satan soul in your body is causing trouble? Hearing this, Myra Jane also shook his head in confusion. I don't know. Strictly speaking, the soul of Satan I obtained is just a broken soul. Is that so? Libby nodded gently. Then he looked towards the sky and murmured, no matter what, this anomaly is related to Satan, it shouldn't be as simple. After all, in the legend, Satan can also be considered a god, right? To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. The text on the sky curtain continues. SCP-19831 can be entered through other entrances, including windows, the back door, and any entrance opened from the rear of SCP-1983-1. However, despite this, the foyer of the farmhouse does not appear to exist within SCP-1983-1. All entrances that appear to lead to the foyer actually lead to other rooms. Measurements taken from within and outside of SCP-1983-1 are inconsistent. Seeing this, almost everyone watching the sky curtain frowned. Some people even need to read it again and again to understand the meaning of these words. In other words, the space inside this anomaly is chaotic. Am I understanding this correctly? It should be like this, and it seems to say that the lobby can be seen from the outside, but none of the entrances can lead to the lobby. This is similar to space chaos. It sounds so complicated. Yes, this time the anomaly is very tricky just by listening to it. If this person goes in, can he ever come out? This is the question on most people's minds so far. Yes, once you enter a place like this, can you really get out? The picture continues. SCP the hole that should have led to the vestibule in 1983-1 led to the wall near the outside of SCP-1983-1, but it ended at both ends of the passage. Any attempt to drill a hole into the antechamber of SCP-1983-1 from the outside results in the same spatial anomaly, though no instances of SCP-1983-2 emerge from it. It also reminded everyone of the monster that was shrouded in darkness. A powerful being that can force Erza to retreat head-on. What kind of monster is it? As the words on the sky scrolled, the answer soon appeared. SCP-19832 is a 1.8 meter tall bipedal monster. They have a vague humanoid shape and are all black. They are also highly aggressive and will attack any human they see. When an instance of SCP-1983-2 comes into contact with a human being, it will attack the victim's chest with its upper limbs. Without causing any apparent damage to the skin, by unknown means they then extracted the victim's heart, killing him. Once a human heart has been obtained, the body of SCP-1983-2 will return to SCP-1983-1. Seeing this, Erza in the Paradise Tower Palace couldn't help but take a breath. I stroked my chest with some palpitations. Could this be the source of the sense of crisis I just felt? In other words, if I hadn't reacted quickly just now. So, should my heart have been taken away by now? Chapter 126. It is extremely aggressive and will attack any human it sees. Furthermore, it appears that the monster attacks its victims without causing any superficial damage to the skin or tissue. Just take your heart away from the air? No matter which of these prerequisites, it is enough to give people a headache. The most important thing is the ability to take away the heart from a distance. Who can prevent this? If you are not careful, you will be shocked to see your heart in the hands of the monster. Then, you will feel faint, your vitality will fade, and eventually you will die. That was definitely an extremely painful process. Even thinking about it makes me feel cold in my spine. Using a silver-plated weapon to kill SCP-1983-2 while praying is the only known way to instantly kill SCP-1983-2. The content of the prayer and the faith of the person praying are not important, as long as the prayer is sincere enough. Once an instance of SCP-1983-2 is killed, its body evaporates, leaving behind only a layer of sulfur. The introduction of the sky curtain ends here, but almost everyone's doubts have increased instead of decreased. Especially Erza, who was at the scene. Silver weapons? I need to pray to kill someone? What the hell am I facing? Erza was confused. But the reality did not give her a chance to think. At this moment, the monster attacked again. The slender figure twisted and ran, rushing straight towards Erza. Can't get close. The first thought that popped into my mind was. Even Erza was a little shocked by what happened just now. It turns out that this guy can also take away human hearts from a distance. If you approach rashly, there is no doubt that one's life will be greatly threatened. The flying armor was once again worn by Erza. With the help of the flying armor's super high-speed movement, Erza began to dodge the attacking monster frantically. It seems that Erza is not easy to hit. The monster stopped, surrounded by blurry eyes. Finally, it locked onto Gerard, who was not far away. At this moment, Jalal also raised his head, his eyes filled with anger as he stared at the monster. Damn anomalies, you destroyed everything I had! Gerald roared angrily. Obviously, through the description of the sky just now, Gerard is almost certain. The failure of the Paradise Tower plan was largely due to the sudden abnormality. The majestic magic power continues to rise. The terrifying magic power of the Holy Ten gathered around Gerard's right hand and formed a dazzling golden light. And in that light, 9 sword blades condensed from the light appeared. Celestial magic 9 thunder stars. With a low roar, Gerald swung his right hand violently. Although he has no silver weapons, Gerard has an absolutely pious heart. Anyway, there is no requirement to pray to anyone when killing SCP-1983-2. For Jalal, all he had to do was pray to Zerf. He is Jalal's most devout believer. The 9 light blades behind him obeyed Jalal's call and shot straight at the dark monster. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was the sound of a meteor streaking across the sky. It's just a matter of a moment. The golden sword blades continued to bombard the dark monster. Powerful impact and dense coverage. Even the entire humanoid form of the dark monster was covered. The dark monster was penetrated with almost no resistance. Countless caves appeared on the dark monster's body. But this seems to be useless. Both Erza and Jalal can clearly see. The holes on the monster are constantly healing. Like a human-shaped non-Newtonian fluid, the rest of the body is wriggling and filling up the hole that has been penetrated. This strange scene made even Gerald grit his teeth. Damn it! Is it really impossible to kill him? Gerald doesn't believe it. With the strength of the Holy Ten, can't he defeat a monster? The powerful magic has no possibility of stopping. The brilliant golden light enveloped Gerald. Celestial magic meteor. Able to impart the speed of a meteor to oneself. In this way, Gerald began to deal with the dark monster. With super high speed, he avoided the approach of the dark monster. Moreover, he used various magics non-stop to bombard the dark monster's body. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. No matter if killed or not. But it is undeniable that Gerald now seems to be venting his anger. Almost all of his anger towards the anomaly was concentrated in his hands, and he madly bombarded the anomaly. At the same time, Jalal's peripheral vision was constantly searching for the silver weapon. Although I don't want to admit it, the fact is right in front of me. Without weapons made of silver, even if you are a Saint 10, you can't kill the monster in front of you. The battle also kicked off here. At this moment, Erza was aware of the sound of hurried footsteps. Not the monster that is currently being bombarded by Jalal. The hurried footsteps came from above my head. Erza raised her head in surprise and stared at the ceiling of the palace. Something seems to be shaking. Moreover, wisps of dust continued to seep down from the ceiling of the palace, falling at Erza's feet. There is something on it. Erza reacted immediately. Moreover, he slammed his feet on the ground, and his whole body began to retreat backwards. The next moment, the ceiling shattered. 3 more dark humanoid monsters fell from the hole in the ceiling, appearing on this battlefield. Hiss! There isn't even just one of these things. Oh my god, there are 4 of them now. What should I do? Yes, it is an invincible being, but it can take your heart? It sounds hopeless. The moment the monsters appeared, audiences around the world couldn't help but exclaimed. It's really hard to imagine. It was already difficult enough with just one. Even Erza, who was chasing her, kept running away. But now there are more of them, and it is hard to imagine that neither Erza nor Jalal have any other way to fight these monsters except to run away. However, in fact, the appearance of monsters seems not limited to the palace on the top floor. At this moment, elsewhere in the Tower of Paradise, Natsu and his companions, who were rushing towards Erza, also encountered an unexpected. Natsu, Gray, Juvia, Happy, Simon, Zio, Wooly, Miliana and others who had just survived the attack of the magic spirit power had no time to celebrate. Then I noticed the screen that had already started playing on the sky screen. That's the scene on top of the palace, where Erza is fighting with Zerf. On the spot, the impatient Natsu couldn't sit still and shouted that he wanted to help Erza and kill Jalal. So, under the leadership of the young man Natsu, the group headed straight to the high-rise palace. But, on this way, a dark monster rushed out from the shadow. There is even more than one. 10. Yes, 10. The monsters were running fast, like a dark torrent. Directly attacked Naz and others. For a moment, the roar of magic and the sound of explosions rang out. Natsu and others were forced to launch a counterattack. But even if we know that these monsters can take away people's hearts, therefore, everyone is preventing this from happening. However, there are still some people who are unlucky enough to be caught, or want to escape but are forcibly caught. That person is Hugh, Erza's childhood brother, who was commissioned by Erza to persuade everyone to leave. At this moment, he was being held tightly by 3 monsters. At this time, even if Natsu and others wanted to rescue, it was too late. I can only see it. Zio's heart strangely appeared in the hands of the monsters. Stop, Miliana covered her mouth in horror. Dead. Chapter 127. Paradise Tower. Looking at the lifeless Hugh, Natsu and the others present were all slightly stunned. Especially Miliana and others who grew up with Zio. They couldn't imagine. Zio, who was standing beside him just now, was dead in the blink of an eye. There were no wounds on his body. However, the beating heart strangely appeared in the hands of the dark humanoid figure. Tianmu. What Tianmu said is true. Simon's eyes widened with shock. As he grew up in the Paradise Tower, he has never left the Paradise Tower. Although I have been exposed to Tianmu live, I still don't have a clear understanding of the anomaly. But now he knows. In other words, he realized what the so-called abnormality was. That's a scary monster that can take your life if you are not paying attention. Just when Simon was stunned, he suddenly heard Natsu's cry. Be careful, 880. Then, Natsu rushed over, grabbed Simon's arm and dragged him away. The next moment, a dark figure appeared beside Simon, waving his claws. But, it came up empty. Seemingly extremely angry, the dark figure raised his head as if roaring. Then, he took another step with his disproportionate feet. He rushed towards Natsu and Simon. Call out! An arrow suddenly flew from not far away and pierced the monster's head directly. This time, unexpectedly. The arrow pierced through the monster's head, leaving a big hole. But the monster did not heal as the sky curtain had shown before. On the contrary, the monster's entire body seemed to have encountered extremely high temperatures. It is melting continuously, and looks like a vampire exposed to the sun. In just a moment, the monster was completely turned into a pool of sulfur. Seeing this scene, Simon and Natsu, who were thrown to the ground, were stunned. Is this solved? Simon was a little unbelievable. Then the two stood up, and Natsu quickly looked in the direction where the arrow came from. Then there was an exclamation, "It's Lucy? And the horse?" Yes, the arrow just now came from the person standing next to Lucy. Lucy's celestial spirit, Sagittarius. He is also an extremely skilled archer. How did you do that? Natsu blinked and asked immediately. Did you find a silver weapon? Simon also asked quickly. This should be considered our luck. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief as she held the silver-white Sagittarius key in her hand. Then he said, when I learned that these monsters can only be killed with weapons made of silver and accompanied by devout prayers, I started looking for silver objects in the star spirit realm. My efforts paid off and I actually found the metal silver in the star spirit realm. I then used it and transformed it into arrows. Lucy said with relief, although the number is small, at least now we have the ability to fight against these anomalies. Hey, stop chatting and come help. These monsters can't be frozen at all. While they were talking, Gray's cry for help came from not far away. Although Gray and Juvia teamed up, one with water magic and the other with ice magic, the two worked together to build many cages to imprison these black monsters. But their strength is too strong. Even the ice cell can be easily broken. In order to stop the monsters from advancing, Gray and Juvia can only create ice cages to confine them. However, as the cage continued to break, and Gray and Juvia continued to increase their magic output. As a result, the current situation of the two people began to get worse and worse. They don't have unlimited magic power, so if this situation continues, in less than a minute, both of them died at the hands of these monsters. Fortunately, this short period of time allowed Lucy to find silver in the celestial world. Hearing Gray's call, Lucy did not dare to neglect. Immediately bring the Sagittarius spirit to support Gray. The situation seemed to have reversed at this moment. Lucy's image was also projected onto the sky screen due to the presence of SCP-1983-2. As for the outside world, Lucy successfully killed an abnormal derivative. The discussion also started. Sure enough, Tianmu was not wrong. These monsters could really be solved by weapons made of silver. You forgot one condition, which is that you must pray sincerely. Come to think of it, why are only silver weapons so effective? If it weren't for Tianmu, I think this secret would never be known to anyone in our lifetime. Yes, if it is not announced today. Well, there is no one in this world who is bored enough to make weapons out of silver. You know, silver is always just an ordinary metal. It is not very tough, and cannot be engraved with magic arrays like other special materials for making magic weapons. Silver is just ordinary silver. In the eyes of most people, it has no value. Therefore, no one would forge it into a sword. After all, the cost is not proportional to the investment. If we say that the only usefulness of metal silver is that it appears in some myths. For example, in the Alvarez Empire. Irene frowned. For example, stories about vampires, werewolves, etc. that are meant to entertain children. Val nodded slightly. That's about it. His hands kept tapping on the magic crystal control panel in front of him, retrieving information one by one. Then he said solemnly, at least, in the hundreds of years since we have been conscious, there has never been such a strange existence. As for the efficacy of silver, I think only some wandering poets would write like this. For example? Inbal asked solemnly. For example, silver is a sacred metal with a purifying effect, and there are many such stories in children's stories. What prince took his silver sword and chopped off the head of the evil cultist? Protecting peace for the world, etc. Chapter 128. Which means, this is basically an anomaly related to fairy tale evil, right? Listening to Val's words, Inbal frowned slightly and said. I can't really say that. In fact, I think, this is more like an anomaly related to faith. Val shook his head. Faith? Demalia sighed slightly. Is this another thing related to God? Val pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said. I don't know if it has anything to do with God, but have you forgotten that it was mentioned on the sky curtain before that a series of satanic rituals had taken place in that farmhouse? Satan, the devil. Inbal murmured. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Then he pointed at the dark monster in the sky that had seized Zio's heart and immediately gave up attacking Natsu and the others and said. Etc. Look, that guy left. Yes, from the sky clearly see. The rest of the dark monsters are rushing towards Natsu and others frantically. Only the monster that had just taken away Zio's heart did not attack Natsu and the others. Instead, he turned around and started running towards a certain passage. This behavior immediately reminded Inbal of one of the messages previously published on the sky screen. Once SCP-1983-2 has taken possession of a human heart, it will return to the farmhouse. Inbal kept muttering these words. The thoughts in my mind gradually became clearer. He stared at the picture on the sky, his eyes hidden under the thick lenses seemed to be flashing with the light of thought. Don't you think this behavior is strange? Hearing this, the others seemed to notice something was wrong. Yes, first of all, the behavior of these shadows, that is, the dark monsters themselves, is a bit strange. Val folded his hands and thought. They hate humans, but they don't hurt the surface of the skin, but are only interested in the heart. Although, after seeing so many anomalies, it is not too strange to take away a heart from a distance, but this should not be their attack method. But, they need to do it, so they do it. Val narrowed his eyes. Heart. Inbal said in a deep voice. Yes, this group of abnormal behaviors, from the beginning, was for the heart. For the human heart. He took a deep breath and said, killing people has never been the purpose of these monsters. They came out of the farmhouse to, also take away human hearts. Afterwards, when it was sent back to the farmhouse, don't you think this behavior is, very much like a biological creature? You mean, ants? T. Mariah said aloud. That's right. Inbal nodded in agreement. Then he pointed to the sky and said, in the ant colony, there is a most important leader, called the queen ant. The queen ant is responsible for breeding new ants in the nest. The new ants that are bred will go out to find food and bring it back to the queen ant. This is a cycle, and the anomaly that occurred this time seems to me to be similar to that of the ant colony. Listen to Inbal's judgment. Val immediately thought of more things. Do you remember the farmhouse of SCP-1983-1? Doesn't it look a lot like the winding passages of an ant's nest? Everyone present nodded involuntarily. Ants do not open a direct passage to the mother nest, but choose to open up more complex and confusing passages. So, is this the same case with the anomaly this time? It distorted the space of the farmhouse in order to hide itself. Also, it seems to need the heart to do something, maybe to supply itself or for some other purpose. After a series of analyses, the 12 shields present all looked at each other in bewilderment. After a while, Inbal took a deep breath and said, it seems that we can understand more about the anomaly. After he finished speaking, he looked up at the sky again. He murmured, so, do we have to enter the so-called mother nest to find it? In the picture, after having the silver arrow. Lucy and the others also had the ability to resist abnormalities for the first time. Especially the stars of Sagittarius, always remember to pray. This is not a difficult thing for the star spirits. After all, every star spirit has the most loyal belief, that is the king of the star spirit world. The Star Spirit King. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. What the Sagittarius star spirit needs to do now is just to draw the bow and shoot the arrow. Silently praying that the Star Spirit King could protect him would be enough to completely wipe out these monsters. Soon, under the joint attack of several people, all 9 monsters were eliminated. It turned into pools of sulfur, slowly corroding the ground. Phew, done, Lucy wiped the sweat from her forehead. The appearance of the Protoss in the real world consumes the magic power of the Protoss wizard. Therefore, Lucy, who does not have much magic power, cannot hold on for long. No. That monster just ran away. Suddenly, Miriam screamed. The guy with Zio's heart ran away. She turned around and saw a dark shadow flashing in the distance. Give me back Hugh's heart. Without thinking too much, Milyana immediately chased after him. Milyana. Simon sighed helplessly. Then he looked at everyone and said, let's catch up, Erza is still up there. Let's go, hurry up. Natsu and the others chased the monster straight to the top floor. The picture on the sky also changed at this moment. The original huge sky screen was divided into 4 pictures. One of them was the farmhouse on the rooftop. From this picture, everyone can clearly see that one after another dark humanoid monsters walked out. The second scene is the palace where Erza and Jalal are currently located. Here, Jalal has been entangled by 2 shadow monsters. Magic seemed to be free, bombarding the 2 monsters crazily. Erza was also targeted by 2 dark monsters. Relying on this flying armor, I continue to flee. This makes people sigh, obviously the strength here should be stronger. However, because he had no silver weapons, he was beaten by only 4 monsters. There is no relaxation in the third picture at all. Just a weak star spirit summoned by Lucy can kill all abnormal derivatives. As expected, it is still necessary to find the weakness of the abnormality in order to defeat it. The 4th screen. This is the truly surprising scene. I saw a small boat floating slowly over the vast ocean. Finally, the bow of the ship came to a stop at the edge of the island where the Tower of Paradise was located. Of course, what is surprising is not the boat, but the figure on the boat. That dark skin, that sharp hair like a broom. All proved his identity. Before, he had shown his face on the sky screen, in front of people all over the world. Alvarez Empire, one of the 12 shields. Ajir End. Chapter 129. That person, is called Ajir, right? Argyle? Is he the guy who provoked Cain last time? He is not dead. I thought he was dead when I saw him like that. I don't know. It is said that he is a high-ranking official in the Alvarez Empire and is very powerful. Powerful? To be honest, I don't see it. When the sky screen locked on Ajir, audiences around the world couldn't help but think of the last time, when Cain happened. This guy was so arrogant that he challenged Cain. The result was bounced to a point where it couldn't get up. An inexplicable sense of joy surged into the hearts of most people. Maybe Ajir himself didn't expect that. As one of the 12 holy shields of the Alvarez Empire, the strength is almost at the top of the world. I originally wanted to come to Ishgar to show off my talents. As a result, he became a clown in the eyes of most people in the 870 Gal continent of Ishu. Of course, it was fortunate that Ajir didn't know what people around the world were saying about him. Otherwise, this guy would probably collapse, right? As for why Ajir appeared here, to be honest, Ajir himself was a little confused. After being seriously injured when challenging Cain, Ajil spent a long time recuperating in a town in the west of Ishgar. After he recovered a little, he boarded a small boat and set out on the road back to the Alvarez Empire alone. But who knew that they would encounter a huge tsunami halfway? Even Ajir himself didn't know where the tsunami was caused. Roaring, drowning Ajir. On the spot, people fell into dizziness. Now thinking back, Ajir was almost certain that he must have been near the Paradise Tower at that time. And that huge tsunami. It should be caused by the magic spirit power cast by the Magic Council. When he woke up again, he found that he had come to a completely unfamiliar island. No, I can't say I'm a complete stranger. At least he could see the island from the sky. At the same time, we also know that there are abnormalities on this island. Abnormal, it seems to have touched the deepest pain in my heart. Ajir's face was distorted with anger. The last humiliation is still fresh in our minds. In the end, he was even humiliated by that damn scumbag Dark Knight. This made Ajir somewhat unacceptable. He raised his head and stood up from the boat. According to the characteristics of the sky screen, only people who appear near the anomaly will be synchronized and live broadcasted. So, that is to say. Ajir glanced around. At the center of the island, the window at the bottom of the huge tower. Several pairs of scarlet eyes are staring at me. This time, there shouldn't be any bug-level abilities like Cain's, right? Ajir narrowed his eyes slightly. To be honest, Ajir was a little dissatisfied last time. But, there is no way, Cain's ability is too abnormal. So much so that Ajil was completely unable to break Cain's defense. But, this time's anomaly won't be able to rebound, right? He just looked at the sky curtain. As long as you use silver weapons, you can completely kill these monsters. As long as we can kill him, then it's not a big problem. As for the lack of silver weapons, Ajir can rob them. Wasn't it shown on the sky curtain just now? The people inside had silver weapons in their hands. Then, the next goal is clear. First, we must avoid these monsters, then find the group of people and snatch the silver weapons from them. Then, you can kill everyone by yourself. Even, it is not impossible to directly destroy this anomaly. After all, although it is impossible to destroy the farmhouse that even the magic elves cannot break. But as long as we kill all the monsters inside, it can be considered as destroying the anomaly, right? Are there tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of these monsters? Are you kidding? Even if there are hundreds of thousands of them, as long as we master the method, we can destroy them. The more he thought about it, the more excited Ajir became. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The humiliation suffered by Abnormal before can also be returned. If he really does it, it will prove that he is not a loser. It's just that the opponent is too strong. It doesn't matter who comes. Just do it when you think of it, watching the monsters running out of the Paradise Tower. Ajir didn't even look at it. This time, he learned his lesson. As long as everything went according to plan, nothing would go wrong. The time has come for the 12 holy shields to show their true strength. The magic power under Ajir's feet surged wildly. A huge sandstone giant rose from the ground, carrying Ajir like a wild beast. The monsters on the ground jumped over and ran to the main tower wall of the Paradise Tower. The sandstone giant used his hands and feet to climb up. Through the windows on every floor, he could see that there were those dark monsters on almost every floor. This place has become a paradise for monsters. But, so what? Once he gets the silver weapon, everything will be nothing. Ajir is running towards the heights. At the same time, Naz and others also rushed to the palace on the top floor. And using Lucy's spirit, she defeated the monster that had been chasing Erza. Without time to exchange pleasantries, several people including Erza continued to. Even Gerard, the biggest culprit of this incident, didn't care. After all, Hugh is dead. Milyana is still chasing after Hugh's heart. They don't want to sacrifice anyone. Milyana must be stopped. As for Jalal, he watched Erza and the others leave. He gritted his teeth, and immediately turned into a meteor, quickly got rid of the monster behind him, and chased after it. The Tower of Paradise is his hard work, and he will never allow anyone to enter it at will. Moreover, from the very beginning, Gerard has been thinking about a question. That is, where did the huge magic power of the magic elves go? Even if such a huge amount of magic power is blocked, it should cause a violent explosion. But just now, only a burst of light descended. After a moment, all the magic energy disappeared. This is not reasonable. Even if the magic spirit power is invalidated, the huge magic power will be directly dissipated. That would also cause a surge in the magic energy in the nearby air. This is an iron law. Energy does not come into being out of thin air, nor does it disappear out of thin air. This strange phenomenon has been seen before on the mysterious person in the Foundation. At that time, everyone guessed that it was the mysterious person who used a space method that they could not detect. Transfer all the magic power to other places. 4.3. Well, this time it is very likely to be the case. After all, didn't the sky say it? This time the anomaly also has the characteristics of spatial chaos. In other words, the huge magic power of the magic spirit force is likely still in the chaotic space within the anomaly. If you can find it, the plan can still go ahead. Yes, until now, Gerard has never given up his plan. That was his dream and his only hope for so many years. Gerard would not allow such hopes to be shattered. For this, Gerard can give everything. The figure is constantly rising. The speed of the meteor even made it surpass Erza and the others who were climbing the stairs. Gerard broke through the window and came to the huge rooftop at the top of the Paradise Tower. Until this moment, SCP the full picture of 1983 finally appeared before Gerard's eyes. Chapter 130. SCP the whole picture of 1983 appeared before Gerard. Overall, this farmhouse covers an area of about 100 square meters. From the outside, there are only 4 windows and 2 doors, one facing the main entrance of Gerard, and the back door behind the farmhouse. The front door was open with a tiny gap. The monster I saw before penetrated from that gap. Yes, infiltration. They are like shadows without mass, seeping out from the tiny cracks. Then wander in this Tower of Paradise, hunting for people's hearts. There are some scratch-like marks on the wall and the door. However, if you look closely, you will find that these traces are very dim and seem to have been there for a long time. You can even see some decayed little holes on the door. Looking through these caves and the tiny cracks in the door, it is very dark and it is impossible to see what is going on inside. Is this the place? Gerard frowned slightly. At this time, text appeared again on the sky screen showing the real-time picture. There was a subtle reminder, and Gerard, who was present at the scene, couldn't help but look up. Additional information regarding SCP-1983. Addendum 1. At one point, a team from the SCP Foundation's Mobile Task Force G-13 was sent through the front door to investigate anomalies. However, they did not return, and shortly after they entered, the front door appeared enclosed, or rather closed into its frame. It did not appear in the wall, and no further instances of SCP-1983-2 have appeared since then. Addendum 2. Shortly afterwards, a second strike team entered SCP-1983-1 to look for any traces of the first strike team. They also did not return, and the front door was not closed. The words on the sky end here. However, what was shown on it left everyone confused. Wait, isn't this front door the door directly in front of the picture? What does it mean to close and open again? Wow, this exception is really tricky. I don't understand it at all. However, this passage proves that the SCP Foundation has explored this farmhouse before, but without exception, no one who entered returned. Is there any great danger here? Tianmu should be expressing this meaning. After all, there were very few appendices before. Maybe this time it was to prevent Jalal from entering, so the special information was released. Countless people scratched their heads and thought about it, but they had no idea and could only come to a very dangerous conclusion. Wizards Guild, Fairy Tale. President, why don't we contact Natsu and the others to come back? This seems a bit too dangerous. Maharaja said with a worried look on his face. Hearing this, Makarov sighed helplessly. If I could contact them, I would have called them back a long time ago, but the problem is. As he spoke, Makarov took out the magic crystal for communication. I saw that the picture above was full of snowflakes. Ever since the magic spirit power, no, it should be said that ever since the anomaly came, I have been unable to contact Erza and the others. At this point, Makarov couldn't help but sigh. We don't even know where the picture on the sky screen is at this moment. At this point, we can only leave it to fate. Makarov's words caused everyone in the guild to be silent. Yes, how can we save it if we can't even find it? At this point, they have no other choice but to believe that Erza and the others can come back alive. After all, now even the Magic Council has been completely destroyed. On the other side, the Alvarez Empire. Looking at the message popping up again on the screen, Inbal folded his hands. Walking slowly in the meeting room. Muttered in other words, as long as the so-called front door is closed, SCP-1983-2 will not appear again. So, this SCP-1983 is no longer a threat. Very likely, but, Irene came over, stared at the sky, and expressed her thoughts. I don't think the front door indicated on the sky is the door we can see. One more thing, the front door needs to be closed from the inside. Val said aloud. So, in the true sense, this front door should be inside the farmhouse, and behind the front door, if things go as expected, it should be the nest of SCP-1983 itself. Inbal stopped and his thoughts suddenly became clear. The people who had entered before were probably trapped in the chaotic space and couldn't find the way back. Space-type anomalies are indeed terrifying. Inbal adjusted his glasses on his nose. Then he looked at Val. I just saw Jir there, can we contact him? In response, Val shook his head slightly, and his answer was the same as Makarov's before. All because of the interference from some unknown thing, the communication is impossible. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. It could be magic spirit power, or it could be an anomaly. No one can tell. But I can contact August, he has already arrived in Ishgar, if possible, maybe I can ask him to go. Where is he? The western city where the Ajir Palace is located. What's the use of that? Augusta can't find the location of the Paradise Tower. Inbal shook his head slightly. As if seeing through Inbal's thoughts, Val couldn't help but ask, are you planning to let Ajir find the lair of SCP-1983? Yes, if things are really as we think, then there must be the mother of these monsters in the nest, which is the essence of SCP-1986. If we can touch that, maybe we can get something from it. Moreover, at this point, Inbal turned his head and looked at Val. I am now almost certain that this mother body will definitely not be too strong. What do you mean? Timaria looked at Inbal in confusion. If it is really powerful, then why would it go to such great lengths to create such a chaotic space to hide itself? If it is really powerful, why would they send those monsters to take the heart? Why not just come out and take it yourself? And it doesn't require as much effort as monsters, right? Hearing this, everyone present nodded. Then Demalia asked another question that confused herself. By the way, when you let Agil go in, didn't you think that he might not come back? This can be prevented, said Inbal. It should be a chaotic space, which is very easy to get lost, but if we know the direction clearly from the beginning, we should not get lost. The super ancient documents have the function of creating maps to mark spatial coordinates. I remember that every one of the 12 shields can do this kind of magic, right? Demalia and Val nodded slightly. Yes, after all, this magic is not difficult. As long as you study hard, most people can learn it. It's a pity Ajir can't hear us, otherwise we could have commanded that guy remotely. As if thinking of something, Val couldn't help but sigh softly. At this moment, the screen. Looking at the words on the sky, Gerard pondered for a moment and then took another step. He could see that this was the Foundation's warning. But, so what? No one can stop your dream. What's more, if Inbel could think of it, Gerard could also think of it. Isn't it just the magic contained in the super-ancient documents? It's a pity that Jalal himself, who is proficient in almost all magic, can. When everything was ready, Gerald arrived at the gate. No instances of SCP-1983-2 have yet appeared. Gerard took a deep breath, then pushed open the door with his right hand and stepped into the farmhouse. Chapter 131. Soon after Gerald entered, a dark figure, holding a still beating heart, disappeared into the farmhouse. Following closely behind is Milyana. Maybe it's because he wants to get back Zio's heart. Or maybe it was because Milyana didn't pay attention to the information on the sky curtain at all. When we arrived at this farmhouse, without any hesitation, she walked straight through the door and entered the farmhouse. In the back, Erza, Natsu and others finally arrived. Watching Milyana's back disappearing into the darkness, Erza immediately spread her hands and stopped Natsu and Simon, who were rushing forward without hesitation. What's wrong? Erza, hurry up and chase her. Milyana will be in danger if she is alone. Simon said anxiously. Even Natsu nodded. Let me in, Erza, she said firmly. I can tear down this shabby house in a minute. Hey, Natsu, don't be so impulsive, this is abnormal. Gray, who was following behind him, couldn't help but speak out. But we can't just watch our companions go in and die, right? Natsu immediately retorted. I didn't say I would watch her die, but didn't you see the sky just now? This abnormality is definitely not simple. If we rush in, not only will we fail to save Milyana, but we might also die in there. Gray took a step forward, his eyes met Natsu's, his tone more serious than ever. Yes, Natsu, don't be impulsive. Lucy also echoed. Qin, Natsu clenched his fists, turned his head, and looked at Erza. If, in the fairy tale guild, if there is anyone who can stop Natsu from doing stupid things, it is only Erza. As a big sister since childhood, everyone believes in Erza's judgment. This includes Naz. Therefore, Natsu is now waiting for Erza's decision. Erza, make a decision, we can't abandon our companions. Erza bit her lip. She had heard about what Natsu and the others had just encountered. Hugh's death was also a huge blow to her. However, now is not the time to be sad. As Natsu said, Milyana must be saved. However, it is impossible for everyone to rush in together. That will only cause more casualties. The truth is, this time the anomaly is too weird. In just a moment, Erza made a decision. She turned to look at Lucy. Although this is a very cruel method, it is the only way for now. Would you like to come in with me? Now you are the only one among us who can kill that dark monster. After all, silver arrows are currently only available to your Protoss. I'm fine. Lucy nodded gently. Although such a decision would put oneself in an extremely dangerous situation, she might even feel great fear. But this kind girl will never back down because of fear. What about us? Natsu asked. The rest of you stay outside. Erza said coldly. Why? Natsu was dissatisfied. Because if you go, it will only cause trouble for us, understand? Erza shook her head gently. Lucy can kill that weird monster, and I can protect Lucy, so what are you going to do? Natsu opened his mouth. But in the end, nothing came out. Ruffling Natsu's cherry-colored short hair, Erza's tone softened. Trust me and Lucy, we can do it. After the words fell, Erza turned and looked at Lucy and her celestial spirit, Sagittarius Sagittarius. He said in a deep voice, let's go. Wait. Another shout interrupted Erza. She looked at the tall man beside her in surprise. Simon. I'll go too. Simon said. No. Don't refuse, listen to me. No one knows what the space inside is like, but what we know is that it must be very dark. My magic can keep me from groping in the dark. With me, you can move freely in the darkness. Simon's words made Erza silent. Indeed, from the outside, the entire farmhouse was almost shrouded in darkness. They didn't know what was inside, but Simon's dark moment could indeed help them see the road ahead in the dark. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. This can avoid many dangers. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Erza finally nodded. Agreed to Simon's request. Then he said to Lucy. After you go in, you must follow me closely. Lucy let out a breath and suppressed the fear in her heart. Phew. I understand, Erza, I leave my life to you. Don't worry. The three people and the star spirit entered the strange farmhouse. Although Naz and the others who stayed in place were very unwilling, they could only wait outside, waiting for Erza and others to return safely. Don't worry, Erza can definitely do it, Gray patted Natsu's shoulder. He stared at the farmhouse in front of him and murmured, that's Erza. The strongest and most rational female wizard in the guild, everything will be fine with her around. I know, but I feel like we are a loser. Natsu lowered his head. The mood seems low. Boom boom boom. The sudden sound of the ground shaking attracted the attention of everyone present. They couldn't help but look back. I saw that at the edge of the rooftop. A huge sandstone giant climbed up from the edge and walked straight towards the farmhouse. That blonde girl, has she gone in yet? Ajir, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the sandstone giant, frowned slightly. Hey, what do you want to do? Natsu was in a bad mood. After hearing this guy mention his companion Lucy, he couldn't help but stand up. Asked loudly. You have no right to speak here, Aunt. Ajil squinted at Natsu. Suddenly laughed out loud with disdain. How dare a wizard who is not even S-rank to question me like this? What did you say? Bastard. Natsu was furious when he heard it. This guy, is he the guardian of the 12 shields? Even Gray stood beside Natsu. He looked at Ajir with great solemnity. Although I don't know how strong the 12 shields are, from the previous performance of the Sky Curtain and Makarov's previous evaluation, this guy is definitely not weak. Even if Natsu and I fight together, we may not be able to win. But this doesn't mean they will back down. The magic of fire and ice began to gather on the two of them. Oh? You want to fight me? She seemed to find it very interesting. Ajir's mouth corners slightly raised. Just you guys. Juvia also came to help. For money, Juvia also took a step and came to the side of Natsu and Gray, watching Ajir warily. For a moment, the surrounding area of the farmhouse was tense. However, this atmosphere was soon broken. The familiar sound of a helicopter sounded above everyone's head. Ajil and Natsu, who were holding their heads just now, couldn't help but raise their heads, watching the sky. There, several helicopters are hovering in the air. Ropes were dropped from the helicopter. Then, one after another, well-equipped personnel slid down the rope and landed on the rooftop. They all have the same uniform with a uniform logo on it. SCP Foundation. Are they all here? Ajir frowned. But then, two figures jumped down from the helicopter, which made Ajil's face change drastically. One of them was once his nightmare. It also brought Ajir unimaginable despair. That is Cain, Ajir stared at the man in combat uniform. The sound of gnashing teeth was also heard. Chapter 132. Haha, these two meet again. I'm dying of laughter. Look at Ajil's expression. He looks like he's eaten something. There is no way. I was tortured to death last time. Unexpectedly, I encountered it again not long after. This time, Ajir shouldn't be so arrogant as to cause trouble for others, right? How is that possible, unless Ajir is no longer afraid of pain? The reunion of Ajir and Cain really made people around the world who were watching the live broadcast burst into laughter. It is hard to imagine that the audience, who were extremely depressed before, could laugh out loud at this moment. But it is true. After all, the big talk he made not long ago was slapped in the face right after. No matter who is in Ajil's current position, it would be awkward. The picture continues. Cain seemed a little surprised to see Ajil here. But then he walked over. Looking at Cain's steps, Ajir's face changed. He immediately disbanded the sandstone giant under him and fell to the ground. Watching Cain with caution. I'm really afraid that the sandstone giant will also be reflected by Cain. After all, it's magic. Soon Cain came to Ajil. Polite 627 extended his right hand. At that moment, Ajir seemed to have thought of something and instinctively took 2 steps back. Cain, who had held out his hand, was left scratching his head in embarrassment. Haha, forget it, you shouldn't be so impulsive this time, right? Cain asked with a smile. The corners of Ajir's mouth twitched wildly. Is this a question a human could ask? I was treated so badly by you last time, yet you actually asked me so kindly if I would be so impulsive again? It's time to get down to business, Cain. At this moment, a voice called Cain. Hearing this, Cain turned back. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay, dear brother, younger brother? Ajir was stunned. As Cain looked over, he immediately spotted another figure that had landed with him. Not just Ajir. At this moment, everyone watching the live broadcast on the sky screen noticed the figure that did not attract attention at all. The figure was so familiar that the audience's memory gradually went back to a time not long ago. In the interactive experiment presented by the sky screen. That's Abel. DBFD, hiss. Suddenly, countless gasps of surprise were heard around the world. Fairy tale. Even Makarov stared blankly at Abel in the sky. He said in shock, am I seeing this right? Is that Abel? Is that the horrible anomaly that was rated as Keter? Is it that abnormality that hates humans so much? Makarov felt as if he was dreaming. Why is Abel here? Furthermore, the clothes he was wearing were exactly the same as those worn by the members of the mobile task force next to him. Well, doesn't this mean? Is Abel joining the Foundation's mobile task force? But, isn't this an abnormality of extreme hatred for humans? The piece he had shown before Cain. Everyone can understand, after all, it is normal between brothers. Besides, before that, Abel had stabbed Cain at least 100 times. However, this does not mean that they can understand how an existence that once hated humans to the core has suddenly become a member of an organization that protects humans. This is a bit far-fetched, isn't it? Unknown forest. Brian stared at Abel in the sky. Some murmured in horror, the SCP Foundation, can it even recruit anomalies that extremely hate humans? What on earth did they do? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. This is Brian's doubt. If it is Nirvana, it is indeed possible to do such a thing. After all, if you change a person's goodness or evilness, a notorious person can become a kind and good person. But how did the Foundation achieve this? Could it be that they have a second Nirvana? Brian looked puzzled. But there is no doubt that Abel's appearance as a mobile task force is enough to prove. Even if it is abnormal, even if it is a very scary abnormality, he can also change his camp in some way. This result gave Brian, who was a little frustrated because he couldn't find Nirvana, new motivation. Nirvana. I must get Nirvana. Brian gritted his teeth and spoke with an unprecedented firmness. In the picture, because of the mission, Cain was not talking to a Gildo. Instead, he turned around and came to the mobile task force, Pandora's box with Abel. In this mission, the mobile task force dispatched is not just Pandora's box. Following them were dozens of elite members of the Nine-Tailed Fox, and the 4 immortal cyborgs of reincarnation, and 10 D-class personnel. Strictly speaking, the main focus of this mission is not Pandora's box. It's a Nine-Tailed Fox. The mission of Pandora's box and the members of Samsara this time is just to assist the Nine-Tailed Fox. As for Pandora's box, this newly established mobile task force is more of a training ground. After all, they had just finished Abel's hellish training. Need some actual combat baptism of iron and fire. Soon Abel met with the captain of the Nine-Tailed Fox. A preliminary action plan was determined. First, there are dark monsters wandering around the tower. These monsters must be eliminated. We must not allow it to escape from this island, otherwise it will bring huge losses to mankind. This mission is carried out by the members of Pandora's box. Some members of the Nine-Tailed Fox serve as support. Secondly, the scene must also be controlled. SCP-1983 No unauthorized persons are allowed to enter. Also, kill any SCP-1983-2 that attempts to emerge from SCP-1983-1. This is carried out by Abel and Cain in conjunction with the members of the reincarnation. Finally, the exploration of SCP-1983. The Nine-Tailed Fox plans to divide into several teams, each consisting of 3 Nine-Tailed Fox members and 2 D-class personnel. 5 teams in total. Their mission is to identify any anomalies that exist, so that the containment experts in the rear base can formulate a detailed containment plan. Of course, these arrangements are just initial plans. Furthermore, we need to wait for information feedback from explorers before making plans. Not ruled out. The last 3 mobile task forces will join forces to enter SCP-1983 and completely eliminate any anomalous phenomena within. Chapter 133. The resolute work attitude of the members of the mobile task force made everyone watching the live broadcast of the sky screen brighten their eyes. Compared with the group of people in the Magic Council, which has now become a ruin, there are simply 2 concepts. After deciding on the first step plan, soon the personnel were dispatched. First, all members of Mobile Task Force Pandora's Box except Cain and Abel are allowed to move freely within the tower. The goal is to eliminate all SCP-1983-2 still roaming this tower. After that, Abel, Cain and the members of Samsara were responsible for surrounding the entire SCP-1983. The cyborg members of the reincarnation also appeared in the sky at this moment. They seem to have the same face, look more like clones, and never smile. He is affectionately called King Kong Warrior by other members of the Mobile Task Force. Also, the members of Samsara look very different from the other members. In other words, their appearance and equipment are very different. The arms of the 4 are almost all sophisticated mechanical arms, and their bodies are covered with a layer of exoskeleton armor. Even his eyes are covered with very cool goggles. When the reincarnation team members appeared on the screen, almost everyone had an idea at the same time. This, isn't it too cool? Even in a magical world, mechanical creations are still popular. What's more, he is a cyborg with extremely strong strength. 4 members of the reincarnation plus Cain and Abel, a total of 6 people. Just enough to cover the front and rear doors and 4 windows. The entire farmhouse was literally sealed off. Naz and the others who were waiting outside were also driven to a safe area in the back. Although several people are very reluctant. However, under the rows of gun barrels and Abel's dark blade that seemed to be able to swallow up the light, Natsu and the others chose to retreat. Besides, the man named Cain just came over and said. They will do their best to rescue those who have entered. Therefore, Natsu and others who had nothing to do could only retreat to a safe area and hand over the entire scene to the members of the SCP Foundation. As for the other guy, Ajir was also dissatisfied with the Foundation's barbaric act of blocking the city at will. So Ajir shouted angrily and tried to force his way through the Foundation's blockade. But, the next moment, the overwhelming heavy firepower completely enveloped Ajir. The heavy machine guns on the 4 boats were spitting out flames crazily in the hands of the Samsara team members. Every bullet seems to have a terrifying penetrating power. Moreover, this is not an ordinary bullet, but one that has been modified by Foundation technology. The power is much greater than that of ordinary bullets. What's more, it seems that he already knew that Ajir's ability was very powerful. Therefore, the members of the Samsara team started with full firepower. There were even portable missiles, which were taken out by the Samsara team members, and then they were aimed at Ajir and fired directly. The terrifying impact and violent explosion exploded in front of Ajir. Even though he turned his body into dust in time, he was still covered by the dense firepower and was directly beaten into a pile of scattered dust. However, this is not enough to kill the 12 shields. So, when the dust flows and gradually gathers into the moment of Ajir, a pitch-black blade was placed on Ajir's neck. Even my heart slowed down a beat at this moment. Stand back. Or, die. Abel's words were brief but powerful. Ajir could even feel the extreme sharpness of the pure black blade. And the scarlet murderous intent in Abel's eyes, who was so close. He really wants to kill himself. This voice suddenly popped up in Ajir's heart. Although I don't know why Abel didn't do it. However, Ajil had no doubt about the feasibility of Abel's words. Sweat continued to seep into the forehead, then gathered into beads of sweat and slid down the cheeks. Ajir swallowed secretly. The figure quietly retreated to the back. 1 step, 2 steps. After seeing that Abel seemed to be in no mood to pay attention to him. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Ajir breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting on the ground, panting heavily, it is no exaggeration to say. He just walked through the gates of hell. Yes, he really felt it. Puff. There seemed to be suppressed laughter coming from the side. Ajir couldn't help but turn his head and look over. I saw a blue kitten covering its mouth. Seems like he's trying to hold back his laughter. Ajir clenched his fists instantly. But it seemed that he also took into consideration the members of the Foundation not far away. The clenched fist loosened. He lowered his head and cursed in a voice that only he could hear. A bunch of bastards. 20 members of Pandora's box have begun wandering around the Tower of Paradise. Among them, a woman named Yuanwei attracted the attention of most of the viewers. It seemed hard for them to imagine that in that extremely dangerous mobile task force, there is a beautiful woman like before. And, its combat capability is not weak at all. When fighting against SCP-1983-2, Pandora's box showed an extremely abnormal cooperation. A team of 3, a blanket search. Once the target is found, no matter which direction the opponent comes from, they can be accurately intercepted. The attack was also clean and neat, with prayers and silver bullets gushing out through the barrel of the gun. One shot can take the life of a monster. Even if a monster that had successfully launched a sneak attack from the shadows rushed into the middle of the 3-man formation, they will also be knocked away by the members of Pandora's box with extremely clean and neat physical skills. Then immediately pick up the gun, aim, pray, and shoot. A series of actions in one go. No drag. It also allowed people all over the world to truly witness the powerful combat capability of this newly formed mobile task force at this moment. For a time, exclamations, worship, and shouts echoed around the world. Their actions are like art, an art called killing. In a very short time, the upper part of the Paradise Tower was cleared. And start moving towards the lower part. On the other side, the top floor of Paradise Tower. The first exploration team to enter SCP-1983 has been selected. At this moment, all 5 personnel are standing at the front door of SCP-1983, waiting for orders. Among them, led by 3 members of the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force. The codes are ABC. 3 concise letters replaced their names. Among them, A is the captain of this exploration team, and the other 2 are team members. 2 D-Class personnel as support. Codenames, D4352 and D14134. Chapter 134. An exploration team formed by the Foundation. It seems that the division of labor is clear. The 3 well-equipped personnel wearing special combat uniforms should be responsible for the fighting inside, and the other 2 people in orange clothes should be responsible for recording. To be honest, I've always felt that those people in orange and yellow clothes in the Foundation have a kind of criminal feel. I have one too, mainly because their clothes are so similar, the stripes on the clothes, the numbers on the badges, and the hairless heads. Looking at the first wave of people selected by the Foundation to enter the farmhouse for exploration, and the various devices they hold in their hands, people all over the world started talking about it. D4352 was carrying a camera, which was supposed to record the situation inside the farmhouse. Although the audience in this world has never seen a camera from modern technology. But according to the conversations with the people from the Foundation, it can be done. What is BI-NA used for? It is worth mentioning that D4352 also carries a magic crystal recorder, which everyone can see clearly. 2 different camera modes. For unknown exceptions, we can only use various methods to troubleshoot. In case the regular cameras don't work, they can also try to see if the recorder from the magical world can be used. Another D-Class personnel D14134 brought paper and pen. According to the Foundation's requirements, he also needs to record the interior of the farmhouse. In addition, they also carry headsets. After entering, there will be special containment experts who will use various channels to detect the situation of the person entering, and command them through the headset. At this moment, outside the sky, Wizards Guild, Fairy Tale. Makarov sat alone at the bar. The old eyes stared at everything on the sky. Nervous expression. Because of Erza, Lucy and others' actions of entering SCP-1983, the old man has been in a state of restlessness from just now to now. Makarov was very worried about his children who had no news since they went in. I didn't feel relieved until the Foundation arrived. However, Makarov will not feel at ease until he sees Erza and Lucy. I can only stare at the sky like this. I hope that the people from the Foundation can successfully rescue Erza, Lucy and others. In the picture, the 5 people have already sorted out their equipment. Then they stood at the front door of the farmhouse. Get ready to go. The one who spoke was the captain of Team A. After comparing the time on his wrist, he said to the people around him. The other 2 members of the mobile task force couldn't help but tighten their automatic rifles that could fire silver bullets. Don't underestimate these rifles, almost all of them have been modified by the Foundation. In fact, even the angels have participated in the research and development of the Foundation's internal equipment. After all, although the 3 angels are warriors in nature, but in fact, each angel possesses a wealth of knowledge. Their advanced modern technology is also of great help to the Foundation. This time, if the target didn't need to be killed by a silver bullet, the Foundation's research department can even develop laser weapons. It is worth mentioning that even the 2 D-Class personnel were allowed to hold a pistol that could fire silver bullets. Following the order of Chief A. D4352 took a deep breath, walked to the gate, and slowly opened it. Then, everyone filed in. The picture on the sky also changed. Seeing this, almost all the audience in the sky clenched their fists. Even my breathing became faster. Finally, I can see the interior of the farmhouse. This extremely mysterious space finally revealed its true appearance that had been hidden under the mysterious veil. After the Foundation entered the farmhouse, the whole world seems to have changed drastically. The amount of sunlight from the sun is visibly decreasing. Most places are shrouded in darkness. The eerie feeling challenged everyone's nerves in an instant. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. The mobile task force entered the farmhouse through the front door and began to observe the surroundings. At this time, the strange place came. From the outside, the door in front should lead to the front hall. This is the largest living room in the farmhouse. But where did they come to? There are pink walls all around, and not far away there is a broken bed. And the stuffed toys scattered on the ground covered with dirt. This looks like a room, similar to a child's or a young woman's room. Team member C looked around and immediately made a judgment. However, the space seems to be abnormal, we should not set foot here. Captain A pondered for a while and added, "Please continue to explore other rooms." The voice of the containment specialist came from the headset. "I understand." Chief A took a deep breath and came to the door of the room opposite. This room has two doors, one is the door that I and others just came in through, and the other is the door in front of Captain A. Without hesitation, Director A gently turned the door handle. Squeak! The door is open. There seems to be a corridor outside. Director A nodded to the people behind him. Then he took the lead and walked out. Soon they came to the corridor. Team member B moved his nose, then showed a bitter face, frowned and said, "It stinks, the whole corridor is filled with an indescribable stench." Moreover, the stench seemed to come from the front. Yes, even other people smelled it. "It smells like burning sulfur mixed with rotting flesh, disgusting." D4352 couldn't help but cover his nose. "Do we really want to move on?" He looked at Chief A and asked. "Of course." Director A responded. D4352 shrank his neck as if he was a little scared. "Come on, we don't have a choice." D14134 is very open-minded. Patted D4352's shoulder gently, and then followed the task force members in front. The brief conversation between the two was also transmitted to everyone's ears through the skylight. "Although I am confused about the conversation between the two." "What do you mean, they don't have a choice?" But before everyone can ponder, there was a new discovery in the picture, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. As they walked across the wooden floor of the hallway and arrived at the next bedroom, new people found. Erza, Lucy, and Simon. Yes, it was the three people who entered earlier. They seemed to be in a very bad state at the moment. It's like he just encountered some kind of pursuit. Erza's armor was broken into pieces. Lucy's star spirit has long disappeared. Even Simon had a lot of scars on his body. He was leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. They seemed to be resting in this room. And when the task force came in, they were clearly in a state of extreme tension. What on earth did they go through in that short period of time? Outside the sky, looking at Erza and the others curled up in the room, covered in wounds, Makarov's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 135. Survivors found. Chief A looked at Erza and the others and then spoke into the headset. "A survivor? One of the people who went in not long ago, right?" "Yes." "No." The containment expert on the other side of the headset hesitated for a moment, then said, "Ask them what happened and see if you can get them out." "I understand." Chief A nodded gently. Then he put away the gun in his hand and walked to Erza and others. "You are from the Foundation." Although the lights here were extremely dim, Erza still saw the conspicuous Foundation logo on the person. "That's right, I'm the captain of the SCP Foundation's exploration team. You can call me A." Captain A stretched out his hand to Erza and pulled her up from the ground. "You look like you've just been through a battle." Team member C looked up and down at Erza and the others, and couldn't help but say, In response, Erza and the other two looked at each other, and then Simon swallowed his saliva. He spoke with difficulty. A monster that is completely black, just a... Simon's words came out. In an instant, countless viewers who were watching the live broadcast were stunned. What did they hear? Just a monster? Can you force Erza, Lucy and Simon to this point? You know, these three people were outside SCP-1983 before. That brilliant performance is still in everyone's memory. Take Lucy for example, as a being that can summon celestial spirits. And relying on the silver arrows of the star spirit, he killed at least a dozen dark monsters outside. Although he is not strong, he has mastered the monster's weaknesses. Next is Erza. Although I can't completely kill the monster because I don't have a silver weapon. However, when outside, one person can rely on his personal strength to forcibly fight against three dark monsters and make them run around in circles. As for Simon, although he has no achievements, but those who dare to follow Erza and Lucy in, it's impossible to have no skills. These three people even have the means to kill the dark monster. How could I be forced to this point by a monster? Makarov outside the sky was shocked. Natsu and others outside the farmhouse were also shocked. That's Erza, the invincible Erza, the queen of fairies. How could it be like this? In the picture, Erza clenched her fists. The tone was filled with strong resentment. I don't know why, our magic didn't work, she said. Then he seemed to feel something was wrong and shook his head again. No, it should be said, the space is invalid. She raised her head and looked at the expedition members in front of her. As soon as Lucy's spirit entered this strange farmhouse, it disappeared. It seemed that the door was forcibly closed and sent back to the spirit world. Lucy, who was standing by, covered her arm and nodded gently. When I tried to activate the key and summon the spirit, it was completely useless. It's like, at this point, Lucy's expression was extremely complicated. It's like my connection with the spirit world has been cut off. Not only Lucy, but also Erza. My armor and weapons cannot be summoned. In short, my magic is completely unusable. Once we noticed this, we knew something was wrong. Simon said. I was about to leave and open the door we came in through, but... Simon paused, his words filled with fear. However, behind that door, it was no longer the outside world, but another room full of ruins. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. A listened to the descriptions of several people and frowned. Then, he said into the headset, it is inferred that it is the spatial chaos here, so that anyone who can use spatial abilities in this chaotic space will face the ineffectiveness of their abilities. Moreover, the position of the door is not fixed, and the chaos of the space is not fixed, but is always moving. We have recorded it. The voice of the containment expert came from the headset. As for the 2D level personnel, they were already beginning to panic. As mentioned before, although the system rewards. However, they still have their own consciousness and their own personality. They will think and weigh the pros and cons. They are real people. As the Foundation's consumables, D-class personnel are naturally people with serious sins. They are not surprised. Just because of his serious sins, the system forced the death row prisoner to come from another world. They may have been drug lords who dominated the area in the past. Maybe they are rapists or murderers. There is no doubt that their existence has no value to society. The reason they are still alive is that they still have some experimental value for the Foundation. However, as someone who has truly come into contact with death, they fear death more. People who know the horror of death will be more afraid of death than the living. So, facing the incomprehensible fear, the 2D class personnel began to panic, and even D-4352's legs began to tremble. Team member B, who noticed this, took a step forward. He clapped his hands on the shoulders of the 2D class personnel. Relax, guys. If you want to survive, you have to obey our orders. Otherwise, according to the agreement, as a task force member, we have the right to decide the life and death of D-class personnel during the mission. Team member B's words are indeed very intimidating. Under his gaze, D-4352 nodded silently. 630 no action. As for D-14134, he kept his head down, constantly adjusting his breathing, and forcing himself to calm down. He was one of the first D-class personnel summoned to the Foundation. But he is still alive today. He has performed many tasks and conducted many interactive experiments. Even tasks like waking up 682 and talking to him. That time, more than a dozen D-class personnel went there, but he was the only one who survived. Therefore, he deeply knew that if he wanted to survive in the face of abnormalities, calmness was a must and necessary. Erza and others continue to tell the story. Perhaps out of trust in the SCP Foundation, Erza did not hide anything. Because they know that it is almost impossible to get out of this chaotic space by themselves. Currently, we can only rely on this group of well-trained SCP Foundation members who specialize in dealing with anomalies. After knowing the mistake of the door, we began to explore this place carefully. Want to find the real door to the outside world? It looks like you didn't find it. Team member C sighed softly. In fact, we did find a door. Simon said with difficulty, enduring the pain in his body. We don't know where the door leads to that place, but a monster came out of the half-open door. It's that dark monster. Chapter 136. A door where a dark monster appears. Alvarez Empire. The 12 holy shields looked at each other. The incredible look in my eyes is flowing. Even the fact that Ajir appeared in the Tower of Paradise had long been ignored by them. After all, that guy is really too embarrassing. If possible, to be honest, Inbal even wanted to kick this guy out of the ranks of the 12 shields. However, this is someone appointed by His Majesty the Emperor himself, so even though I am speechless, this is all I can do. Ajir can no longer attract the attention of the other 12 shields. Instead, it was the door where Simon said a monster appeared that attracted their attention. It's not really a door to the outside world, but a door where monsters appear. Irene kept muttering this sentence. She had said before that the monsters would not come out after the front door appeared and closed as mentioned in the Sky Curtain document. The front door is definitely not the traditional front door into SCP-1983. It is very likely that this is the door that Erza and the others just saw in the picture. So, if we can close that door, can we solve this incident? Inbal also lowered his eyes. My eyes kept flickering, and my mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. They didn't know what the door looked like, but Inbal had a hunch. That door is the one that can confine those monsters. However, another doubt began to fill his mind. If that door is really like this, then there is no doubt that the Foundation personnel who entered for the first time have already closed the door. However, because they were all missing, the Foundation had to send a second team to explore. But it accidentally led to the opening of the door. The second team also disappeared. But the question is, since the members of the first team closed the door, why didn't they come out? Since they successfully prevented the anomalous phenomena, why didn't they come out and bring the information to the Foundation? More importantly, are they currently trapped in a chaotic space? Already dead? Countless mysteries linger in Inbal's mind. It also comes to the mind of everyone currently watching the Sky Curtain. Countless people are eager to know, what exactly is that door? What is behind that door? What are those monsters? Hearing Simon's words, Captain A seemed to realize something. But, Simon was not interrupted. Instead, he signaled him to continue explaining. After we found the door, we discovered that it was ajar. Because it was different from the other doors, we initially thought it was the door to the outside world. So we walked up and were about to go through the door. At this point, Simon couldn't help swallowing. As if he had thought of something horrible, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At this time, a dark, slender hand poked out from the crack of the half-open door, clinging to the door frame. The scarlet eyes were less than 5 centimeters away from me. I heard the monster's roar, and even heard its heartbeat. Simon took a deep breath and said, "That's not my heartbeat, I'm sure of that." Heartbeat? Team member B couldn't help but ask. You can even hear the heartbeat so clearly? And you can be sure it's not yours? Simon nodded gently. I know it very well, because it is a very dense heartbeat. It didn't sound like a single human heartbeat at all. It was more like the sound of countless hearts beating at the same time. Heart, Fairy Tale Guild, Makarov whispered this word softly. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. I couldn't help but think of the monster that took away Zio's heart before. Is there any connection between these? Makarov rubbed his smooth head, staring at the sky all the time. At this moment, in the picture, Captain A looked at Simon's frightened eyes and couldn't help but comfort him. Then he said, "Please continue. I'll tell you later," Erza said. She patted Simon on the shoulder. Then he looked at the Foundation staff who were exploring and said, "That monster just crawled out from the crack of the half-open door. And, trying to attack me. Although my magic is no longer usable, fortunately, I summoned a long sword before coming in. Using the long sword and Simon's warning in the dark, we engaged the monster. However, the monsters inside are much more powerful than those outside. Or maybe they are not of the same species. Anyway, I don't know. However, the result of this battle was that we were defeated, so we began to flee, fleeing in this space. We had already run through these rooms, and it was not until recently that we relied on this room to get rid of the monster. Not long after, you came in." After listening to Erza's story, Captain A nodded slightly, then asked into the headset. "Did SCP-1983-2 just appear in the outside world?" Soon, the hoarse sound of the headset reached A's ears. "Shortly after you entered, SCP-1983-2 emerged from SCP-1983-1. However, it met Abel. Abel chopped it into pieces. Fortunately, Abel also knew how to pray." The sound of the headset ends. Chief A put down his hand and said to the 3 people, "If I am not mistaken, the SCP-1983-2 that was chasing you has already left this farmhouse. Went to the outside world, but was killed by our people." Hearing this result, Lucy and Simon couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, until just now, even the members of the Foundation appeared. They are still worried about those dark monsters. At this time, Director A spoke again. "Can you still find that door? If you can, take us to see it." Erza gritted her teeth. He nodded gently and said, "The door is not difficult to find. We went to that place twice during our escape. Logically speaking, you should be able to find it by following the corridor." As she spoke, she pointed to the door that the Foundation members had just entered. "If you open this door now, not to other rooms, but to the corridor, then we can find the door." The corridor. Captain A gave D14134 a look. Seeing this, D14134 made a bitter face and took 2 deep breaths. "Walk towards the door. Put your hand on the door handle and pull it down hard." Squeak! The door of the room was opened. The moment she saw the outside, Erza breathed a sigh of relief. "It's a corridor. It seems that we can get to that door." Chapter 137. At least, that was what he saw when he first opened the door. A group of people followed and stepped out of the room. Once again, I stepped onto the wooden-floored corridor. The corridor doesn't look very long. Judging from the visual, it is about a few meters away. At the end of the corridor, there appears to be a large living room, which is the front hall where the front door was before. Since the distance is not far, therefore, everyone can see the appearance of the front hall. But following the crowd's gaze, all the audience in the sky could not help but frown. There seemed to be no furniture in the not-so-big front hall. Yes, as a lobby for entertaining guests, there is not even a chair, a table, or other conventional furniture in it. However, it is on the floor and walls of this empty lobby that. But it left all kinds of dense traces. Some are distorted letters, some are shocking symbols. There are even some paintings that make people feel uncomfortable just by looking at them. Some were painted with burnt charcoal. And some were painted with 963's stinking blood. This looks like it was drawn by a complete lunatic. Almost everyone's scalp tingles. It is hard to imagine what the owner's mental state was at that time. The house previously belonged to a farmer who had a happy family and a 1-year-old child. But for some reason, after they joined some evil cults, they performed an inhumane human sacrifice here, and then the anomaly appeared. Looking at the front hall, Captain A explained. Is it a cult? Erza pursed her lips. She was once persecuted by a cult, similar to the group of people who madly worshipped the so-called black magician Zerf. In fact, the essence of the Tower of Paradise is also a ritual. An evil ritual of sacrificing a black mage. And Erza is the sacrifice chosen by Jalal. So, no matter what kind of cult members they are all a group of complete lunatics. Erza sighed inexplicably. Then he shook his head and pointed to the empty front hall and said. The door appeared in that hall. But, we can't see anything. D14131 couldn't help asking. I'm also very surprised, but if we get closer, it should appear by itself. Lucy said. Show up by yourself. Team member B frowned slightly. Then he looked at Captain A. Let's go and have a look. Captain A gave the order directly. The next moment, a group of people started walking towards the front hall. Cain. After walking for dozens of seconds, everyone stopped and stood there in a daze. A strange atmosphere gradually spread in everyone's heart. D4352 said in disbelief, Hey, didn't you notice? The hallway seemed to be getting longer all the time. Yes, for example, a corridor of only a few meters. It only takes a few seconds for everyone to cross over. But they walked for nearly a minute. But I just can't get out of this corridor. Not only that. The outside world has caused an uproar. Oh my god! Am I seeing this right? Hiss, how could this happen? The ground is stretching. No, it should be the wall that is extending. What are you looking at? It's obvious that the space is extending. The wooden boards and bricks are all proportionally elongated. And that's not all, the rooms around are also changing. In short, everything here is changing. Is this chaos space? Everything is moving autonomously. Yes, the space is expanding and the corridors are changing. Originally it was only a few meters away, but now it is very difficult for the exploration team and Erza to reach the destination. But it seems like a chasm that can never be crossed. What on earth is going on? Team C looked around in surprise. Coming soon, Erza pondered. What's the meaning? In the extreme distortion, the door will appear. Erza kept trying to run forward. But his eyes were fixed on the junction of the front hall and the corridor. Where is the most severe distortion of space? There are even wavy colorless stripes visible to the naked eye. Next. A scene that shocked everyone happened. I saw that in that distorted space plane. A door appeared without any warning. It is identical in size to the front door on the exterior of SCP-1983. But, strangely, this door does not have any supporting parts. Simply put, it is like a door and a door frame that is not connected to the wall. Just floating upright in the air with no support. The door wasn't shut tight. There is a small door gap. And from the crack in the door, a strange black light was revealed. The space around the door still maintains visible distortion. Outside world. Countless people stared with wide eyes, watching the door that suddenly appeared on the sky. Exclamations came one after another. Door! What on earth is that door? Could the door from which monsters can appear be the one mentioned in the previous appendix that can seal SCP-1983 when closed? Hiss, if that's the case, doesn't it mean that this anomaly can be solved? It is also possible that this door is really a door that can be used to exit. After all, it is exactly the same as the front door. But, didn't a monster emerge from it? How could it be a door to go out? This is a spatial anomaly, so is it strange that the monsters and the exit use the same door? Countless people are discussing, thinking, shouting. The appearance of the door seemed to give everyone a sign of victory. If we just close this door, we can seal off SCP-1983. In this case, as long as no one enters this anomaly, it will be foolproof. In other words, you can completely defeat an anomaly. Therefore, many people were excited. In the picture, several people looked at each other. That's it. This is the door we encountered earlier, Erza said. But before we could cross over to investigate, we encountered that kind of monster. Erza's voice had just fallen. Speak of monsters, here come the monsters. I saw a slight movement at the crack of the half-open door. The door starts to move back and forth slightly. A pair of black slender arms stretched out from it. Watching this scene, Erza's pupils shrank suddenly. The scene just now appeared in my mind, and I couldn't help but exclaimed. Coming again. Chapter 138. The dark humanoid monster twisted its body, like a shadow, and slowly crawled out from the crack of the door using its hands. At this moment, the people in front of them clearly became the monster's prey. The dark monster, whose face was completely obscured by the black fog, slowly opened its mouth, roaring fiercely. The completely uncoordinated limbs bared their teeth and claws and rushed towards everyone. Asshole! Simon yelled. The memory just now was awakened again. Not long ago, Erza, Lucy and I were also like this. Came here and encountered the same monster. The monster roared in the same way and rushed towards them with the same pace. That time, the three of them almost died. I finally got rid of that monster, but now I encounter the same thing again. Simon was already tense, and he immediately shouted, "Be careful!" Bang! Simon's words have not yet fallen. The violent shaking startled everyone. In Erza's sight, I only saw a burst of flames erupting from my side. Then, the dark monster seemed to have lost all its ability to move. Stopped in place. The one who fired the gun was not someone else, but the chief. At this moment, he is holding an automatic rifle in his hand. His expression did not change at all, and he kept saying, "May your God respond to your call, may you be blessed, may you have peace, Amen." A huge hole appeared on the black monster's body. The whole body is like an ice cream exposed to the sun. Melting, breaking. Finally, it fell to the ground and turned into a pool of sulfur. Corrosion of wooden floors. Seeing this scene, countless people were shocked. Oh my God, is this solved? Is this the same monster that just forced Erza and the other two to flee everywhere? That can't be said. After all, Erza and the others couldn't use magic, so it was normal for them to be beaten like that. As expected of a member of the SCP Foundation's mobile task force, the reaction was terrifying. Yes, I hadn't even reacted to what it was just now, but it had already attacked and killed me. What exactly is the setting for prayer? It's so strange. In the sky, watching the complete demise of the monster in front of me. Not only Erza and the others were relieved. Even the 2D class personnel were pardoned. D-4352 seems to have not recovered from the thrilling moment just now. The body that looked almost as big as Simon was still trembling. The smaller D-14135 seemed much calmer. At least, taking a deep breath can help him calm down faster. Captain A put away his gun and looked at the sulfur on the ground, frowning tightly. How many of these things are there? Maybe only God knows. Team member B shrugged. We have to close that door. Team member C's eyes were fixed on the black door floating in the air not far away. A puts his hands on his ears. PhD. Can you hear me? PhD. Apparently, the containment specialist who had been communicating with Chief A was no longer able to respond to him. He couldn't help but pull out the headset from his ear. He said helplessly, it seems to have failed. Even the photographic equipment cannot work. D14134 looked through the camera in D4352's hand and said, "Where's the magic crystal recorder?" Team member B asked. "Can it be used?" However, D14134 shook his head. "Sir, no, the magic crystal recorder can't play any role here. Even magic crystal doesn't work. Yes, since this door appeared, all recording and communication equipment have become ineffective." The brief conversation between the few people also made everyone watching the sky curtain feel the suffocating pressure. Trapped in such a dangerous place. All communications are unavailable, and there is no way to get in touch with the outside world. They don't even know how to get out like this. You also need to be on guard against the monsters that appear from that door. To be honest, if an ordinary person were to go up there. In this situation, if he didn't pee his pants out of fear, he was lucky to have pooped cleanly. Just like D4352 right now. It was obvious through the skylight that this guy's legs were trembling. We have to close this door. Finally, in this extremely depressing atmosphere, Captain A said these words. Even Erza and the others had no intention of objecting. Everyone knows that the only way to prevent the appearance of SCP-1983-2 is to close the door. Let's go and have a look. C said. The group of people took steps and came to the black door suspended in the air. After watching around, everyone's faces gradually became ugly. This can't be turned off. A's tone was filled with astonishment. Yes, there is no door handle on the completely black door, and even the edge of the door is highly overlapped with the door frame. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Moreover, the whole door is surprisingly heavy. It is so heavy that even a wizard like Erza, who has practiced a strong body, cannot shake this door. In other words, it is unrealistic to pull the door closed by its edge. But, strangely, if you try to push it inwards, that is, to open the door, it becomes very light. Erza only pushed lightly, and could feel the door tremble slightly. At that moment, Erza immediately stopped her action to avoid more serious consequences. There is no mechanism nearby, nor any button to close the door. Lucy's face was also very ugly. So, this door can't be closed. Erza murmured with a frown. Erza knows very well what a door that cannot be closed means. It is very likely that a steady stream of SCP-1983 will come out of this door. This is simply a monster-making machine. At that time, not only myself, but also Lucy and even the people outside may be in danger. This is undoubtedly a disaster. But, something doesn't seem right. Didn't Tianmu say before that they had closed this door once? This proves that the door can definitely be closed. Maybe, they just don't know the method yet? Or maybe... Erza seemed to have thought of something and raised her head suddenly. At this time, Director A seemed to understand everything. They both said in unison, the way to close the door is behind the door. Without giving it much thought, Chief A said in a deep voice, "We have to go in." Hearing this, D4352's face turned pale. He immediately shook his head and said, "No, if the door is really closed, then we who are in the world on the other side of the door won't be able to come back. This is too dangerous. Who knows what's going on over there? I don't want to die." D4352 keeps shouting. Fear in the eyes. Yeah, everyone would be afraid. Even Erza, Lucy and Simon. Looking at the door that seemed to swallow people, they were also afraid and terrified. No one knows what is behind that door. No one knows if you can come back after you go in. They even had no sufficient evidence to prove that this door was the front door mentioned in the Tianmu document. Although they are very similar in every way. And this fear cannot be blamed on anyone. Because it's instinct, a human instinct. But, unfortunately, D-class personnel have no say in any Foundation mission. All they can do, is wait for orders from other commanders. Then go die. Gamble on that glimmer of hope to survive. So far, there are very few such people. You have no right to refuse, D4352. Captain A's voice rose several notches. Even we don't have the right to refuse, because this is our mission. He said. He looked towards the door and said, our mission is to explore. No matter what is behind this door, we have to go in. If closing this door is truly enough to prevent SCP-1983-2 from appearing, this is what we must do. Because this can reduce the casualties later. At this point, Director A shook his head, then patted D4352 on the shoulder and said, you should be thankful that you are alive today. Your life should not exist in the first place. After Captain A finished speaking, Erza and the other two fell silent. D4352 is also silent. The audience outside the sky curtain was also silent. They savored Captain A's words carefully, and for a moment, they felt mixed emotions. I will go in with them. As for you, B will stay and lead you to find the exit. Thank you for your help this time. Captain A pointed at Team C and 2 D-level members and said. Then he interrupted what Erza wanted to say and just said, step back. Then I and C came to the gate. One hand was raised, and the other hand was gently extended to the black door. Once we open the door, we will go through it immediately, and then look for a way to close it from behind, and then close the door. Team member C nodded gently, as if he remembered something. He laughed and said, maybe there is something like a dog hole behind the door that we can get out of, ha ha ha. C's joke was not funny, at least no one present could laugh. A shook his head. D4352 was trembling all over. D14134 didn't say a word. Or rather, all his attention was focused on the dark door. I was lucky enough to survive the previous missions. Therefore, he also hopes that good luck will be on his side this time. At least. I hope there really is a dog hole like what Team C said. A tensed all his muscles, gritted his teeth, and prepared to push the door open. But at this moment, something strange happened again. The dark door actually opened by itself. What's happening? Everyone's face changed, and Captain A didn't even understand the situation. A huge attraction came from the dark door. Didn't even give anyone a break. The huge attraction sucked all the people present into the door without hesitation. Chapter 139. Accompanied by bursts of exclamations, in the sky screen. The crowd that just stood in front of the dark door. All of it was sucked into it. For a moment, the corridor became quiet. As if no one had ever been here. Outside the sky. Countless people stared at the sky in horror. Unbelievable voices continue to echo around the world. Oh my god! What just happened? Where are the people? What's going on? Where are the people who were alive just now? Were they all sucked in by the black door? Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov stood up from the bar. Looking at everything in the picture with horror. Erza, and Lucy. He seemed to be totally unconvinced and whispered the names of the two people softly. But 017, the scene just now appeared in front of everyone. This is true. They were all sucked in by the sudden strong suction. Damn it! How could this happen? Makarov gritted his teeth. Fists clenched tightly, veins on both arms bulging. Where did they go? Alvarez Empire. Inbal stared at the screen intently, muttering to himself, sure enough, sure enough. The black door is definitely the real passage leading to SCP-1983. The front door mentioned in the skylight attachment must also be here. People have already analyzed it before. The whole farmhouse is probably like an ant nest. The real center must be hidden in the deepest part. And there, the queen ant is definitely hidden, SCP the body of 1983. Now it seems that their guess was correct. Only, at this point, Inbal took a deep breath. He said in a deep voice, the closer you get to the abyss, the more dangers you will encounter. None of us knows what is behind this door. Phew, no matter what, this abnormality is really scary, Val let out a breath and said. The sky seemed to be covered with white spots. It's like a spinning kaleidoscope. Strange pictures and irregular light twisting. It made everyone who watched it feel dizzy. This lasted for about 5 seconds. Just when all the audience couldn't wait any longer. The distorted sky finally returned to normal. The screen lights up again. But before everyone could react, the sound of rapid gunfire came from the sky screen. Da-da-da! Quick, quick, quick! Get out of here! Then came the hysterical roar from Director A. This sound is very familiar to all the audience, having heard it many times before. However, they had never heard Captain A's voice so impatient. In the past, almost every time there was a crisis, Director A was always the calmest one. This is why he became the leader of this expedition team. But now the voice is completely opposite. What happened to them? Why are there gunshots? Is it an enemy? Countless questions were answered in the next second. This seems to be a room like a puzzle. The few people who were just sucked into this space are here. They are running towards the gate. Yes, running like crazy. It was as if something terrifying was chasing them from behind. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Captain! C is dying, they are dragging C out. At this moment, the voice of Team B also rang out simultaneously. That sound contained pain and despair. Damn it! I'll go save them, you guys run. Chief A, who was already leading the way and almost running to the door of the room, gritted his teeth. He picked up the automatic rifle in his hand and turned around to rescue Team C. It's too late, he's been dragged away, run. This is Erza's voice. She stopped Captain A who was about to go back. And the facts prove that Erza is right. Captain A can't save Team C at all. Just a moment. See, it's like being pulled by something scary in the dark. When A passed his head, C's figure had completely disappeared into the darkness. Only the abruptly stopped shouting continued to linger in A's mind. Staring at the darkness that seems to swallow even the light, Captain A tightly grasped the gun in his hand. Damn it! What the hell is this? Run! I feel that thing catching up with me again. Erza held the sword in her hand, keeping a vigilant eye on the darkness behind her. There seemed to be a series of hurried footsteps coming from somewhere. Not just one, but a group. The dense footsteps sounded like a death warrant in everyone's ears. You guys follow B quickly, I'll be the rear guard. Captain A made a prompt decision and said in a deep voice. Erza also knew that now was not the time to argue. Besides, Foundation personnel armed with assault rifles that can fire silver bullets would indeed be more useful than them. D14134, come with me. Chief A looked at D14134. Although he felt bitter inside, D14134 said, "This is an order that cannot be refused." Nodded, followed by Chief A and came behind, covering the retreat of the crowd. The guns are constantly spewing flames. The devout prayer came out of the two people's mouths. That sound is like chanting a sutra. Yes, there seemed to be too many enemies. In that darkness, there seemed to be countless dark creatures. Therefore, the prayers were so dense that it was like chanting scriptures. Despair constantly oppresses the nerves of all those who watch the live broadcast. They don't know what happened. However, the suffocating sense of urgency filled everyone's heart. They stared at the man in the picture, with puffy cheeks and bulging veins on his forehead. Who pulled the trigger frantically and prayed the Bible. Mixed feelings. 3.9 He seemed to be venting the pain of his teammate's death. So that the body is shaking. The wet eye sockets cannot be seen clearly in the darkness. However, the flames from the bullets reflected the tears in his eyes. In the past, everyone thought that the Foundation was mysterious and powerful. They are like gods, guarding the world. But he doesn't care about the disputes among humans. Even the limited number of actions they took made people feel. They are like gods, gods without emotions. And the fact is that to fight against abnormality, you have to abandon indifferent feelings. But until this moment, the audience really discovered. Even the Foundation is powerful, very powerful. But they also had sacrifices, pain, and sorrow. It was just covered by the sound of gunfire. Chapter 140. Under the protection of Chief A and D14134. Everyone finally crossed the door of the room. Came to a huge hall. Yes, the lobby. This place looks more like the hall of a palace. The magnificent decoration is hidden in the darkness. Only the candlelight on the wall could bring a faint light to this huge hall. It seems very quiet here, as if no one has been able to set foot here for many years. Where exactly is this place? Everyone came to the palace hall and looked around. Doubts filled everyone's mind. Captain A, who was the last to cross the door, immediately closed it tightly and then locked it completely, and then he felt relieved. Sitting on the ground with my back against the door. Heaved a sigh of relief. Are you okay? Erza came over and looked at A. It's okay, we just don't have much ammunition left. Captain A checked the bullets in his gun and looked a little unhappy. As if he had thought of something, he took a deep breath and said, also, the most important thing for us right now is that door. We were not able to close it. A's words made the audience in the sky feel heavy. Not closed? This doesn't mean that the door of the room that everyone just passed through. Rather, the dark door in the suspended corridor. They didn't have time to close it. Doesn't that mean that their mission was not accomplished? In other words, team member C died in vain. I think of the Foundation member who was dragged into the dark abyss. For a moment, countless people were silent. The jokes that Team C said when they were at the gate were still lingering in everyone's mind. He did not find the dog hole that could save them. On the contrary, I was the first to lose my life. This was the first time they saw a member of the Foundation with damage. But at the same time, a question came to my mind. That is, what exactly happened when being sucked in? Why wasn't the door closed? Why were they being chased by so many monsters? Also, where exactly is this place? Fortunately, everyone soon learned some information from the conversation between Chief A and Erza. Seeing Chief A's self-blaming expression, Erza couldn't help but lower her head. This can't be blamed on us. Who knew that the door would actually float in the air? Lucy sat cross-legged on the ground, thinking back to the scene just now. With a bitter face, he said, moreover, none of us thought that the dark monster would have so many. It was like an overwhelming force. If we hadn't run, we would have been torn to pieces. Chief A nodded gently. I know. So, I was thinking, maybe we can go back later and try to close the door. Let's wait until those monsters calm down. Erza sighed softly. I know. Then, Chief A took out a piece of paper and a pen from his backpack. What are you going to do? Watching Captain A's actions, Erza asked with some confusion. Record. You can also understand it as an action report. Although I don't know if we have a chance to get out alive, a report that combines my understanding of the anomaly may be able to help others. A said without raising his head. This may be the tradition of the mobile task force within the Foundation. At present, not only Captain A, but also team member B beside him started to take out paper and pen and started writing. Looking at the two guys who were absorbed in their work, Erza shrugged her shoulders. He turned around and left, not wanting to stay here and disturb the two. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Simon has begun searching around the palace. Food, drink, and even things to use. Anyway, no matter what it is, as long as it is not broken, Simon has collected it. According to him, they have entered a completely unfamiliar space from which they seem to have no way out. In order to survive, you need to be able to maintain the basic functioning of life. Energy is essential. Simon was very lucky. There was a kitchen at the back of the palace. The kitchen is filled with various ingredients. However, some have developed odor and damage. However, if you pick it, you can still eat it after cooking. At least it fills my stomach. Only when you are full can you have the strength to escape or carry out your mission. Although these foods are not delicacies from the mountains and seas, it is certain that they are just some leftovers from meat. But, no one cares about this now. They were so hungry that after running for an hour, I don't have the energy to choose what to eat anymore. By the way, aren't they coming to eat? Erza, who was gnawing on the meat of an unknown animal, looked at the two ABS who were busy writing a report not far away and said in confusion. Why bother with them? D4325 gently curled his lips. They never care about our life or death. That's because we are D-class personnel. D14134 smiled bitterly and shook his head. This is indeed normal. Forward, at this moment, Lucy couldn't help but raise her hand. He looked at the two D-class personnel and asked cautiously, by the way, it seems to me that you and the mobile task force are having some disagreements, what's going on? This is very simple. D14134 indifferent opening. Because we are D-class personnel, that's enough, compared to these senior personnel who fight for the Foundation. As soon as these words came out, countless people outside the sky immediately opened their eyes wide, fearing that they had misheard any details. Here we come. It's finally here. When the Foundation first appeared, everyone was very curious about what department those people wearing the orange-red prison-style suits belonged to. Therefore, we can take advantage of the time now to chat and relieve the depressing atmosphere around us. Erza's words silenced D4325. Lucy continued her questioning as if she hadn't seen it. Moreover, there seemed to be something wrong in your conversation with A just now. Is he your boss? Boss? Hee. D4325 shook his head gently. No, maybe the Foundation is right. We have never had any right to make any choice. We just need to carry out their mission. But, if we do this, isn't it too much? Will the Foundation force others to do things they don't want to do? Erza frowned. That's because they were people who deserved to die. If the Foundation hadn't saved them, they might have already seen God. B, who came over after hearing the news, said softly. Is he the one who deserves to die? Lucy and Erza looked at each other. Obviously, I didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Simply put, they should have died under the punishment, death row prisoners with extremely high crimes. Therefore, making the best use of things is their ultimate value. Chapter 141. Team member B's words fell. Countless people were stunned. Perhaps during the previous conversation between Director A and D4325, many people had some guesses. However, when this matter was bluntly stated by team member B, everyone still felt a bit cruel. According to team member B, the purpose of D-class personnel's existence is to die. To perform some extremely dangerous tasks. Faced with some unknown anomalies, use your life to experiment with ways to combat anomalies. This bloody fact is still hard to accept. After all, it's a human life. But on second thought, is this really cruel? The 12 shields of the Alvarez Empire do not think so. If sacrificing some lives can win the battle against the anomaly, then they will not even hesitate to send others to do it. Even, I won't care whether this person really deserves to die. However, the Foundation will use some extremely heinous death row prisoners to do this matter. Honestly, that's very kind. As Team B said, they should have died long ago. It was the Foundation that saved them and gave them more chances to live. As for human rights, the moment he became a death row inmate, they had completely lost their human rights. Being alive is the greatest gift. There are many people who can see through this, even the Wizard Guild. In Fairy Tale, Makarov, who is known for his kindness, also has the same view. Some even admire the Foundation's system. In the sky screen. Well, don't worry about it, we don't have much supplies, so we need to act quickly. Team member B interrupted the conversation. Then he sighed helplessly at Erza and the others. As for you, I'm sorry to involve you. But no one knew that the ghost thing would actively absorb people. It's okay. Erza shook her head and interrupted Team B. Then he said no one knows what will happen next. After all, this is an abnormal. Besides. At this point, Erza narrowed her eyes slightly. We still have people to look for, maybe she is in this space right now. That's right, let's search the area. Simon said. He seems to have gotten used to the injuries. Although the wound is affected by rapid movement, it is no longer as painful as before. He pointed to the right and said, I just looked around and the wall seems to be a little distorted. It looks a bit like a border. Is it possible to get out of this space? Simon's words also attracted everyone's attention to the right. Indeed, the wall there seems to have obvious spatial distortion. A boundary similar to a barrier. Let's go and have a look. Chief A came over. Everyone nodded. They took steps and moved closer to the wall. For some reason, the closer she got to the twisted area, the more uneasy Erza felt. Frowning tightly. Just as Erza was constantly thinking about why this was happening, Simon was the first to reach the edge of the wall. The continuous wall seems to have a break here, and the distorted space can vaguely see the scenery outside. Simon's breathing became rapid. Could it be, this is the exit? A thought filled Simon's mind. Before everyone could react, Simon involuntarily reached out his hand and touched the twisted part. Buzz. A strange sound awakened Erza, who was lost in thought. She raised her head suddenly, but saw an extremely horrifying scene. Pupils dilate momentarily. An unbelievable voice rang out, Simon. At this moment, even the audience in the sky opened their mouths in shock. That twisted part is not the exit to the outside world, but the entrance to hell. When Simon's hand touched the twisted wall, unimaginable pain instantly spread throughout Simon's body. Then, Simon's tall body began to melt strangely. Right. That's right, it melts. Like SCP-1983-2 after being killed by a silver bullet. The whole person is like an ice cream in the sun. Begins to melt strangely. Black liquid began to gush out of Simon's mouth, blocking Simon's screams. Next, there are 2 nostrils and 2 eyes. And 2 ears. Thick black liquid continued to burst out from Simon's body. The stench is overwhelming. Lucy's eyes widened and she covered her mouth with her hands involuntarily, suppressing my own screams of fear. Erza wanted to reach out and pull Simon back, but he was immediately stopped by the quick-witted Chief A. Are you dying? Get back quickly. Captain A forcibly dragged Erza back to the rear. Team B and 2D class personnel also began to retreat, watching all this with horror. 10 seconds. In less than 10 seconds, Simon's tall body completely turned into a pool of thick black liquid, piling up on the ground. Such a horrific scene. It was presented directly in front of Erza and others, and in front of all the audience. Once again, everyone in this world clearly realizes. Extremely terrifying. Damn, it seems like SCP-1983 has more than just SCP-1983-2 as a means of attack. Captain A murmured as he stared at the black liquid on the ground. Boom. 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 Misfortunes never come singly. Right at this moment. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. There was a loud knocking sound coming from the closed door behind me. Everyone could even see the door shaking. There is no time to grieve for the people and remember the dead. Captain A immediately grabbed the assault rifle in his hand and yelled, "No, run! Be sure to avoid anything that looks like a border, run!" Bang! The closed door shattered. Under the candlelight, everyone could clearly see. Behind the gate, pairs of scarlet eyes. Like a red ocean, countless. Hiss! Outside the sky, countless people couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. So many. These are all SCP-1983-2. What a joke, is this the number of monsters they just encountered? No wonder there is no time to study and the business is closed. It's a blessing that they can get away, right? To be honest, just seeing this scene on the sky, my legs started to go weak. Really, isn't this too horrifying? Countless people looked at the sky in horror and talked about it. In the sky screen. The only choice Erza and the others have is to run. Run like crazy. It seems that how long they can live depends on how long they can run. The roar of the monster. The roar of gunfire and the spurting of blood were all before everyone's eyes. Erza and the others fled frantically, passing the palace and coming to a classroom. We passed the classroom and came to a bathhouse. During their escape, Erza and the others even passed through dozens of rooms. These rooms are completely different, as if they were made up of various buildings. Even on the run. Lost 2 companions again. Yes, they were all forcibly pulled back by the dark monster. Only the guns they threw out were left. Erza and Lucy held their assault rifles tightly. Gritting his teeth, he stared at Captain A and team member B being dragged into the darkness. The anger in my heart is like a volcano. But they know they can't stop. Once they stop, then, maybe they will be wiped out. Suppress the anger inside. Erza, Lucy and 2 D-class personnel fled again. The picture continues. Erza and the others were running away, trying to shake off the monsters behind them. This is SCP-1983's lair. They blended into the darkness and chased the crowd. The overwhelming monster wave will overwhelm even the members of the mobile task force. Finally, I don't know how long I ran. The voice behind them finally disappeared, and they came to an older room. Plop! D-4325 fell to the ground helplessly. Constantly panting. I can't run anymore, he said. Erza looked around and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there were no monsters around. He relaxed against the wall and said, "Let's take a break. They are too tired now." After running for a long time, when the energy dissipates, a feeling of fatigue like a tide surges into my heart. All 4 of them collapsed on the ground as if relieved. Greedily breathing the air of this moment. "How long have we been running?" Lucy asked after a while. "How long has it been?" "Maybe a few hours." Erza rubbed her head and said. "Where are we now?" D-14134 inquiry. Erza raised her head and looked around. There was chaos above my head. There was no roof. Or rather, this space had no upper half. In the chaos, there is a distorted space visible to the naked eye. The wooden floor under my feet is like the one in the farmhouse. The walls were covered with the dense, twisted characters I had seen before in front of the black door. "I don't know, it seems like every room here is different," Erza murmured. "If I must say, this space feels like a distorted kaleidoscope of space, constantly devouring every outsider. There is no entrance and no exit. There is only endless chaos and despair." Erza took a deep breath and then took out a piece of paper from her pocket. Or should it be a page of notes? The handwriting on it is sloppy. This is the paper Erza found in a room just now. Brought back. Out of curiosity, Erza opened the note page. The words above come into view. Project number, waiting for number. Object class, Keter. God bless you. Special containment procedures, you're about to be, you unlucky bastard. Chapter 142. Project number, waiting for number. Object class, Keter. God bless you. Special containment procedures, you're going to die, you unlucky bastard. This is the note page Erza found in a room before. The words above were displayed in front of everyone through the Sky Screen live broadcast. For a moment, countless people looked at the words on the note in confusion. What's this? Similar to the SCP Foundation's archives. It looks very similar, but why is the content so strange? Who wrote this? Most people are confused. Even the Alvarez Empire and the ruined Magic Council were stunned. Inbal stared at the words above, his eyes thoughtful as he said. This looks very similar to the report from the SCP Foundation. Could it be that they left it in this space? Inbal's words reminded Irene of the attachment file from Tianmu. I couldn't help but say before, there was a task force from the SCP Foundation that entered this space, right? So, is this what they wrote? Just like the mission report written by a before 713. Those who entered before, I'm afraid they are already dead. Val said. His guess was not wrong. Soon, Erza read the contents. I am not exaggerating. I'm Agent Barkley. I'm in this damn building, and I promise you, if you were here, you'd be dead, too. After you see this report, I may be dead. Erza whispered the words above softly. The resentment contained in the handwriting also attracted the attention of several people nearby. D4325 came over and glanced at the words above. He folded his arms and looked away, saying disdainfully, "Humph, another dog from the Foundation." He did not have such a strong hatred towards the Foundation, but was a little curious about the words above and said, "Was this report written by this guy before he died just to complain?" "Already dead, then what about us?" Looking at the content above, Lucy pursed her lips. "I asked this question out of desperation." "Yes, it is clearly written above. Once you enter this building, you will die." Lucy would inevitably be terrified by such a result. Erza didn't know what to say, so she sighed and looked at the document. "Keep reading. First of all, it's impossible to get out of here, so let's get straight to the containment procedures. There is actually only one damn solution, and that is to close the damn door." "That's right, you can't go back, or perhaps you have already tried. Here, there is only one thing that can walk out of that door, and that is those damn monsters. Although, they may take some effort. Also, I hope you closed the door when you came in. If you didn't, then turn around and close the door. This is your first priority now. Anyway, you're going to die anyway, so at least do something good before you die, right?" This passage completely killed the hope of everyone present. This also answered Lucy's question. They are already dead. From the moment they entered this space, they were already dead. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. So, once we enter that black door, we can't escape anymore. Lucy said in a heavy tone. Yes, from ancient times to the present, how many people can face death calmly? In Lucy's memory, the only ones who appear are probably Chief A and a few others. Before they entered the Black Gate, they already had a guess. The reason why those people before could not come back is because they were trapped in this moment forever. However, even so, Director A was still able to say without hesitation that he would enter this space and close the door. This kind of person who faces desperate situations calmly is indeed worthy of everyone's admiration. But, there are too few people like this. At least, Lucy never thought of herself as The most important thing is that we didn't have time to close the door. Erza said with a wry smile. Because when they came in, they encountered a bunch of monsters, and they were chased all the way here and they really couldn't close the door. Even, because of their entry, the door opened even more. D4325, who had completely lost hope, almost laughed out loud after reading the letter. He pointed at the document and shook his head sarcastically. Is this guy kidding us? Even they, who are trained to do this, failed, and they expect us to do this. Don't be ridiculous, this is impossible. What does it have to do with us whether the door is open or not? We are all going to die anyway, so why bother with those things? But in the end it turned into a sigh. Yeah, I don't want it anymore. Since they are all going to die anyway, does it make any sense for them to close the door? What does other people's life and death have to do with them? They are just a bunch of antisocial terrorists. Logically speaking, watching the world fall into despair is what they would rather see. This can be considered as revenge against the world, right? But I don't know why. He couldn't convince himself. Contradictory looks kept meeting in the eyes. Erza seemed to have made up her mind, gritted her teeth, and continued to watch. Description: as you may have known, the Foundation has discovered that there is trouble near this farm. Cows and wild animals have mysteriously died one after another. Some people have even gone missing. When we found a missing body, something weird happened. The autopsy showed that the heart was missing. It wasn't cut out or torn out. It was just gone. Yes, it literally means gone, vanishing into thin air. Therefore, we were ordered to investigate there and found some dark guys wandering around. The top leaders of the Foundation seem to know these weird things. Know how to kill them, use silver weapons, and pray while attacking. I don't know why it works, but you better take it seriously, no matter which god you pray to. Chapter 143. Looking at the straightforward words on it. Almost everyone subconsciously imagined a dying person facing despair, writing this sentence with gritted teeth. For a moment, everyone felt mixed emotions. Judging from the experiences of Erza and others, one can almost imagine how desperate the Foundation agent who wrote these words must have been. The picture continues. I have always held on to this belief, but after I saw the nest of that thing, I could no longer pray. Anyway, the Foundation found the source of the problem, some houses in the middle of nowhere, and ever since some shit about cult rituals and blood murders or something, these damn monsters have been showing up. The main problem was that the stuff would keep coming out the front door. A task force went in to try and fix the problem but never came back. No matter which powerful task force you are from, and no matter how powerful you are, if you are like me, open the door and rush in, then you are completely finished. The living room was bad enough, that's where they grabbed one of my brothers, and they rushed into the room and he was tumbling to the ground, and one of them took his heart with claws. Seeing this scene, Lucy couldn't help but think of the scene where Zio's heart was forcibly taken away. That weird scene still makes her shudder. Those things are hard to tell with your eyes here, you may have noticed. They're like shadows, you have to move away from the light source. I know that sounds stupid, but think about it, in the light, is your shadow sharp and distinct? But when it's pitch black all around, your shadow becomes a blur and less noticeable. So, at this time, those things can hardly touch you, and can't see you clearly. I think those things find you through your shadow. But to be honest, I'm not sure, I just think it might be the case. Seeing this, Erza, Lucy, and the 2D class personnel all looked tense. He immediately raised his head and looked around. Fortunately, the lighting in this room is very dim. This also explains why he was always chased by those terrifying monsters before. Even lost Captain A and Team Member B. Now think carefully and you will find the reason. That is, everyone has always been in a place with light. And those monsters. They found them by their shadows. Call, Erza let out a breath. This is also a useful piece of information, although it cost 2 lives. Erza's tone was low, and she was obviously regretting why she didn't find out earlier. Lucy patted Erza's shoulder. Then he took the note and continued reading. I think you have seen a place similar to the border, right? You'd better not try to go there, it's not the border to the outside world. It leads to death. Yes, I swear, my 3 brothers started to melt after they approached this border, and black things kept bursting out of their bodies. Anyway, where did they die? This sentence makes my scalp tingle. Because, not long ago, everyone saw. I saw Simon touch the boundary and die. Everyone's faces became increasingly ugly. However, the following words once again raised people's doubts. After that, we started to walk through the houses and carefully walked through many places, so we found something. This place is huge, beyond imagination, far larger than the farmhouse. It's like scattered fragments of space coming from all over the place. Then I randomly pieced these spaces together, some of them look like apartments, some look like squares. There is even one place that is definitely my childhood classroom. I swear. It is exactly the same. Even the words on the blackboard are the same. I clearly remember that I was called to answer a question. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard in the meeting room of the Alvarez Empire. How is it possible? Inbal stood up suddenly. Even Irene was filled with disbelief, yet, how could there be such a coincidence? Even the words on the blackboard are the same? Impossible. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Irene frowned, thinking in her mind. Or maybe that guy was so frightened that his memory became confused. Or is it a problem with this space itself? Inbal seemed to understand something and said. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at Inbal. In this regard, Inbal also expressed his own guess. If it was a patchwork of space, it would definitely not be such a coincidence. This is most likely a room formed based on the intruder's inner thoughts. Thoughts? In other words, this space also has the ability to create hallucinations. Thinking of this, the faces of the 12 shields present all changed. Things are getting more and more difficult. In the picture, Lucy's expression was also filled with horror at this moment. I remembered, a room we visited before that always seemed familiar to me, now it seems like I've been there as a child. Lucy's words made the 2D class personnel shrink their necks. Erza took a deep breath, suppressed her complex emotions and continued to read. Of course, this is not entirely true. There are also some fragments that are not made of things. They are black, like shadow-like substances, and most of them are still in places with better lighting. If the light can pass through, you can put your hand through, but I don't recommend it. That's how we got to Torres. I don't know what grabbed him and pulled him in. The hole was too small for him, not even the size of an apple. But the weird thing was that he was pulled into the apple-sized hole alive. Goosebumps all popped up at this moment. Erza and the others could hardly imagine how a living person could be forcibly pulled into a hole the size of an apple. So, no matter who you are, please stay away from light sources, but in the dark, please watch your step. Of course, there is no way to escape. We have also discovered that any door you can find in this space leads to another room in this stupid house, or back. Obviously, we can't live here, so your options are to starve to death, or until one of those things grabs you. Well, there is a lot of choice. Chapter 144. The writing doesn't end here. The words that followed made everyone who was depressed couldn't help but be shocked. Actually, there is one more thing you can do. I couldn't do it, but you might be able to do it. It won't keep you alive. I don't think so, but I think it's very important. I am pretty sure someone has to do this, otherwise it'll get out there and cause trouble sooner or later. This statement made everyone stunned. Could it be that, this agent has found a way to completely resolve the current anomaly? Such questions fill everyone's mind. The next moment, the notes answered their doubts. That is, find their nest. That's probably the only way I can think of to stop them. The notes say. I only saw that thing once, just for a short while, when I followed one of them after it had taken my companion's heart. Then, it took the heart and entered a room that I guessed was the center of this place. There are shadow-like substances everywhere, and they also bring all the light sources they can find here, such as fluorescent lamps, flashlights, candles, etc. As I watched, the creature's companions brought more light here. In the center of the room, there is a pile of hearts, each of which has been torn open and piled up. Those things also threw my companion's heart into it. The next moment, the heart began to beat and tremble violently. Then, the heart began to tear apart strangely, and the new members of those things tried hard to crawl out of the heart. It swayed, grew, and took shape. What's more, the most disgusting thing is that the heart was clearly torn apart, but it was still beating strangely. I swear, when I saw all this, I felt a sharp pain in my chest. Seeing this, Inbal of the Alvarez Empire couldn't help but frown. After thinking for a while, he uttered a few words. Is this, the delivery room of ants? So, the queen ant is those hearts. Even Inbal himself seemed to be shocked and shook his head. But, how is that possible? The human heart is the birthplace of those monsters. Those monsters are derived from humans. This is almost like a fairy tale, and it is presented directly in front of everyone. Not to mention Inbal, even a monster like Irene who has lived for 400 years. I also feel that my cognition has been completely refreshed. Are there monsters living in the human heart? What a joke! But it is true. That was a dead man's last words. He didn't need to lie. In the sky, Erza looked at the lower part of the report. There are shadows in that place. I don't mean those monsters, but real shadows. They are human shadows, I am absolutely sure. It is a shadow that appears out of thin air without any entity. Similarly, those shadows were also generated from the heart. After the previous monster hatched, a new shadow appeared and began to try to break free from the heart, but it failed. I was tied to my heart like this. I couldn't stand it anymore. I started to run away. You see? I'm not trained to deal with shit like this. I heard other people's voices behind me. I didn't know if they were telling me to stop or if those bastard monsters saw me. Anyway, I kept running. I ran into a dark room, found a closet that was just the right size, and have been hiding in it ever since. I write with a flashlight and turn it off immediately if I hear any noise, and it works well so far. There is not much content in the file anymore. But from the lines, everyone can still feel. Those who write words have great fear in their hearts. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Alone in the dark, hiding in the closet. The surroundings were so quiet that even the sound of heartbeats could be heard. He tried his best to lower his voice. While being on guard against the sudden appearance of some invisible monsters around him that could drag him into hell. On the side, writing these words with a pen. The feeling of helplessness and despair surged into his head like a tide, trying to invade his mind. Yes, it's that desperate. I can't hold on any longer. I still have some bullets in my gun, but I can't pray anymore. Seriously. Especially after seeing their nests. But you. If you found this, then you must also be an agent. Maybe you are stronger than me, of course, maybe not. But if you can, go ahead and destroy the nest, destroy every heart. If you can do that, maybe you can kill them, that's the only thing I can think of. You might also die while doing this, but you're dead anyway, so what do you have to be afraid of? I will try to bring this report to the living room, and I hope you will find it. After that, I'll make sure they don't use my heart to create another monster. The content of the file has entered the end. Maybe no one thought of it. A note that Erza found randomly while escaping. It will become the key to breaking the deadlock. At first, they even thought it was just a note written by a dying person to vent his frustration. However, from this note, everyone saw the despair faced by the person who wrote this note. That was the despair of having already determined death and being unable to catch the light. Yes, it was in this suffocating situation that the agent hid in that small closet and wrote these words. In the text, there is his resentment, his unwillingness, his sadness, and his fear. In the midst of despair, hope can also be born. At the end of the text, in a situation where death is inevitable. 0.8. He wrote that hope, but it was not his own. But the latecomers. He found the key to the anomaly, but he was unable to complete it. I can only write all this down and wait for the next generation to fulfill this last wish. At the end of the note, there is a string of Latin words. This is not an incomprehensible prophecy for the world. Therefore, many people understood the meaning of the last sentence. A very simple sentence. Good luck. Makarov's face was heavy as he slowly read out the meaning of this sentence. The dead salute you. After the words fell, the entire guild fell silent. Only the suppressed one is left. Low sobbing sound. Chapter 145. When those short words echoed on the screen, countless people fell silent, just staring at the short words on the sky. That sentence is not difficult, so many people can understand its meaning. But, it is precisely because of this that it makes people feel as heavy as a mountain. The original confusion, doubt, and bewilderment all disappeared at this moment. Instead, there was a sudden realization like a dream. This may be the first time they understand that as an agent of the Foundation, an insignificant person, understand how many responsibilities he has. It is this responsibility that makes him, even at the end of death. I still remember this mission and pass on this hope. At this moment, countless people couldn't help but think of what Cain said before. They will allow you to see the sun the next day safely. Yes, that's true. The sun on the second day was beautiful, beautiful enough to make people forget the coldness of the night. However, everyone has chosen to forget one thing. They were able to safely see the sun the next day. There are people like this agent in the Foundation. Buried his life in the darkness. Phew. I don't know why, but after reading this report, I felt my scalp tingling. More than my scalp tingled, I even felt goosebumps. The P Foundation is truly amazing. I want to join them. Does anyone know how to sign up? You're overthinking it. How the Foundation replenishes its staff is still an unsolved mystery. Even if there are real staff additions, I think they must be the elite among the elites. Anyway, I cried anyway. Really, tribute to those who died. Audiences around the world were in a heavy mood, and even some sentimental ladies couldn't help but wipe their red eyes. The ruins of the Magic Council. Yajima put his hands behind his back. Standing in this ruin, staring at the sky. Can't stop nodding. Good, good. In this world, or rather in the Magic Council, if there were more people with such lofty ideals. At this point, he glanced at Crawford, who was depressed not far away. Gently shook his head. Perhaps, the Magic Council would not have come to this point. Rights, are they really that important? Yajima couldn't understand and could only sigh. Not talking. Anyway, the Magic Council will be purged soon. I just hope, this old-fashioned concept of rights can be abandoned by the new Magic Council. If the newly elected members of Parliament are a group of people who are wholeheartedly fighting for the magic world. So, is there still hope for the Magic Council? The 12 shields of the Alvarez Empire have all fallen silent. After a while, Irene couldn't help but ask a crucial question. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the sky. He murmured, "You say, will such a foundation really become our imaginary enemy in the future?" No one present could answer this question. The Foundation has always focused on the whole world. And they only obey His Majesty the Emperor. Therefore, the answer to this question actually depends on the Emperor. If one day, His Majesty the Emperor decides to destroy the world, then there is no doubt that they must be against the Foundation. There is no doubt about this. But, here comes the problem. Even an agent under the Foundation has such a firm belief. In their opinion, this is much more terrifying than real power. Faith is truly an absolute weapon that can transcend power. From this point, we can imagine how terrifying the enemy they are facing will be. Listening to Irene's words, Inbal couldn't help but take a deep breath. If it really comes to that, this is our fate. To be honest, I don't really want to be an enemy of such a foundation. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Wizard's Guild, Fairy Tale. Makarov rubbed his slightly red and swollen eyes and picked up the wine glass on his desk. Seriously and earnestly aimed at the sky. Respect. Those who face death calmly. This holy Ten Mage, who is highly respected in the magic world. This old man has fought for the prosperity of the magic world all his life. At this moment, the highest respect was paid to the agent who calmly accepted his death. Then Makarov drank the wine in the glass. He looked at Li Dazhu, who was using painting magic not far away. Did you record it? I have been recording it. Li Dazhu responded. Hearing this, Makarov nodded gently and said, then store it in the fairy tale library for anyone to read. Such a hero should not remain unknown. Then he clapped his hands and said to everyone, okay, everyone cheer up. Now that the key to breaking the deadlock has been found, we can only wait and see what Erza and the others will do next. If they can really do it, then there is a good chance that they can come back alive. We can't provide any help to our family, but at least we can pray for them, praying that our children can return safely. Makarov's eyes are fixed on Erza in the sky. Said softly. In the picture, as Makarov said, the key to breaking the deadlock has been found. Next, it depends on what everyone should do. But this is too difficult. Although Makarov guessed that if it could be completed, he might be able to get out alive. But that's still just speculation. No one knows if this is true. What lies before everyone now is an endless and complex space. And the endless stream of dark figures. I want to find their nest in such a place and destroy their heart. This is undoubtedly a fantasy. It is hard to imagine that this is something that can be done with just 4 people. Erza and Lucy both breathed a sigh of relief after reading the report. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Looks unusually heavy. Always, everyone, we already have a direction to work towards. After a while, Erza opened her eyes and looked at everyone. Hearing this, D4325 couldn't help but laugh out loud. Are you kidding me? That guy said the same thing as he said nothing, find their nest and destroy it. Do you think this is possible? There is undisguised sarcasm in 4325's words. They haven't even done it themselves, so how can they expect us to do it? But that's not the way to say it. If we don't solve it, more people will be harmed by this anomaly. If we can do it, why not do it? Lucy couldn't help but retort. Can you show it to me? D14134 suddenly spoke up. Seeing this, Lucy did not hesitate and handed the report to D14134. Continued to argue with D4325. Neither of them gave in, and the quarrel continued. Chapter 146. D4325 kept shaking his head anyway, I can't go. If you want to go, go by yourselves. Even the task force was dead, so why should we go? We would die if we went, and we would die if we didn't go, so why should we bother? I don't want to do anything for the Foundation. You, seeing D4325 being stubborn, Lucy paused. What do you want to say? But he was finally stopped by Erza. She looked at Lucy and shook her head gently. We have no right to ask others to do anything. If he doesn't want to go, forget it. But, Erza, maybe after we completely solve this anomaly, we can escape. Lucy retorted. Haha, it's already this time and I'm still thinking about this. D4325 shook his head in disdain. Apart from anything else, do you dare to go? Are you sure you can succeed? D4325's eyes kept falling on Erza and Lucy. If you weren't from the Foundation, you would have died long ago. How could you still be alive now? Can you really do it just by yourself? Even Erza couldn't find any point to refute these words. Yes, if we hadn't met the people from the Foundation, we would have been lost in that space outside the gate and eventually encountered monsters and died. So, the two of them fell into silence. They don't know if they can do it. After all, it's too difficult. The scene fell silent after D4325's words. Only D14134 was looking at the notebook in his hand again and again. To be honest, when I saw what was said above, I hope that the people who come later can solve this sentence here. As the successor, he couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Yes, just as D4325 thought, D14134 believed that he was completely different from the well-trained agents of the Foundation. Even those who were specially trained died in large numbers, and now they are expected to rely on these D-class personnel who have no human rights to do this? This is just hilarious, okay? However, after laughing, 14,134 did not throw the report on the ground. Instead, he clenched it tightly, and rubbed any part of it with his other hand. In the darkness, those timid eyes flickered. He closed his eyes in pain. Maybe he himself doesn't know what he is thinking. As mentioned before, he experienced too many deaths during his career as a D-class personnel. He saw with his own eyes that the person who lived in the same dormitory with him was still talking and laughing the day before. That evening, he lost his life. Died in front of him. Because of all the boring experiments the Foundation has done. Their lives are so insignificant that they are too small for the Foundation to care about. As long as it can be exchanged for a little bit of abnormal information, it is worth it. Even if that information is just that weird anomaly, when are you hungry? To be honest, he had no gratitude towards the Foundation at all, and even had hatred towards it. Because for the Foundation, these D-class personnel are just guinea pigs for trial and error. He had many reasons to refuse the job. Just like D4325. He is a D-class personnel and has no good impression of the Foundation at all. After all the members of the task force were killed, there was no need for him to listen to their orders at this time. He is not like Erza and Lucy next to him. He has no happy life and no experience of hardship. Nor do I feel grateful to this world and then devote myself to it. The only thing left for him in this world now is pain. His eyelids trembled slightly, his expression remained unchanged, and countless thoughts and ideas flashed through his mind. But, in the end, it was fixed on the report written by Agent Backlay. The moment when Captain A, team members B and C died was frozen. Finally, he opened his eyes. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. He looked down at the report in his hand. Although he had read it 2 or 3 times, he read it again carefully. He raised his head, looked at the few people who were silent, and said seriously, "I'll try it." Erza and Lucy looked at each other and were stunned. After talking to D4325, they both thought that the 2 D-class personnel had the same idea. It is impossible to take the initiative to stand up and take this responsibility. But, reality slapped them hard in the face. D4325, also a D-class personnel, grabbed D14134's sleeve. He asked in surprise, "Are you crazy? We're all going to die anyway, so why should we help that crappy Foundation do such a thankless task? Have you forgotten how they treated us?" He didn't know why he made this choice. It's an indescribable feeling. The moment he read the report, he felt a sense of responsibility that was like a torch relay. Perhaps, this was because it was the first time he was treated without any prejudice. Or maybe it was what Chief A said when he entered that dark door. If closing this door is truly enough to prevent SCP-1983-2 from appearing, this is what we must do. Because this can reduce the casualties later. Even if it costs my life, this is what I have to do. Yes, some things, no matter what, must be done by someone. Even if I sacrifice my life for it. Anyway, my life has never been worth anything. Thinking like this in my mind. He suddenly laughed, his mouth opened silently, his smile was slightly curved, and it looked a little sarcastic. However, whether it was Erza, Lucy, or D-4325, they all seemed to see. In the darkness, a fire is burning. Although it is very weak, it may spread all over the place later. After Erza was silent for a moment, a smile appeared on her lips. I'll go with you. At least the gun in my hand is still under A. He will protect us, right? I find it hard to imagine that Erza would say such superstitious words. Lucy laughed and complained. After all, in this situation, only such superstition can calm people's hearts. Erza responded. Well, let's get started. What a bunch of lunatics. D-4325 secretly cursed. But, looking at their backs that have already left. He gritted his teeth and finally took out his pistol. Followed up. I am so unlucky to have met such a group of fools. Chapter 147. Bang. Heavy gunshots were heard. Then, a monster with bared fangs and claws screamed and roared and disappeared, completely turning into a shadow. Da-da-da. Then, another round of assault rifle gunfire rang out. The monster that attacked D-14134 disappeared immediately. Erza's soft whisper also came, "May God bless you." Looking at the bullet shells on the ground. Erza, holding a rifle, couldn't help but complain in her mind. It is indeed difficult for a swordsman to shoot a gun. Because of the low hit rate, Erza had to use more bullets to destroy a monster. It would be great if Bisksa was here, this kind of job is most suitable for her. Wizard's Guild, Fairy Tale. When the green-haired beauty Bisksa heard Erza calling her name, she was slightly startled. Then he lowered his head in embarrassment. I never thought that there would be a day when Erza would compliment me. Look, I told you 900 that you are very strong, even Erza said so. Aside, Alzak, who had always liked Bisksa secretly, came up and praised her. Makarov couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this scene. At this time, he was much calmer than before. The reason is that Lusa and others have achieved success in their current stage. Strictly speaking, Erza, Lucy and 2D class personnel have achieved phased success in the difficult task of destroying the monster's nest. Just like now. After clearing all the shadow monsters at the door of this room, Erza and D-14134 arrived at the door of this room. Push open the door and step in. Not only Erza, but even D-14134's face also lost some of the tension at the beginning. Soon, the two came to the center of the house. The pile of dead rooms was right in front of them. I don't know if it's an illusion or the light is dim, but the hearts seem to be beating slightly. Seems to be maintaining its last breath. The two looked at each other and nodded. Erza drew out the long sword behind her back. This is the sword that Erza had taken out when she entered the Black Gate. Fortunately, I entered this space with a sword in hand. Even if the magic of changing clothes is blocked, Erza still has the fighting power. The two men quickly raised their weapons and began to chop at the pile of dead hearts. Suddenly, several thin liquids gushed out from inside. The hearts that were originally split in half were completely split in two by the two men's blows. The lotus root is broken, and the silk is also broken. At the same time, the monsters that had sensed the invasion and rushed over to defend the heart also split apart. Unlike shooting with bullets or actually hacking at the monster, These monsters did not let out a roar before dying, but disappeared directly in front of the two people. Until all the hearts in the room were destroyed. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. After making sure that all the monsters in the room were dead, he breathed a sigh of relief. According to the agreement, after destroying these hearts, the two need to return to the base where Lucy and D4325 will meet. The purpose is to avoid being discovered by other wandering monsters. Until now, everyone has a guess, that is, sound does not seem to attract these monsters. So just stay in this dark place for a while. At least after their physical and mental strength have recovered a little, the two will set out to return to the base. Only in this way can you avoid encountering monsters in a weak state and dying. While the two were resting, they looked around again. A very unreal and inexplicable joy filled the hearts of the two. It's like the moment of clarity when you wake up from a nightmare, or the moment of relief when the physical examination at school is over. At the beginning, no one had any hope of destroying this place. Because, there may be dozens or even hundreds of monsters waiting for them in the center that the agent mentioned. The final result will be that they fight desperately to kill dozens or hundreds of monsters. Died outside the central house. However, there is always a way out. These monsters seem to have made an extremely stupid choice. At that time, everyone decided to destroy the monster's lair. They risked their lives to come to the central house mentioned by the deceased agent. However, it was unexpectedly discovered that the number of hearts and monsters piled up there was far less than what was reported. This situation seemed to give everyone an opportunity, so the four of them joined forces to destroy the site effortlessly. In the subsequent exploration, they discovered several nests filled with hearts. A little meditation will make it clear. This group of monsters must have noticed that someone had entered this space and were fighting with them. Therefore, the monsters, knowing that all eggs should not be put in one basket, divided the nest that was originally equivalent to their headquarters into multiple bases. To avoid being wiped out by the enemy. After discovering this problem, Erza made a prompt decision and chose to attack. In addition, the four people were divided into two teams, each to destroy the nest that had been separated. Up to now, Erza and D14134 alone have destroyed nearly 3 nests. As for Lucy, she mentioned in the previous meeting that they also dealt with 3. Everything seems to be going in the right direction. This is why Makarov said before that Erza and others have achieved a staged victory. According to estimates, there should be no more than 10 nests. In other words, there are at most 4 more nests, and we can destroy all these damn hearts. They didn't know if their idea was correct, nor did they understand whether the monsters split the nest out of rational thinking or instinctive action. None of this matters anymore. At least, the current situation is a good sign for several people. It started when they destroyed the first nest without attracting other monsters. Erza and the others finally saw the light hidden in the darkness. And it is still expanding. They are ending hell. Chapter 148. Gap being repaired. An inadvertent turn of the head. His eyes immediately focused on a picture on the wall, which was covered with unknown symbols. The notes are sloppy and have a bit of a hideous feeling. The paint used is a very unpleasant red-brown color. Looks like blood that has gone bad. This was not the first time they had seen this. They had discovered it before when they were wandering in this space. It always appears in unexpected places. Some of them even have more than just symbols, there are other indescribable bloody pictures, like a cult sacrifice. These patterns have also appeared in other nests that we have cleared before. Erza also noticed D14134's gaze. Speak out. Yeah, I've seen it many times. D14134 sighs. Then, his gaze shifted to the center of the room again. The pile of hearts has now turned to ashes, revealing what is underneath. It was something like a small altar, about half a meter high, with a complex and strange pattern in the middle. Is there even this? D14134 surprised. Time is running out, we should go. Erza stood up. He looked at D14134 and said, "That thing is just like those crows. There is one in every base. But it has nothing to do with us, so don't waste your time. Indeed, their mission is to kill all the hearts. As for what altars are under the hearts, it has nothing to do with them." Arriving at the door, both of them took a deep breath. It was as dark as night outside, and every time I crossed it, it was like walking on a tightrope on the edge of a cliff. You will never know how many shadow monsters exist in the endless darkness. Let's go. After checking the rough situation outside, Erza shouted. The two of them rushed out simultaneously and ran towards the dark abyss. This is the way back. But on the way back, the darkness was churning, and the shrill screams were hidden in this darkness that was like a tide. Erza and the others had no other choice but to run madly. Run as hard as you can. The extreme feeling of depression filled the hearts of every audience watching the live broadcast. It's as if the air is stagnant, making it hard to breathe. There was no sound for a long time. Bang bang bang. The fierce gunfire continued. Lucy's face turned pale. She put down the assault rifle in her hand and said a devout prayer. Then he shook his already sore arms. Although he is a wizard, the recoil of the firearms that have been modified by the Foundation is still very high. This makes it even harder for a summoner like Lucy who doesn't exercise. But no matter what, it's all worth it. Although, they lost another person. D4325. Yes, he is dead. When he and Lucy were on a mission alone, they were chased by a horde of monsters. Eventually, D4325 was caught and dragged into the darkness. That scene was hard for Lucy to accept. But, having come this far, Lucy has witnessed too many deaths. Hugh, Simon, Captain A, Team B, Team C, etc. I don't know when Lucy started to learn to be strong. At least when she saw her companions die, she did not kneel on the ground and cry helplessly. Under the life cover of D4325, Lucy successfully escaped back to the base. And with Erza, D14134 and. After a short rest, the three decided to act together. So they set out on their journey. There aren't many nests left. At least, with the three of them firing at full force, they finally found the last nest. Right now, right before their eyes. This is also the most central place of the entire farmhouse, the original nest. Arriving here, the three of them no longer had any concerns. The previous cautiousness has all disappeared, and now they are like reckless men. It was as if I wanted to release all the suppressed emotions that I had been experiencing during this period of time. They no longer think about saving bullets. The usually dead silent space is now filled with gunshots, the sound of things colliding, and screaming prayers. The silver light of the bullets and the sparks of the collisions formed a dazzling brilliance to celebrate their victory. Yes, everyone thinks that the current battle situation is already in their favor. There are only 5 monsters left standing in their way. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. There are 2 reasons for this situation. The first is that there are indeed very few monsters here, at least half as many as in the previous lair. The second is that they brought almost all the silver bullets to deal with this last nest with all their strength. Bang! Then he strode past the monster and pulled out a bottle from his waist. It contains pure white liquid, alcohol. This was found in a room similar to a medical room. Throw it hard. In the back, Erza grabbed the candle on the candlestick that provided a faint light. Throw it at the pile of hearts. Boom! A violent explosion of flames. The flames were lit like a bonfire, and the room was instantly illuminated by the flames. At that moment, the bodies of the remaining monsters around began to melt and disintegrate into particles invisible to the naked eye, and then dissipated. Success! Countless viewers watching the live broadcast couldn't help but cheer for the 3 people. The extremely suppressed mood was vented at this moment. And in the screen, the burning bonfire gradually died down after a few minutes, revealing the charred heart in the middle. The three of them stared at the bonfire for a while. Then he sat down on the floor and breathed a sigh of relief. The excitement and tension of the battle faded away. Instead, a feeling of exhaustion came over me like a tide. I was so tired that I didn't even want to move a finger. The expected pleasure did not appear, and everyone's hearts were still filled with that lingering absurd feeling. Is this the end? Lucy asked, supporting herself on the ground with both hands. It feels like a dream. Erza murmured. Of course it's over. D14134 speak out. He not only thought of the dangers he had experienced in the past. The smile on the corner of his mouth became brighter. I knew that goddess of luck would be on my side. Seems to have regained some strength. During this period, he was fully focused on how to destroy the nest. Now that everything is over, he is a little confused. Next, how to survive? This question filled my mind. Should I return to the Foundation and become a D-class personnel? Or escape to a deep mountain forest and spend your life leisurely? With this thought in mind, he walked around the room aimlessly for a few times. The pace gradually quickened. The amplitude of the swing of his hands gradually increased, and an indescribable sense of uneasiness and fear gradually spread in his heart. It's like when you play a game, you finally defeat the final boss after going through so much trouble. But the game didn't show any victory message. There is no reminder of the next step, and no matter how much I type on the keyboard or click on the screen, it doesn't help. In an awkward situation. The situation D14134 is facing now is like this. Something is wrong. He couldn't help but exclaimed. He stared at the surroundings intently and said in disbelief this. It's not right at all. How could this happen? Knife. Chapter 149. Wrong. Keep looking around. Nothing around has changed. It is still the same huge monster, there is still no exit, it is still the same dead end. At this moment, Erza and Lucy also noticed something was wrong. The two stood up from the ground one after another, trying to find an exit to leave here. But, like water off a duck's back, this space seems to be completely sealed off. There is no escape. Lucy realized this and turned pale as paper. His eyes were filled with fear. He murmured, could it be that, even if all the hearts were destroyed, I can't escape? 257 Even my chest started to ache. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Thinking about the current situation. Is it really like Lucy said, that even if all the monsters are destroyed, there will be no way out? Is this really a bottomless abyss, and once you enter, you can never get out? Seeing this, Karof outside also panicked. The Fairy Tale Guild, which was celebrating Erza and the others' victory, suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at the live broadcast in amazement. What is going on? Didn't they destroy all instances of SCP-1983-2? Why, still can't come out? In the sky screen, Erza frowned. Don't panic, she said. There should be another exit here, and don't you think there is something strange? Erza asked. You mean? Lucy seemed to understand something. That's right, it's Miliana and Jalal who came in earlier than us. Erza's tone was unusually solemn. We have searched both outside and inside the Black Gate before, but we have never seen them. This makes me feel very strange. Are you saying that there might actually be other exits and they found them? D14134 looked at Erza. Hearing this, Erza couldn't help but nodded. So, I think we should keep searching. The few of them hit it off and finally decided to leave the room and go outside to see what was going on. Squeak! The wooden door made a heart-pounding sound. There is another room connected to the dim room. Several people stepped in. But, just as D14134 took a few steps, a strange feeling instantly lingered in his heart. He couldn't help but stop and called Erza and Lucy at the same time. The two looked at each other in confusion, but after seeing D14134's extremely serious look, or choose not to speak. After all, when it comes to fighting anomalies, the people at the Foundation are much more professional. Even if the other party is just a D-class personnel in the Foundation. He ruled out many possibilities one by one. Finally, his sight stopped at the wall in front of him, on which were carved all kinds of distorted symbols and patterns. These symbols and patterns are familiar to D14134, Erza, and Lucy. I have seen it in many rooms before. But now the strangest thing is that the dark brown pigments of the written symbols and patterns have turned into a dazzling bright red. Like the blood that just flowed out. He immediately turned around and looked behind the door. That is the room where the heart was just stored. This moment, countless audiences were stunned. Immediately afterwards, there was a scream of extreme terror. Oh my god! What on earth is this? What a joke, why are these guys still here? Weren't they just completely wiped out? No. It's different from what happened just now. Just one look and my heart almost stopped. In the Alvarez Empire, the 12 shields were equally horrified, their eyes fixed on the screen. Damn! What the hell is this? I saw that at this moment in the picture. Less than 5 meters away from him. Before he could even begin to feel fear, he immediately raised his pistol. He pulled the trigger hard. Bang! The sound of gunfire was accompanied by flames gushing out of the muzzle. Silver bullets whizzed out. At the same time, D14134 did not forget to pray. However, something that no one could have expected also happened at this moment. The silver bullet whizzed out and easily passed through the entity in front of him. There was no obstruction at all, just like passing through a real shadow. He subconsciously raised the gun again. But Erza stopped him. It was obvious that D14134's shooting had no effect on these strange entities that suddenly appeared. Therefore, it is best not to waste the few silver bullets. He began to suppress the discomfort in his heart and took advantage of this short time to carefully observe it in front of him. Soon, they discovered something was wrong. These monsters seemed to have become darker, Lucy swallowed secretly. However, Erza beside her shook her head. No, it shouldn't be said to be darker. It feels more like pure black to me, as if someone had dug a piece out of the background. It is more like a real space, completely stripped of the concept of color. D14134 supplement. Damn it! What the hell are these? Lucy's face was extremely ugly. However, before everyone can proceed to the next step of observation. Squeak! The sound was like the slight sound made when a wooden floor was stepped on. Not good! D14134 exclaimed. He immediately turned his head and looked behind him. This moment, the blood of viewers all over the world seemed to freeze in this short second. Chapter 150. Almost no one can describe what D14134 is feeling at this moment. Around him, in the darkness, hundreds of entities appeared. Like a series of human-shaped black holes, they slowly walked out. And surrounded D14134, Erza and Lucy in the center. Even the audience watching the live broadcast couldn't help but gasp. Hiss! An indescribable sense of fear and powerlessness enveloped everyone who was watching the sky curtain at the moment. This, what on earth is going on? Why oh why are they still there? Wasn't it completely resolved? Why, didn't anyone die? Oh my god, this situation is so hopeless, so difficult, so difficult. Even in the fairy tale guild. The moment he saw the sky screen clearly, Makarov's legs went limp. I fell down weakly and sat on the bar. A glimmer of hope rose in his eyes because Erza and the others had successfully destroyed the heart. It was also completely shattered at this moment. Yes, it's too difficult. Now, even through the sky, Makarov could feel the overwhelming powerlessness. Or, more of a puzzle. Why have I gone through so much hardship? It took a lot of effort to destroy all the hearts. It was not easy to touch that tiny hope. However, in the next second, there was a despair that almost made people collapse. Is it true, that humans really have no way to fight against anomalies? At this moment, this thought kept lingering in Makarov's mind. In the picture. Dizzy. This is the only feeling D14134 has at this moment. Or maybe it was the only feeling of the three people present. The shock of the sudden change in the situation and the rush of adrenaline confused their thinking for a while. My heart is beating like a hammer. At this moment, he could clearly feel. The surroundings seem to be changing. The twist above my head is spinning madly. The walls and floors around me are spinning. My eyes were blurry and chaotic, like a drowning person trying desperately to look up underwater. The scene that came into view was shaken, twisted, torn into pieces and finally glued together again. The hearing is like being in water, with constant chaotic and irritating noises. As the surrounding space gradually stabilized, his consciousness is slowly returning. The irregular noises gradually disappeared. Erza and Lucy were squatting on the ground, covering their heads with their hands just like themselves. The expression seems to be painful. The monster entities surrounding them still stood there, completely surrounding them. However, at this moment, they seemed to have received some instructions. The monsters that were originally blocking the way automatically opened a path in front of him. In the middle of this road, there was a figure standing. Human figure? I looked forward again and found that it was indeed a figure. With the faint light around him, he could see that this figure had the same characteristics as an ordinary human. Relatively normal height and limbs, standing on 2 feet, with 5 fingers on each hand. The length is very normal. He could even see the facial features of that figure. If it weren't for the fact that this thing was as black as the surrounding monsters, he would have thought it was another new victim, or the previously lost Miliana and Gerard. What the hell is this thing? Endless doubts filled the minds of the three people. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. At this moment, the monster that was different from the surrounding monsters and closer to humans walked towards him. And open the mouth-like outline on your face. I gave him a very ordinary greeting. Are you guys feeling better? Outside the sky, countless people stared at the sky with their eyes wide open. The words just now echoed in their ears. If the people around him hadn't had the same expression, some people might even have thought it was just hallucination. That monster actually spoke. At this moment, the three people in the picture are also like this. As usual, in such a dark and scary place, I heard the long-lost human language. My subconscious reaction should be ecstasy. But the person who said this now is not a human. But it's abnormal. This alone made the three people's hearts sink to the bottom. Erza and Lucy were also filled with uncontrollable fear. They seemed to be in extreme fear. I forgot how to respond to this monster. I can only stare at all this. The originally dead silence was broken, and the floor was shaking violently. There were constant sounds of things colliding and breaking outside the space. The monsters inside were screaming and moving slowly towards the three people. It's like liquids merging together, more like a ball of ink wriggling. I can only see that face at the top. That is, the newly born abnormality, the real owner of this group of monsters, is looking at them with a smile on his face. Lucy 567 also watched all this in a daze. The body is no longer able to respond to the situation in front of it. Even despair is powerless. Rising. All this is like a brief dawn, and then it falls into darkness again. Erza clenched her teeth tightly, and blood seeped out of her lips. Her body was trembling slightly. Yes, trembling. Even Erza herself did not realize that she would still tremble after she had untied the knot in her heart. Maybe, all this is too terrifying. It's too powerless. Thank you for everything you have done. The face was the first to break the silence. Makes him feel dizzy. He didn't even bother to study the true meaning of what the weird guy said. I could only ask subconsciously who are you? But I didn't expect the other party to be slightly stunned. Me. The dark palm like a black hole pointed at himself. After thinking for a moment, he said, "You can treat me as our leader and representative." Here, it paused. "Oh, we are just monsters in your eyes, or abnormal." Chapter 151. Listen to the words of that strange man. Erza frowned and was silent for a while, as if she was thinking about a lot of things. He gritted his teeth and said, "You guys caused all this." This is not a question, but an affirmation. The strange man on the other side also admitted it openly. "Yes, but without the help of the Lord, we can't do this." Its eyes scanned the surroundings, and its words were filled with an almost crazy fanaticism. Host. D14134's mind flashed back to the murals and altars he had seen before. After a while, he seemed to have a preliminary understanding of the current situation. "Hey? Is that you? Although I don't understand who the master is referring to. But thinking of the torture and pain I have suffered here, I feel sorry for this instigator." He couldn't help but clench his fists, and all the muscles in his body tensed up again. But this time it was not because of fear, but anger. Extreme anger from the heart. "You look like neither human nor ghost, and yet you still have faith. How crazy must that Lord be to choose a believer like you? Or is it that your master was really unwanted by everyone, so he had no choice but to choose you non-humans? He no longer cares whether he will anger the other party. The worst that can happen is death, right? If a person still holds on to hope for life, then he will definitely fear death. However, when one is completely desperate about life, the opposite attitude. D14134 is like this now. He even wants to see the other party's angry expression because of these disrespectful words. However, what surprised D14134 was that he did not notice that the strange man in front of him made any reaction to these blasphemous words. Or, even if there was, he couldn't see it. The strange man just stood there quietly until 14134's laughter ended. Then he slowly said, "The Lord does not care about the slanderous words you said about him. Because, in your primitive and aged form, you are naturally unable to comprehend the greatness of the Lord. Can't understand." D14134 laughed a few times. He said in a mocking tone, "You can't think of how to put a holy coat on your disgusting distorted faith and your shitty Lord, outside world." Countless people watched D14134's speech and couldn't help but get agitated. Has this person always been this brave? My God, I don't know how he dared to say such a thing under such circumstances, but I have to say, it sounds cool. D14134 man, but considering that this guy was a death row inmate before, it is reasonable for him to have the courage to say such things. Yeah, anyway, now I'm actually starting to think he's kind of cool. Countless people are discussing. In the screen, the monsters surrounding the three people also began to get agitated after hearing that sentence. The low roars that came from time to time confirmed the dissatisfaction of these monsters. The strange man also frowned. But he did not do anything to D14134. Instead, he turned around and roared at the restless monsters, and the monsters around him finally quieted down. The strange figure seemed to take a deep breath and turned around again. He looked at the three people and said, "Well, I was going to ignore you, but I can't forgive your ignorance like the Lord. So, listen carefully to the following words, which will let you know how ridiculous what you just said is, and..." It seemed to have thought of something, and a strange smile appeared on its face, but it disappeared immediately. He said, "It may also answer your questions about why destroying all the hearts did not end this place." Hearing this, D14134, Erza, and Lucy, or outside the sky, all the audience watching this scene. My heart skipped a beat at the same time. Could it be that all this is because of this strange person in front of me? A bad premonition emerged in Erza's heart, and even her eyes began to look a little suspicious and irritable. That strange man began to speak in the same tone that could not tell whether he was happy or angry. In fact, the way we are now is what human beings should really be like. It can also be understood by the word evolution. We now have greater abilities and potential, and before we were just a cumbersome shell. The strange man's voice was very calm, and there was a hint of contempt in his eyes as he looked at D14134. You think this is ugly, that's only because you are still in your shell. With your tiny vision, you naturally cannot reach the level of the Lord Host. This word was mentioned again. The 12 shields of the Alvarez Empire all frowned. What exactly is this Lord? It is impossible for humans to understand it. Could it be that it is something that is beyond human limits? Inbal and Val looked at each other. Something far beyond human boundaries? Could it be that? As if they thought of something at the same time, they looked at Timalaya. Is it God? God, Demalia took a deep breath. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Then he shook his head helplessly. I don't know, but logically speaking, God shouldn't exist. The God of time did tell me this. God should have died long ago. But didn't the God of time survive? Irene looked at Demalia. It's different. She shook her head. After all, even the God of time is only a remnant soul so far. Remnant soul? Inbal stood up suddenly. He looked at Demalia with a suspicious look. You just said that even the God of time is just a remnant soul, right? Demalia blinked and then nodded quickly. Then, Inbal seemed to understand something. He adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked, is this so-called master also a remnant soul? And is it possible that the rituals they performed were related to the resurrected Lord? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone present changed. God's resurrection ceremony. If this is true, then the resurrection of a god is absolutely unbearable for this world. Yes, maybe even we will be involved by then. Irene said solemnly. Eyes fixed on the sky. His face looked extremely ugly. In the picture, the strange figure does not know why. Perhaps it is the long-standing loneliness that makes it seem happy to share with everyone. Not only did it stop the actions of the ghosts behind him. He continued to narrate. This is the attitude that we humans should have, but for some reason, perhaps it seems that the curse or restriction brought by other factors has always imprisoned the power it represents deep in our bodies. To be precise, it is in the heart, it is like a cage, imprisoning this power. As long as the heart is still beating, the prison is unbreakable. But it cannot be lost or destroyed, because the power inside is also attached to the heart. Once the prison is destroyed, the power will also perish. As he spoke, the strange man lowered his head and looked at D14134, Erza, and Lucy, who were already in complete shock. He continued. However, the Great Lord gave us the key, allowing the power to break free without harming itself in the process. When the heart loses the energy supplied by the body, but has not yet completely died, we can use the key to unlock the prison and release this power. The Lord also needs us. When more and more people evolve, the Lord's will be closer and more integrated, helping us reach a new height. Of course, these are easy to say, but actually putting them into practice is very troublesome. There are many rituals to prepare. It glanced at the three people present and said meaningfully, we still need some other assistance. Erza was stunned for a moment, and the first thing she remembered was when it appeared. First sentence. Thank you for everything. An unprecedented fear grew in her heart. The degree of fear is greater than all the previous ones combined. Cold sweat appeared on her forehead. The depth of this trap is completely unpredictable. Similarly, the consequences of falling are also unpredictable to everyone. When you see those monsters coming out of the heart, isn't it easy to imagine that these monsters are produced from that poor and weak heart organ? The weird man's smile became more and more sarcastic. Well, for you humans, is it similar to a delivery room where life is conceived? The Alvarez Empire, Qin Tiandao. Inbal and the others were completely conquered. Could it be that all the previous inferences were wrong? As if to confirm everyone's inner guess, the strange man sneered and said slowly. So when you want to solve the problem here, is the first thing that comes to your mind to eliminate the source of these monsters in your eyes? Since those monsters have already appeared, according to what you said, the heart has lost its function as a cage. In any case, destroying them will not have any adverse effects, right? The strange figure smiled again, this time the smile was particularly obvious and exaggerated. With that face, it looks weird. Even with the key it's not enough. Its voice sounded again. The key can indeed release power, but although the heart is fragile, the imprisonment is quite strong, and the connection is not ordinary. Even if the power is released, there is still some residual pressure on it. As you can see, silver weapons and prayers can easily solve the problem, so the hearts must be completely destroyed, but we... The strange man paused and said, perhaps we have this power in our bodies, or perhaps it is a side effect of the key. We cannot cause damage to the heart. So we can only rely on other forces. That is... You bunch of outsiders. Chapter 152. The strange man's voice fell. Like a stone falling into the river, it caused thousands of waves. Countless people fell into a brief silence at this moment. Then, it boiled like a tide. What on earth does that guy mean? Could it be that they did this on purpose? The purpose is to get Erza and others to help them destroy the heart. Wait, I think I figured it out. In short, we have to completely destroy the heart so that those monsters can completely break free from the heart's constraints, right? So. Alvarez Empire. Val's breathing was rapid. He pointed at the group of monsters on the sky and said in horror, does anyone among you still remember the phantom that appeared in the heart every time you killed those dark monsters? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but think of the time when they destroyed the heart. The image that flashed by. I used to think that it was just the energy dissipation phenomenon after the monster was completely killed. But now think about it carefully. That is not a collapse of energy at all. The monster imprisoned in the heart is finally freed. Without the restraint of the heart, or in other words, the energy that was bound in the heart and could not escape was released by Erza and others, so they became stronger. Irene's pupils shrank violently. The scene of the D-200-14134 gun just now flashed through my mind. So, silver weapons and prayers can't destroy these monsters. After realizing this, all the 12 shields present felt a sharp twitch in their hearts. A heavy feeling came over me, as if I was being pressed down by a huge rock. This situation is too suffocating. If you think about it carefully, you will find that you can't escape this situation at all. In other words, from the moment you enter that black door, then, everything is out of your control. Everyone present is a powerful wizard. However, if they put themselves in their shoes, they also know. If the person reaching out through the black gate is yourself, I guess I will follow the trap set by these monsters. There is no other solution. This is the real despair. In the sky screen, the smile on the strange figure's mouth became more and more rampant. Although Erza, Lucy and D-14134 on the other side could not see the specific details, but they could tell that the strange figure was indeed laughing. And, laughing happily. Then, it lowered its head and said in a slightly proud tone. So, don't you realize that we have helped you? Beg. I understand everything. Erza, Lucy, and D-14134 reacted at this moment. The trembling of the body stopped, and was replaced by a strong feeling of weakness. They finally understood why the monsters had automatically dispersed their hearts to make it easier for them. Why, every time we destroyed a nest, other monsters would not be attracted. I finally understood why I had been feeling so uncomfortable. It turns out, we have been acting according to the will of these monsters. It turns out, we are the ones who are releasing those monsters step by step. Everything is not as easy as we imagined. How can hell end so easily? The ones who were truly terminated, were them. Erza turned her head and looked at D14134 who was almost collapsed beside her. At this moment, he is constantly grabbing his hair. Eyes full of despair and regret. This kind of thing that can only be done by waiting for others is quite troublesome. After all, the flow of time here is different from that in the outside world. It usually takes several months or even several years to wait for an outsider to come. The strange person did not care about D14134's condition. Instead, he said to himself, therefore, in order not to arouse suspicion from outsiders, we try our best to adjust our thinking ability to be almost the same as that of wild animals. Only relying on your own instincts, the moment you start to destroy the heart, then our remaining sanity will automatically take some measures to reduce the difficulty, such as placing hearts in more places to disperse the monsters in each nest. It paused for a moment, and then said in a comforting tone, however, even this situation is very difficult. I have to say, you guys are really amazing. Just a few of you were able to pass the level in one go. We thought we would have to wait for several months. Beyond the sky, Wizard's Guild, Fairy Tale. Makarov punched the bar. The huge force even caused the bar to collapse. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Countless pieces of wood flew everywhere. Under the rising dust, Makarov's angry face was clearly visible. Veins popped up on his forehead like crazy. Staring at the sky with bulging eyes. Asshole! He yelled like this. Myra Jane, who was standing by, held onto her clothes tightly with her hands. His eyes fell into despair. In other words, this is a plan that has been planned for a long, long time. And are Erza and the others the ones that the monsters are waiting for? Not just Makarov and Myra Jane. At this moment, the entire guild was like this. Anger and depression filled this guild that was usually full of laughter. Anyway, watching my companions die. The feeling that they can't do anything is very important to the Fairy Tale Guild. It's a huge torture. In the picture, after the strange man finished what he wanted to say, he took a few steps back with a smile. A strange whistle came out of his mouth. As if some kind of order had been issued. The next moment, the whole house began to tremble and groan, and the monsters around began to slowly walk towards the strange figure. On the side, Erza and Lucy immediately became alert. Even though I'm already very tired physically and mentally. But at this moment, they still picked up their weapons. Watching the slowly moving group of monsters with caution. He didn't know what these monsters were doing. Maybe it's to summon their master or maybe to break free from here. But, no matter what the reason is, the following situation is definitely not ideal. As for blocking, there's no other way. Whether it's Erza, Lucy, or myself, there is no way to stop this. The real culprit of all this is him. If I hadn't decided to carry out the mission of destroying the heart, then everything won't be so bad. It can be said that he almost has to bear a great responsibility for such a result. His heart tried to find reasons to shirk, for example. What is the evilness of that so-called lord? Or is it the cunning of a strange person? Or is this trap hidden too deeply? Could it even be said that Agent Baclay's report misled him? But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't seem to forgive himself. Not only because everything I did was in accordance with the wishes of those monsters. It's not because I opened the door to hell and released those monsters. More importantly, he failed Agent Baclay. Although it was Agent Baclay who gave the wrong hint, it was he who actually perfected the error from theory to practice. Manslaughter is still murder. It doesn't change because of other hidden circumstances. Hey, what are you doing? I seem to hear Erza and Lucy calling out to me. Give up? Maybe we can try to stop them. At least, don't let them get what they want so easily. Chapter 153. There's no hope. Thinking back to what happened before, he couldn't help but clench his fists and hit his head. Mumbling to myself, I knew it would be like this, I will never be able to do anything right, I am just useless. Those people were right. All the hardships I encountered were not because of my birth. There are so many people like me who can live a good life. If only they would give up something. No, it's just because I'm an idiot. Glancing around aimlessly. And stay on the altar in the center of the room. That's their key. As his eyes rested on the intricate patterns on the altar, the words that the strange man had said reappeared in his mind. Thank you for everything. In fact, the way we are now is what human beings should really be like. When we are not completely dead, we can use the key to open the lock of the ball cage. Etc. With his mind refocused, he began to carefully and seriously review everything that had happened. A spark of inspiration burst out. Can you open the lock with a key? Wizard's Guild, Fairy Tale. Makarov's anger suddenly stopped as D14134 spoke. He blinked, and his originally dim eyes flashed slightly. Key, unlock. Makarov's thoughts gradually became clearer. He seemed to understand what D14134 was thinking about. President. Myra Jane looked at Makarov, who was becoming increasingly excited, with some confusion. Ask out loud. Hearing this, Makarov turned his head sharply and looked at Myra Jane. I see, he exclaimed. Like a person who is extremely excited after having realized the truth, he said. The key to the problem lies in the key. Key. Everyone in the guild was a little confused. A key, besides unlocking a door, what else can it do? Makarov said, looking at everyone. Besides unlocking, the only thing you can do is lock it. Libby was stunned by what she said. Yes. It turned out to be a key. So, in addition to unlocking, the key also has the function of locking. As expected, in the picture. After all, it's not a real key. But is there any choice left at this point? It's gone, so I might as well give it a try. He looked around him and checked his equipment. There were 2 silver bullets in the pistol, and a dagger with a pitted edge in his hand. And the unused medical alcohol hanging around his waist. In addition, the floor beneath you is also made of wood. Look at the black shadow floating in the air. Countless other entities are rushing into the body of the strange man. It's like a huge virus that keeps fermenting. Then, he looked at the altar again. D14134 thought that he was not completely ignorant of this altar. He had fiddled with these altars when he was cleaning the nest. Even attempted to destroy these altars. Although due to the time storage, he did not have a deep understanding of these altars, but it was enough for now. Think about it. At this moment, the 2 were staring desperately at the black shadow in the air. Holding the weapon tightly in his hand. They don't know how to stop this from happening. However, they are wary of what might happen next. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Seems to have noticed the movements of D14134 behind him. Erza said without turning her head, are you okay? Sorry, I'm not as brave as you, D14134 laughed twice. Not this. Lucy hadn't finished her rebuttal yet. It was interrupted by D14134. Don't say anything yet, listen to me, I have thought of a way, although I don't know if it will work, but we haven't completely failed yet. Hearing this, Erza and Lucy turned their heads in surprise. In such a desperate situation, the 2 could hardly imagine any way to turn defeat into victory. However, when they met D14134's bright eyes, all the doubts in my heart disappeared. Erza took a deep breath and nodded heavily, although I don't know what to do. But we believe in you. Erza's words startled D14134. The unreserved trust made the D-class personnel feel a sense of responsibility that they had never felt before. My heart seemed to be inspired by the blow. Just tell us what you want us to do. Lucy said bluntly. We do our best to help you. He let out a breath. Now he seems to no longer see the shadow of the desperate D14134. He seemed to have found himself again, the D14134 who never gave up and successfully survived many abnormal events. Staying calm is the best way out of despair. Then, he looked at the two people in front of him seriously. Ladies, I have to do what's next alone. Erza and Lucy were slightly stunned. Are you alone? How can this be possible? Fairy Tale will never give up on anyone. Erza said firmly. It's okay. D14134 shook his head. You need to wait here now, and when the black door opens, run as fast as you can. Run as fast as you can until you get out of that damn door. Then we'll be successful. What do you want to do? Erza frowned. It's fine. D14134 laugh. Leave the rest to me. Of course, if anyone tries to stop us, I'll have to ask you to stop them. D14134 raised his head and looked at the object floating in the air. And the monsters that are constantly merging. He smiled and said, although, I don't think those monsters have time to stop me. After giving the two of them a reassuring look. In a place where Erza and the others couldn't see, his lips moved slightly. These were the last words Agent Backlay ever spoke. And now, he said it to himself again. At this moment, he smiled. I don't know why, but he laughed, very happily. That was the happiest thing I had ever experienced in my life. Chapter 154. In the darkness, D14134 began to move. He came to the altar and started to tinker with it, turning over the signs with strange patterns on them. The strange action made Erza and Lucy present, and even the audience watching the live broadcast outside, stunned. Countless people have such doubts in their hearts. Erza opened her mouth and was about to ask a question. Then D14134 took out another bottle of medical alcohol from his waist. Groping towards the darkness. Until Erza and the others lost sight of D14134. All I could see was a vague figure in the darkness and the sound of heavy breathing. And the sound of heavy objects being moved. Countless question marks filled everyone's mind. The other side. The strange man floating in the air is smiling. Now it feels that its situation has never been better. It was simply the most perfect day in its life. Yes. It could clearly feel that the Lord was approaching as they merged. It was surrounding them, releasing its own love to them. This is what weird people think they deserve. After so many years, the hard work and struggle finally paid off. The few complaints that had arisen when I was extremely depressed in the darkness also disappeared in the smoke at this moment. It began to completely sink in. Boom. Until a dull sound broke this perfection. The strange man opened his eyes angrily, wanting to see who had broken the beauty of this moment. But as soon as it opened its eyes, it saw this scene. At this moment, D14134's hair was disheveled, his eyes were blurry, and his index finger was waving around uncontrollably. He staggered to his feet and tried to run out of the room with the same messy steps. I almost tripped over myself several times. After finally reaching the door, he suddenly stopped. Look up at the wall in front of you. Here, there was a door to leave. But now it has disappeared. He knelt down with weak legs, clenched his fists, and knocked weakly on the wall, as if hoping to knock out a way. The strange man looked at this scene coldly. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Yes, just now, when the ceremony was going on, it had already closed all the passages in this room. To avoid unnecessary interruptions. Therefore, for the following 3 people. The best outcome at the moment is to wait here quietly, waiting for the Lord to come and grant them death. It will be their honor. But looking at D14134's appearance, it is clear that he has lost all hope and is on the verge of despair. My sanity has been completely destroyed, like a fish thrown onto the shore. He jumped with all his strength and finally died of exhaustion. Seeing this, it closed its eyes in relief, no longer distracted by looking at D14134. The Lord's embrace is becoming stronger and stronger. I cannot be distracted at this moment. So let the little fish jump on its own. I can't make big waves anyway. Even if he really escaped from this room, he would not be able to get out of this chaotic space. Not to mention surviving, it's completely futile. And the moment it closed its eyes, everyone can see clearly. Then he continued to move towards the remaining walls of the room, starting from his current location. With every step, my hands would desperately grope around, as if hoping to find a switch in a corner that would let him out. His pistol and dagger were fastened to his waist. But surprisingly, there was still a bottle of medical alcohol hanging around his waist, and the stopper was not plugged in the bottle. The liquid in the bottle spilled onto the ground from time to time as his body swayed. This strange move left countless people puzzled. No, what on earth is D14134 doing? Are you looking for a way out? Also, why does the layout of this room seem familiar? Familiar? Wait, I seem to remember, when I was in that corridor before, didn't I see the front hall from a distance? Thinking back carefully, it seems to be exactly the same as here. Antechamber? Could it be that this is the antechamber that doesn't exist in the Tianmu file? That should be the case. If that's the case, then the door to exit might really exist in this room. After a brief discussion, most people seemed to understand what D14134 was planning. But is it really so? In the picture, he returned to the starting point again, and still couldn't find any way out. But surprisingly, his eyes were uncharacteristically calm. There is no longer the despair in my eyes. He turned around and looked at the strange man floating in the air. Good, the monster didn't notice what was happening here. D14134 then took the next step now. The strange man is still quietly integrating the monsters around him and waiting for the Lord to come. But at this moment, it was disturbed again. This time it was not a physical sound, but some kind of spiritual induction. It's like the oncoming Lord suddenly stopped and began to move away from it strangely. This situation made the weird people open their eyes in surprise. Then, looking towards the center of the room, I suddenly discovered the guy who I thought was just a bug before was standing on the altar in the middle. With his head held high, he looked into its eyes. His eyes were filled with disregard for life and death, which was completely different from the despair he had just shown. But, relatively speaking, what attracted it more was not D14134's attitude. It's his appearance at the moment. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. There are many scratches on the body, and these wounds have one thing in common. That is, the wound is not deep, but it will cause a lot of bleeding. The blood seeping through him made him look like a bloody man. The blood flowed into the altar at his feet, and the scarlet light gradually lit up the patterns on the altar. His face was pale due to heavy blood loss. But he still held his head high. What are you doing? It asked in surprise. Do you remember what you said? D14134. The mood is somewhat unexpectedly calm. When the heart loses the energy provided by the body but is not completely dead, we can use the key to open the lock of the cage. When he said this, his body began to shake violently. The whole person also took a few breaths violently, but still stood still and continued. But don't forget. Just as the key can open the lock, it can also lock the lock again. Outside the sky, Makarov's eyes flashed with understanding. Really? He wanted to reverse the key and lock the cage again. In other words, the reversal ritual. In the picture, the strange man frowned. Afterwards, it seemed to have sensed something, and its gaze was fixed on the altar. The altar has changed. The pattern above is not fixed, but movable, which D14134 clearly knows. He had tried before. Just like building blocks. Now, the pattern that originally presented a circular pattern has changed. The whole circle turned from the inside out. The strange man felt a sense of uneasiness inexplicably. But it still forced itself to ignore this slight uneasiness. Said it's really a fantasy. Even if you say so, the ceremony is not complete. Before it could finish its words, it was interrupted. I know, it still lacks a light source or a heart, right? Just like you brought the light back to the heart storage room before. Erza and Lucy were stunned. Looking at D14134 in astonishment. At this moment, he had already raised his pistol and fired a shot at an inconspicuous corner. Bang! The bullet whizzed out, and almost at the same time, a crisp sound came from the corner. That's the sound of fragile things breaking. Sparks from the friction of bullets flashed in the dark corners. It looked extremely weak, but the next second it surged like a prairie fire. The dazzling light that burst out in an instant made D14134, who had not seen the light for a long time, shed a tear out of discomfort. Just a few in a breath, the fire occupied the room, wrapping everyone together. You did it! The strange man's voice was still calm, but one could hear the suppressed anger and panic. Of course, when you haven't noticed us ants. D14134's face was illuminated by the firelight, and she smiled brightly. He seemed to be unable to hold himself up. He knelt on one knee on the altar, but still taunted. It seems that you should be careful of an ant, because it might take the opportunity to bite you at any time. And, maybe this ant is highly poisonous. In the back, Erza and Lucy stared at D14134 who was kneeling on one knee on the altar. At this moment, they also understood what D14134 wanted to do. But, can it really succeed? Erza and Lucy were both nervous. Even D14134 didn't know if his method would work. No one would think that simply changing the so-called altar to 4.1 would actually complete the reversal ritual. He's just gambling on that 1 in a million chance. Anyway, as the agent who wrote his suicide note said before, you are going to die anyway, so what the hell are you afraid of? He doesn't care about his life anymore. After all, logically speaking, my sinful soul should have perished long ago. Now, every extra day lived is earned. Buzz, buzz. The altar seemed to respond to D14134's gamble. The array patterns began to light up everywhere. Seeing this scene, the weird man was completely panicked. With its brows tightly furrowed, it roared, Jalal. It's time for you to show your loyalty to the Lord. Before the ritual is completed, be the first to kill that damn ant. The angry roar made Erza raise her head in surprise. The next moment, a rapid sound of breaking through the air came from the dark shadows. Golden light shining in dark space. And it passed by quickly, like a shooting star. Go straight to D14134 on the altar, clang. Golden dots of light exploded. Jalal was flying fast and was slammed to the ground. He raised his head in confusion. His eyes were fixed on the crimson figure that suddenly jumped up. It's you. Are you trying to stop me again? Erza. Gerard gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Chapter 155, Reversal Failed? Missing Heart. Chapter 156. Heart. When the strange man finished speaking, countless people were stunned. Sacrificing a heart. So, in order to complete the reversal ritual, someone must die. Lucy's eyes widened and she murmured. Of course, the heart is a cage, you know this very well, but you just don't want to face it, right? The strange man's face showed a look of confidence. As he said this, he glanced at Lucy, who was at the moment, and Erza, who was fighting with Jalal. Or, are you planning to sacrifice these two friends of yours? These words were spoken to D14134, and the word friend in the words is self-evident. Wizards Guild, fairy tale. The guild members present couldn't help but get nervous. A pair of eyes stared at the sky. President, that D14134 doesn't really want to sacrifice Erza or Lucy's heart, right? Makeo couldn't help but ask. However, no one present had an answer to this question deep down in their hearts. Although, D14134 had said before that everything would be left to him. But who knows what D14134 is thinking? People are selfish. Moreover, D14134 is essentially a death row inmate who is burdened with sins. A person like this, can you expect him to have kindness? Makarov remained silent. That old face is so ugly. He didn't seem to know how to judge the situation in the sky at the moment. But the strong liquor that kept pouring into my throat never stopped. After a while, the respected elder in the guild finally spoke well. I don't know. But, we have no other options now. He looked at the sky. At this moment, the image is projected onto the face of D14134. Makarov sighed and said, no matter whose heart is sacrificed, we cannot control it. In fact, we can only watch here. If Erza or Lucy can't come back, we can't complain. This is a question of human nature. No matter what choice is made, it is not surprising. Put yourself in their shoes. If it were you, would you be willing to give your heart away just to keep living for two people you've only just met? Matteo was also silent. The answer was obvious. Won't. As Makarov said, it's a matter of human nature. No matter what choice you make, you should not blame others, because the person who made the choice is not you. Therefore, they have no right to blame. However, from the perspective of Erza and Lucy's companions, they are more inclined to believe that Erza and Lucy can survive. But isn't this another form of cruelty to others? The fairy tale guild fell into silence, and everyone stared at the sky, anxiously waiting for the final result. And so do people all over the world. There is no right or wrong in human nature. Erza is still entangled with Jalal. The clash of swords and magic continued to echo in this dark space. In midair, the fusion of black shadows continues. And it is getting bigger and bigger. Time is running out, every second that passes. The Lord in the mouths of strange people will be closer to this world. That would be a disaster for the whole world, so even Lucy knew that a decision had to be made now. She turned her head and looked behind her, at the edge of the altar. Then, I saw D14134's face, which was smiling but already wet with tears. Lucy's heart is filled with mixed feelings. She didn't know what to say, so she could only grit her teeth. You should be called Lucy, right? Am I calling you Lucy right? To read the most exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Lucy nodded quickly when she heard this. He seemed to want to say something, but the words just couldn't come out. Finally, I could only sigh helplessly. It seems that I am not suitable for saying anything tearful. Anyway, I just want to know that everything I do should be meaningful, right? This question also made Lucy completely at a loss as to how to answer it. Looking at the troubled Lucy, D14134 smiled casually. I think I already know the answer. After saying that, he turned around and faced the top of the altar that was just a few feet away. Under the dazzling firelight, the tears that flowed from the corners of his eyes seemed to become crystal clear. He wiped the tears from his cheeks. He said in annoyance, really, I should be more handsome at a time like this. Taking a deep breath, D14134 tidied his hair. Then, he stepped to the top of the altar handsomely and calmly. Buzz. Snap. A slight sound began to spread. It was obviously very light, but when it fell on the ears of the strange figure, it was like a thunderous explosion. It looked at D14134 in disbelief as he walked to the top of the altar and sat cross-legged. Confused, he asked, "How dare you?" At this moment, the cage of his heart in his chest opened instantly, and those monsters that were fused with the strange man seemed to have been interfered with by something unspeakable. One after another, howling and roaring, the bodies of the strange people were forcibly stripped away in anger. With a strong sense of unwillingness, he gradually disappeared like mist, was deprived of his freedom again, was detained and imprisoned again. The strange man was completely panicked at this time. Looking at the increasingly fading shadows around it, it tried to change the situation in front of it. But found no avail. All he could do was keep yelling at D14134 to force it to give up its decision. He was enduring and struggling with the extremely swelling and bursting feeling in his heart and the constant roars and whispers in his mind, "Good Zhao Zhao." To be honest, D14134 was not unprepared for this situation. But he almost fainted for a moment. It's like a roller coaster several dozen meters high taking a 90-degree vertical dive. No matter how prepared you are, you can't beat the moment that really comes. The intensity he is currently experiencing is, without exaggeration, hundreds of times more intense than a roller coaster. There are hundreds of monsters here, all compressed into one heart. It's like all the people on the continent are concentrated in the not-so-big territory of Fiori Kingdom. D14134 felt as if he was about to burst. His fingers were tightly grasping the edge of the altar, and his knuckles were white. Try to ignore the unwilling roars from the monsters in your mind. Learn to do it like before, take a deep breath, concentrate, and clench your teeth tightly. Trying to stop the heart from breaking. Chapter 157. Boom boom boom. The continuous roar spread in the darkness. Erza's sword and Jalal's magic collide. Even sparks flew in the darkness. Celestial magic, 9 thunder stars. Buzz. A magical blade of light condensed from starlight appeared behind Jalal, and as Jalal swung his right hand, it flew down. The sword blade condensed by starlight streaked through the darkness, like a meteor, shooting straight towards Erza. Erza held the sword in both hands and kept swinging it in front of her, creating sword flowers. Desperately resisting the incoming blade of light. With 9 consecutive crisp sounds, the 9 thunder stars summoned by Gerard were all shattered. But before Erza could catch her breath, he was shocked to find that a huge magic circle appeared under his feet. Erza noticed this and turned back. Other magic circles also appeared around. There are 7 in total, forming a Big Dipper formation, surrounding Erza layer by layer. And, as Jalal's magic power was output, a dazzling light began to flash. Accept the punishment of the 7 stars, Grand Chirayan, 7-star sword. The dazzling light blooms in this empty sky. The powerful magic power turned into a sky-wide light, locking onto Erza below. Is this, a 3-dimensional magic circle? Looking at the shining stars in the sky, Erza couldn't help but widen her eyes. Now, she no longer had the strength to escape from such a large-scale magic attack, and could only watch the light from the sky fall. But just when the attack was about to fall, dong dong! It was as if the sound of a beating heart echoed in Jalal's mind. The magical power that was surging all over my body instantly dissipated. Gerard began to cover his chest, his eyes revealing horror. This is... what's going on? An indescribable feeling came over Gerald. He turned his head slightly and looked at the strange person floating in the air. Seeing this, even the weird people closed their eyes helplessly. There's no other way. You have been assimilated into our kind. Even though you still have a human body, the prison of your heart has long been opened. Now you are just a walking corpse. Gerard was horrified when he got this answer. In my mind, I couldn't help but recall the moment when I just entered the black door. In the darkness, he met Miriam. However, before the two of them could have any conversation, they were attacked by the dark monster. Miliana's heart was taken away. Even he himself was murdered and his heart was taken out. It was at that time that Gerard, who had not yet completely died, heard the whisper from the Lord. Although, he didn't know that it was just the voice of a strange person. Because I sensed Gerard's deep desire for freedom. A strange person chose Jalal and used a special method to keep him alive. Make him the most powerful fighter of the weird man. However, no matter how much they planned, the weird people could not have predicted that all this would be lost because of D14134. That damned death row inmate actually chose to sacrifice his own heart. So, tragedy happened. In this short period of time, the strange man was horrified to find that there was no one around except himself and Gerard, who was struggling on the ground. There are no other companions anymore. Even its own body gradually returned to its original human form. An indescribable attraction enveloped him, and also enveloped Gerard below. Etc. How could this happen? What is going on? Damn it, let me go, let me go. Gerard kept roaring, waving his hands wildly, trying to grab anything he could grab. But, it's useless. The strong attraction seemed to ignore Jalal's struggle and led them to the place where they started. A place called the prison of the heart. No matter how painful, regretful, or resentful the strange man and Gerard are at this moment, they can only accept their fate of being imprisoned. When the strange man disappeared at the last moment, it wanted to feel the Lord's love for it one last time in despair. But what is even more despairing is that the Lord did not give it any response. When all the ghosts were imprisoned, D14134 could no longer bear the pain in his body. He fell down from the altar. The body curled up in pain, the face looked more hideous than ever before. Many noisy noises surged like real objects, full of lingering malice and evil whispers, as if they were the innate background sound that echoed in D14134's mind all the time. In this sea of malice, he was almost drowned. This is the power that the weird people talk about. The negative side of human nature encompasses all evil, absorbing all light like absolute black, and accompanies the human species from birth to death. He tried to breathe in that sea of malice, but just by opening his mouth, he felt an uncontrollable pain and swelling in his chest. It's as if everything in this world is squashed, folded, compressed, and squeezed in tightly. For a cell, cramming so many prisoners at once is far beyond its capacity. The struggling heart is as broken as a piece of gum that has been chewed 1,000 times. The bubbles have expanded to their limit. If there is any error, they will burst. D14134, are you okay? Did it work? How do you feel now? I heard Erza and Lucy calling out to me. The two exhausted people supported each other and walked over, looking at D14134 with some concern. Looking at the two of them, D14134 managed to force a smile. Now, there is only one last step left. What last step? Lucy suddenly had a bad feeling deep in her heart. And me. D14134, difficult to pronounce. As expected. Erza's pupils shrank slightly, and then she lowered her head in silence. She may not know what to say now. Save him? What can be done to save him? To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. There is no way to save D14134, who has absorbed so many ghosts. Therefore, seeing the distorted face that is almost unrecognizable, Erza's heart is filled with grief and a deep sense of powerlessness. At this moment, a strange voice came from his heart. Are you crazy? D14134. As the sound resounded, the distorted face of the strange man also emerged. It seemed to be taunting. Why are you doing this? Is it because of that agent or the Foundation? Think about it, they are just using you, wanting you to pay with your life, completely draining the value of a D-class personnel. They didn't even give you a proper name or code name. Just a string of numbers. Do you still remember your original name? I'm afraid even you don't remember it, right? Will anyone else remember it? Will anyone else remember that it was you who did all this? What are you talking about, bastard? Lucy roared angrily. We will remember it and never forget it for a moment from now on. Ha ha ha, do you know what his name is? Don't be ridiculous, his memory was wiped by the Foundation a long time ago, and even he himself doesn't know his own name. The figure laughed loudly. Yes. At this moment, D14134, who had been silent all this time, raised his head. Although he was still in great pain, he said seriously, yes, the Foundation will keep records of everything. When a D-class personnel dies, the administrator will archive his original name and number. The strange man suddenly became quiet. It's not that I have nothing to say, but I was choked by his words for a moment. However, at this moment, both Erza and Lucy were present. Or did all the audience outside the sky do not find this scene funny at all? They all stared at the picture on the sky quietly. The body and mind fluctuate with the words of D14134. No matter if it's D14134 or my original name, they all represent me. Not anyone else. This is enough for me. The one that can represent myself is the best. From a certain perspective, the code name D14134 is a unique name. Gritting his teeth tightly, he pretended to be relaxed and said, "At least, there won't be a duplicate name, right?" As the words progressed, his tone changed from being intermittent to becoming more and more fluent. The whole person's condition also began to improve strangely. He seemed to have begun to adapt to the surging sea of malice in his mind. The whole person's face showed an excited red. Seeing this scene, the fairy tale guild. Everyone's eyes are trembling. As wizards, they knew exactly what was going on. That's a flashback. This also means that D14134's life has come to an end. For a moment, everyone's vision became blurred. Myra Jane even covered her mouth with her hands in sadness, lowered her eyes and dared not look at the scene on the sky. Even Makarov couldn't help but sigh deeply. The old eyes have long been filled with tears. The strange man's voice was still lingering, as if he was making a final struggle. Why on earth did you do this? What's the point of it? Why? D14134 repeated this sentence and lowered his head to think for a moment. Well, just think of it as a sudden impulse that I want to try to play a good hero role. He suddenly laughed, as if he was amused by his own words. It's very strange. A villain would want to play a hero. Haha, it's really funny, but... He changed the subject. Moreover, compared to those people in the Foundation, you disgust me even more. He stared at the eyes on the twisted face, without any fear in his eyes. Then, he laughed out loud, without any pressure, and with great joy. The gun in his hand began to press against his chest. Of course, at this last moment, he still did not forget to pray. However, his prayers were not to some bullshit god, such as Jesus, God, Buddha, or even the so-called Lord. These gods are not worthy of his prayers. Pray to your own heart. He was grateful for the existence of his heart, grateful for its beating, grateful for its loyalty, and grateful for everything it brought him. Yes, there has never been any god who is so high above that we cannot look directly at him. The true God had been beating in his chest, and now he just had to trust his heart. Entrust everything to it, even your life. Then the heart will not let him down. There won't be any mistakes. D14134, with his eyes tightly closed, he muttered these words with a smile of relief. Ignoring Lucy and Erza's expressions that were about to collapse. A moment later, his finger pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and the whole space seemed to be shaken by this inconspicuous sound. Then, there was a dull sound, which was the sound of the hand holding the gun falling to the ground. The flames around him burned more and more fiercely. From time to time there was a crackling sound. The jumping light gradually expanded, eventually covering the entire room. Hell is on fire. The flickering sparks floated across Erza's sight. It also illuminates their front. Where the ordinary space was distorted. It was as if the originally distorted space gradually returned to calm. In the midst of the changes, a black door gradually emerged. That was the exit they had been searching for a long time, but now it was within reach. But no one can be happy at this moment. Or rather, Erza and Lucy seemed to have forgotten how to laugh. They only felt a sense of irony and sadness. When they touched the handle of the black door, and opened it. The moment I saw the vast world outside. A very unreal feeling came over me. What happened before seemed like a dream. In that dream, they seemed to have lost a friend, an ordinary, yet great friend. And now, the dream is ignited, and it's time for them to wake up. Chapter 158. It's over. Everything seemed to end when the black door appeared. When Erza and Lucy pushed open the black door, Tianmu's live broadcast also fell into a black screen. At this moment, everyone who was watching the live broadcast stopped talking. All the suspicions, arguments, doubts, and emotions before were hidden at this moment as the light of the sky gradually dimmed. They were like they were in a dream with Erza and Lucy. In that dream, there was the sadness of losing a friend, but also the luck of surviving. What is even more shocking is that in this dream, I witnessed an ordinary person. No, it should be said that, is a person who is so insignificant that he cannot be any smaller. Witness the most divine scene in the heart of such a person. Yes, sometimes mortals can be as great as gods. The mortal named D14134. In that extremely desperate situation, he did something that even gods couldn't do. Witnessed. Even a filthy soul can shine with a holy light amidst true evil. As D14134 said later, a villain actually wants to be a hero? But, it is true. A hero is not judged by his origin. At least, at that last moment, D14134 deserved the title of a hero. Until the last gunshot sounded, it was time to wake up from this dream. What is left to everyone is a sense of loss and a feeling of regret in their hearts. A tribute to the deceased. Almost no one can speak now. No one can describe the shock and regret that most viewers feel at this moment. Just like the bullet behind D14134, it wasn't his own heart that was shot. Instead, it hit everyone who was watching the live broadcast on the sky screen. My heart feels empty. However, if you look carefully, you will find the deepest memory imprinted in your heart. Tower of Paradise, Gate of Death. A mortal body, equal to the gods. Destroyed a Keter-level horrific anomaly by himself. He is a hero and should be remembered. Watching the screen go dark, inside the fairy tale guild. Myra Jane rubbed her eyes which were blurred by tears. He looked at Makarov, who was sitting cross-legged at the bar next to him. President, is it over? Yes, that extremely unreal feeling still lingers in Marajana's heart until now. It's over, Makarov sighed. Staring blankly at the black screen. The voice was low. Erza and Lucy came out of that place safely. However, more lives were lost in it. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. He picked up the wine glass on the table and looked at the wine swaying in the glass. But there is no doubt that this time it is a victory for mankind. A huge victory. Humanity should be proud of it. After he finished speaking, Makarov drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. A slight blush appeared on Makarov's cheeks. With a slightly blurred look, I stare at the sky quietly. Quietly staring at the black screen. Suddenly, he seemed to see it again. In the abyss of despair, there shone the holy light of the great moment of man. Alvarez Empire. The 12 shields watching the sky curtain couldn't help but let out a long sigh. As the 12 shields high above. As the 12 shields who are almost among the top powers in this world. Maybe I never thought of it. One day, I will feel such a strong shock from the story of an ordinary person. Yes, it's shocking. Maybe before, I was familiar with the scenes in the sky, the Foundation, Anomalies, etc., to read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. They all watched these with the attitude of imaginary enemies. To judge, to analyze, to try to find more information to help myself and others understand more about these unknowns. And when D14134's deeds appeared in their sight, they realized one thing. They are heroes, there is no doubt about that. Before the sky was exposed, there were more unknown heroes who sacrificed their lives in secret. But no one can know. After understanding all this, I think back to the time when words like imaginary enemy. In fact, it seems very ridiculous. Others have never paid attention to your existence, and even included you in the scope of protection. And sacrificed one life after another for it. Does such a person need to be treated as an imaginary enemy? The 12 shields know that this shouldn't be the case. But I just hope His Majesty the Emperor won't go to the opposite side of the world. After a long while, Inbal sighed softly. They are the 12 shields, the most loyal shields protecting the Emperor, Supergan, the Black Mage Zerf. Although I don't want to be an enemy of this world. However, when His Majesty the Emperor needs it one day, even if he doesn't want to, they have to do it, it's their duty, a duty they can't refuse. Communications have been restored, which should be the reason why the abnormal phenomenon of SCP-1983 has disappeared. At this time, Val suddenly said. Has it recovered? Inbal said after a moment's silence. Let Agil, the disgrace, go to Augusta, let's come back together and don't let Agil embarrass us 12 shields again. Okay, I understand. Val nodded, then fixed his eyes on the magic crystal screen in front of him. The fingers of both hands kept operating, and began to contact Ajir who was far away in the Tower of Paradise on the Ishgar continent. The other side. Tower of Paradise. The mobile task force has already surrounded SCP-1983. And before that, more search teams had been sent into the farmhouse. But, unfortunately, ever since D14134 and others entered the Black Gate, later generations will never find the location of the Black Gate again. I don't know if it was closed by that weird person, or what happened. Anyway, the subsequent search team kept circling in the chaotic space outside the black door. Even if Abel and others entered, it would be of no avail. All they could do was watch the entire experience of D14134 on the sky screen. Want to rescue, but unable to do anything. It was not until several hours later that the distorted space returned to normal. The teams searching suddenly discovered that the chaotic space around them had turned into an ordinary, shabby room. The unreachable lobby can now be stepped into at will. However, the distorted pictures and texts on the walls around the front hall were covered by the charred black caused by the fire crows. Apparently there had been a huge fire in the lobby. The fire was set by D14134. Chapter 159. In addition, several mummies were found in the damaged room. Some of them look like the bodies of Foundation agents. Some of them are Erza's acquaintances. Simon, Miliana, and Gerard's corpse. When Erza and Lucy successfully came out of the Black Gate, they looked back and saw the corpses behind them. Since Simon, Miliana, and Gerard died not long ago. Therefore, their bodies are still in good condition. Except for Simon, the whole body was half melted. As for the rest, it was not completely decayed like the other mummies. In addition to these, there is a pile of ashes at the altar in the center of the front hall. And the burnt nameplate with D14134 inscribed on it, lying in the center of the ash. That was the name tag that was once hung on D14134's chest, representing his name. Looking at these traces on the ground, Erza and Lucy fell silent. The shouts of Natsu and others came from behind, but failed to wake the two. There is no doubt that at this moment, their hearts are heavy. They seem to be carrying the lives of the dead. How to survive may be the question they should think about more at this moment. It took a long time until the Foundation personnel came to retrieve the bodies. Erza gradually came back to her senses. Watching the Foundation personnel reclaim D14134's nameplate, watching the Foundation personnel carry away body after body, she didn't know what to say. Perhaps the most respectful thing to do is to watch D14134 leave with the most pious eye contact. Until Gerald's body was recovered. Erza then sighed. Her mind couldn't help but recall the time many years ago when she was imprisoned in the Tower of Paradise. I met Gerard who was still in a kind state. What exactly did he go through? Erza didn't know, but there was no doubt that Jalal had paid the price for his greed. Time flies, things are no longer the same. To this day, Gerard, who longs for true freedom, is imprisoned in the dark prison of his heart by D14134. This sounds ironic. What exactly is true freedom? Erza didn't understand what Jalal meant, but for her, it was living freely in this world. There are relatives, friends, family, and a place to go back to. The freedom to go wherever you want. This is the freedom that Erza understands. If Jalal can understand this, then, maybe he can truly be free. Instead of relying on an illusory god for your future and freedom, as you do now. Eventually, he was completely imprisoned. The scene was cleaned up quickly. Since SCP-1983 has completely lost all its anomalous properties, after the Foundation's experts inspected and evaluated it, finally decided not to bother with the farmhouse. As for whether the building will be destroyed or preserved, it depends on how the wizarding world will handle it. Although the Magic Council has been destroyed, but this institution cannot actually be abolished. In the follow-up work, we will definitely reselect suitable members to maintain the operation of the Magic Council. This is certain, everyone knows it. So the people from the Foundation left. It was only at the request of Erza and the others that Miliana and Simon's broken body were left behind. At least, this is the only spiritual sustenance for Wooly. As a companion who grew up together in the Tower of Paradise. 3 of the 4 people have died. This blow is really too great for Wooly. Even Erza felt deeply sorry for it. He clearly went to rescue people, but in the end he failed to rescue them. And caused another friend to die. However, now that things have come to this, there is no other way. The only thing that can be done by those who remain is to cherish the memory. Everything is over. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Erza and Lucy also set out on the journey back to the guild with their companions. This incident seems to have brought a lot of worries to the 2 of them. So much so that on the way back, the 2 were always unhappy. Until I returned to Magnolia, to the Fairy Tale Guild. The moment I saw the family members with tears in their eyes saying welcome home, it completely exploded. It is hard to imagine that Erza, who is known as the Fairy Queen, would cry so sadly. She seemed to be regretful, angry, and hating her own powerlessness. If I were stronger, wouldn't so many people have to die? If I were more rational, if I were more shrewd. So maybe D14134 doesn't have to die? It's not a pleasant feeling to carry someone else's life on your shoulders. This is a responsibility and also a pressure. Seeing Erza crying, Makarov, the guild leader, could only whisper to comfort her. It's over. It's over. What is gone will be gone, what continues will continue. Site 17 base. When the curtain ends. In other words, the moment when D14134 completely sealed all the monsters in the Death Gate with his own heart. The system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding the mission. SCP-1983 was neutralized, and this reward is. Rewards start to be distributed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the base's basic personnel supplement, 500 D-level personnel, 200 C-level agents, 100 junior researchers, 30 senior researchers. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the abnormal characteristic, space distortion. Note, this ability can be used to distort all surrounding space according to the host's will, and even create space. Specific range, about 10 kilometers. Ding! Congratulations on getting the special reward item, SCP-963 Immortality. Note, imprisoned within is the immortal soul of Dr. Bright, one of the 4 doctors of the apocalypse. Ding! Congratulations on winning the special reward, Mobile Task Force Beta 777, Hecate's Spear. Note, specialized in thaumaturgical ritual analysis and countermeasures, including thaumaturgical combat. Ding! Congratulations on your ability level upgrade. Note, reality distortion capability increased from 1.1 to 4. Qin Tiandao's eyes were filled with a dazzling array of reward prompts. However, at this moment, he did not immediately check the. Instead, he buried his head in his desk, writing and drawing with a pen in his hand. He had seen all of D14134's performance in the sky before. Therefore, as a foundation, we must not turn a blind eye to this. The foundation is a place where rewards and punishments are clearly defined. It's not a heartless place. Therefore, Qin Tiandao wrote about the reward for D14134. For the foundation, this is the highest honor. Posthumous letter of award from the foundation star. When the text was finished, Qin Tiandao couldn't help but take a deep breath. After thinking for a while, he wrote the last sentence on it. May the dead no longer die in vain, and may the living no longer remain silent. Chapter 160. When the document in hand is finished, Qin Tiandao gently closed the pen, then sat up straight, looking into the distance. Let out a breath. It seemed that he had sensed Qin Tiandao's unhappy mood. The tickle monster that had been swimming freely in Qin Tiandao's office couldn't help but blink its cute big eyes. Then he began to move his body towards the desk. Soon, the tickle monster climbed onto the desk and moved to the front of Qin Tiandao. The slimy body strangely grew two curved legs. Then, he exerted force with his feet and the tickle monster jumped up. It fell on Qin Tiandao's legs. Then climbed up to the left side of the waist. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A pleasant laugh came from the tickle monster. As if to amuse people. Qin Tiandao did not stop this from happening, but just sat in his chair and watched the tickle monster quietly. He knew that the little guy's original intention was just to make himself happy. He would not refuse this. However, what is surprising is the ability of the tickle monster, although it is just a simple ability to make people happy. However, the truly terrifying thing is that it can even slightly affect Qin Tiandao at this moment. Yes, it can really affect Qin Tiandao's mood to a certain extent. Although this is very weak, it is undeniable. Qin Tiandao did feel happy. This is a horrible thing. You know, the current Qin Tiandao is a terrifying monster that has many abnormal characteristics. Even so, it can be affected to a certain extent. This is enough to prove the perverted and terrifying ability of the tickle monster. What's even more surprising is that the current itch monster is still just a child at best. Yes, it's just a child. One day it will become strong enough to quell the malice of its brothers and sisters. Maybe it is even powerful enough to quell its father's abyss-like malice. With a slight smile on his lips, Qin Tiandao grabbed the tickle monster and said, "Okay, I feel good now, so go play somewhere else." As he said that, he placed the tickle monster on the table. Afterwards, Qin Tiandao sorted out his feelings and took out the reward that he had not had time to look at just now. In an instant, a series of prompt sounds continued to echo in Qin Tiandao's mind. The hurried voice even surprised Qin Tiandao himself. The reward this time, is it so much? Yes, this time the reward is much more than before. So much so that Qin Tiandao was wondering if it was because the anomaly was invalidated this time. In fact, after seeing the first sentence of the prompt, Qin Tiandao's idea was confirmed. Then I read on, and the first thing I saw was the old-fashioned edition of the Foundation's internal personnel. The personnel additions this time are also very exaggerated. With nearly 1,000 people added at once, it can be said that there are more than enough people to prepare for the second base. From this point of view, it is very powerful. In addition, the second reward is also very powerful. From the characteristics of this anomaly, space distortion. And according to the system annotation, this ability can freely control the space around oneself to convert, twist, change, etc. You can even create new spaces at will. Qin Tiandao also conducted an experiment on this point. The size of the space that can be created is very large, at least, similar to the size of a castle. You know, even in the world of magic, there are various kinds of space magic. There is also magic that can create space, but its size is not too exaggerated. For example, Erza from the Fairy Tale Guild. S-class wizard, whose strength is close to that of the Holy Ten. You can also use magic to create a space of your own to store your own weapons, etc. However, Erza doesn't have much personal space. After all, she still had a lot of armor that was actually kept at home because the space she created couldn't hold so many items. This is the size limitation of the space. Moreover, as an abnormal space feature, it must have more than just the function of storing items. The most abnormal thing about this space is that it can contain living things. Any creature can survive in this space. Because of this feature, even aquatic animals can survive even if there is no water flow in the space. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. There is no doubt that this ability is very strong, and for Qin Tiandao, there are many more means, which is worth being happy about. As for the third coming, it was also surprising, SCP-963 Immortality. Essentially, it is a decorative amulet with a circumference of approximately 15 centimeters. 13 brilliant cut diamonds are arranged in a star-shaped pattern around an oval ruby. Of course, these are not the main. The main thing is that inside the gem, there is an immortal soul imprisoned. The soul was originally from a senior researcher within the Foundation, Dr. Jack Bate. At the same time, he is also one of the famous 4 Doctors of Apocalypse. The absolute backbone of the Foundation. This is undoubtedly a huge gain. However, how to revive Dr. Jack Bate is a problem. After all, if you want to revive Dr. Jack Bate, you have to give SCP-963 to a D-class personnel. And this will cost the D-class their lives. When any ape comes into direct contact with SCP-963, the subject's consciousness will be immediately erased. Dr. Jack Bate's consciousness will be projected onto the subject. Of course, this effect will not affect Qin Tiandao, perhaps because his own ability is too strong. Maybe it's because of the distortion of reality, or maybe it's because of the system. In short, after Qin Tiandao came into contact with SCP-963, the above situation would not happen. However, it is worth noting that if a subject is in contact with SCP-963 for more than 30 days, the subject's brain function will become a replica of Dr. Jack Bate's. When this happens, even if SCP-963 is removed, 053 the subject will become an independent copy of Dr. Jack Bate's consciousness. Can also be understood as an independent person. In the original universe, the Foundation was trying to prevent the creation of multiple Dr. Bates and Dr. Bates self-collusion. Therefore, the original Foundation would choose to terminate the D-class personnel who survived for more than 30 days, and select another D-class personnel to wear SCP-963 again. However, the Foundation here does not need to have such worries. As a person rewarded by the system, Dr. Bate is absolutely loyal to the Foundation and Qin Tiandao. Therefore, there is no need to take precautions against this. On the contrary, in a sense, Qin Tiandao will actively promote the birth of Dr. Bate's clone. For example, now, Qin Tiandao has a strange idea in his mind. Remember, in the hands of the Foundation personnel who are about to return, there is a corpse named Gerard. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a corpse. Gerard's heart is still in his body, but the cage of his heart has been opened. Through the special means of the strange man, he was able to retain his body and control magic at will, so that he could serve as the strange man's strongest thug. But, unfortunately, that guy met D14134. As a result, his thoughts, consciousness, and even his soul were sucked into D14134's heart and imprisoned. Therefore, strictly speaking, Gerald's body should not be called a corpse. It should be called a shell. An ownerless body with strong fighting power and intact body. Chapter 161. This is a great idea, but we can't test it out until Jalal's body arrives at the base. So while waiting, Qin Tiandao then set his sights on the last 2 rewards. First up, Mobile Task Force Beta 777, Hecate's spear. This is a mobile task force that specializes in using thaumaturgy to fight. It is also a special mobile task force within the Foundation. As I mentioned before, the use of magic is somewhat similar to the magic in the world of fairy tale. Therefore, this can also be understood as a mobile task force composed entirely of magicians. However, it is more powerful than magic, and it is their special duty. It is designed to deal with any abnormalities that contain thaumaturgical rituals. If there was the spear of Hecate during the Death Gate incident, things might have been much easier. They are experts in dealing with ritual anomalies. In addition, Qin Tiandao also conducted some experiments on the combat effectiveness of the members of the Spear of Hecate. The purpose is to find out their combat effectiveness. In fact, the Spear of Hecate did give Qin Tiandao a surprise. If we divide it by the strength of magic in this world, then, even an ordinary member of the Spear of Hecate can almost match the combat power of an S-class wizard in this world. Among them, the captain or vice-captain level. His strength is even comparable to that of a Saint level 10 wizard. There is no doubt that this is a powerful mobile task force. On the whole, it is even more powerful than the current Pandora's box. Of course, if it is just a high-level combat competition, then the Spear of Hecate is no match for Pandora's box. After all, 2 hanging walls are enough to give Hecate's spear a headache. Absolute defense plus absolute attack, it can almost be said that no one can cope with it unless they are at the level of God. However, overall, the appearance of the Spear of Hecate has greatly strengthened the strength of the Foundation. More options when performing tasks. A really great reward. After instructing the members of Hecate's spear to familiarize themselves with the base, Qin Tiandao then set his sights on the last reward. Ability level increased. This can almost be said to be the best reward in this advent. Most of the previous rewards were for recruiting Foundation personnel. As for Qin Tiandao himself, only abnormal characteristics have been brought down. However, the truly powerful reality distortion ability has never been improved. But this time, it's done in one step. Level 3 to level 4. The overall strength is more than doubled. Yes, it's that exaggerated. To this day, Qin Tiandao can still clearly remember the powerful. All objects within his range of influence, even humans, can be shaped by him at will. It can even create humans or anomalous objects at will without causing any harm. Can make humans disappear and reappear. Even, if you're a little more ruthless. Everything in the current Site 17 base can be turned into a puppet. There are also records in the past Foundation that a powerful 4 reality benders can even reconstruct cause and effect. Wipe an entire city from human knowledge. Because of its extreme danger, the reality benders of Type 4 were not welcomed within the original Foundation. It is even said that according to the Pilgrim Protocol, he needs to be put into an indefinite coma. Just because, such an existence, as long as you keep thinking, once you have the slightest bad thought, the consequences would be extremely horrific. However, this will naturally not restrict Qin Tiandao. He has a very clear idea of how to use his power. Anyway, this is the power of a level 4 reality bender. There is no doubt that it is not an exaggeration to say that Qin Tiandao's strength has doubled. Even more than double. The thought ended, and when Qin Tiandao couldn't wait to click to confirm acceptance. An indescribable feeling immediately filled Qin Tiandao's whole body. That's a feeling 100 times stronger than comfort. Every cell in my body feels an unprecedented comfort. At the same time, a powerful force also filled every corner of the body. To read the exciting novel, go to Philonovel Network. A strange feeling intertwined in Qin Tiandao's mind. At this moment, he suddenly found that his perspective on the world seemed to have begun to change. It is a feeling of dominance that arises from within you when you look down at the ants. Because you can freely control the future, life, and everything of the ant. And now, Qin Tiandao feels this way about everything in the world. Similar to an omnipotent god. Of course, calling him a god is just a similarity. Qin Tiandao knows very well that. At my current level, I still have a long way to go to reach the level of God. On top of 4 reality bender, there are also level 5 reality benders. The threat of its ability is enough to cause the reconstruction of CK reality worldwide. Even a level 5 reality bender in a coma can create an infinite spatial anomaly in the cave with his subconscious mind. Just think about it, if such a being really awakens, what will the world be like? Finally, only those who are above level 5 reality twisters can be called true gods. For the foundation, this is an informal classification. Level 6 reality bender. That is the true omnipotent god. An individual who can reshape the world with just a flick of his finger, an individual whose will can direct all human activities. Once a level 6 reality bender appears, the world will experience HK level suppression and deification. There is still a long way to go. Feeling the fullness of power all over my body, Qin Tiandao was not proud of this. He knew clearly that he was only a 4th level reality bender. In fact, it is not a very powerful ability. Not to mention those terrifying existences of the Supreme God, even level 5 reality twisters do not exist in the anomaly. Therefore, he needs more powerful strength. Various anomalous properties, level 5 reality distortion. Even, a real god. To achieve all this, we need to continue to popularize abnormal characteristics. One day, we will be able to achieve. Qin Tiandao had no doubts about this. After accepting all rewards, Qin Tiandao immediately fixed his eyes on the sky. The text above reappeared to remind this. Abnormality detected breaking through the world barrier. Anomaly designation, SCP-2599. Should we conduct a live broadcast to popularize the characteristics of this anomaly? Did it appear so soon this time? Looking at the information on the sky, Qin Tiandao raised his eyebrows slightly. But I still clicked the yes button without any hesitation. Chapter 162. The Other Side. In the ruins of the Magic Council, people from other branches have arrived here one after another, and began to clean up the surrounding ruins. As for the members of parliament who are still here, they will naturally not have a good fate. Before, they might have been the supreme leaders of the Magic Council. But you have to know that the Magic Council is an electoral system. In other words, such a large organization is not the one-man show. After an evil force infiltrated the Magic Council and became a member, it also prompted the launch of strategic weapons such as magical spirit force. The joint liability is huge. The first to bear the brunt are these congressmen. The people below already have very big opinions about the congressmen. Therefore, after a unanimous decision by all branches, all members were temporarily dismissed. Afterwards, representatives from each branch held a meeting to elect new members and start rebuilding the Magic Council. Even the former Speaker Crawford was unwilling to make such a decision. But there is no way. After all, no one will listen to his orders now. Even if he still occupies the position of Speaker, it will be of no avail. He could only stay in this ruin and be invited back home by the Knights of the Council. Waiting for the ending. Whether to continue in office or go home to raise pigs depends on the discussions of the various branches of the Council of Representatives. However, from the current situation, Crawford's resignation is basically a foregone conclusion. Because, his opponents in the council will definitely not let go of such a golden opportunity. They will certainly make a big fuss about this matter. The final removal of Crawford is a certainty. Therefore, after returning to his private villa, Crawford immediately lost his temper. Almost smashed everything in the house. However, the material destruction could not calm Crawford's anger. At this moment, all he could think about was Jalal and Altair. There are about the Foundation, even about anomalies, etc. If these things didn't exist, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Bastard! Bastard! Damn it! Crawford's large body sat cross-legged in the center of the messy living room, trembling constantly. Veins popped out on the forehead, bloodshot eyes. But, at this moment, the chaotic sound echoed in his ears. Having heard it countless times, Crawford certainly knew what that sound was. He immediately raised his head and looked at the sky that had gone black before. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said through gritted teeth, "It appears again, damn abnormality." The black screen began to move again. Attracted the attention of everyone in the world. Hiss, is it coming again? Oh my god, how long has it been since the last abnormality happened? How could it come so soon? Is this going to make people live? I just hope this anomaly doesn't fall near my home. This is too scary. Who says it isn't? Even now, when I think of the death gate, I still shudder. Don't mention it, I don't know how many people will die this time, ah. Countless people looked at the sky and sighed. Wizards Guild, Fairy Tale. As the strongest guild in Magnolia, Fairy Tale brought a lot of good response to the city. The huge economy and the influx of people who come here make this city one of the best cities in the Kingdom of Fiori. Tourists come to this city every day. In recent times, the number of tourists has reached a peak. It's just because, recently, it's the annual harvest season held by the Wizard Guild Fairy Tale. During this time, Fairy Tale will hold various events. There is also a magical parade that is famous throughout the Ishgar continent. Therefore, many people came here just to watch this grand event. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Fairy Tale Guild Headquarters. Makarov and Myra Jane stood here, looking through the huge French windows at the dense crowds coming and going on the street. After looking at the sky that gradually became colorful, Makarov's expression became more and more ugly. At this time, he stared at the sky and muttered. Then, President, will the harvest season still be held as scheduled? Seeing Makarov's concern, Myra Jane couldn't help but speak out. Hearing this, Makarov sighed softly. If possible, the harvest season should still be held. After all, so many people have come to this city. We can't let them go back like this. Makarov paused. He continued. I just hope that this time the anomaly won't happen in Magnolia, but sometimes, the more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. As Makarov continued to pray, the picture on the sky also appeared. It was a town that looked unusually prosperous, with crowded crowds and street vendors. The light belonging to magic flickers on various buildings. Of course, the most eye-catching thing in that picture is the tallest building in the town. It is also the most luxurious building. Fairy Tale. Looking at the scene on the sky, Makarov's eyes widened. A look of horror kept flowing in those eyes that were as big as eggs. Oh my god! Even Makarov rarely swore. Did it really appear in this city? Abnormal. Makarov's exclamation instantly spread throughout the guild. And in the next moment, obviously, the members of the guild also noticed that their guild's building appeared in the live broadcast. Suddenly, countless exclamations louder than Makarov's were heard. Are you kidding me? Am I seeing right? Then, is that our guild? Oh my god, so the place where the anomaly fell is Magnolia. Maybe even near our guild. Countless people are discussing it. Natsu and Gray, who were fighting just now, looked at each other. No way, it's us again. Natsu said in disbelief. Have we encountered any abnormalities recently? Gray couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Even Erza, who was not far away, had the same expression, looking extremely unhappy. He kept muttering, abnormal, abnormal again. Now Magnolia is gathering tourists from all over the continent. If something abnormal happens. She raised her head suddenly, her eyes revealing fear that will be an unpredictable disaster. At the same time, on the second floor of the guild, a place that ordinary wizards cannot set foot in, a figure wearing a coat, headphones, and a lightning bolt in the right eye is sitting on the sofa with his feet on the coffee table. The tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and the gaze was fixed on the sky within sight. His expression also changed slightly. Abnormality. Why did it happen when I was about to take action? Chapter 163. The sky screen continues. Soon, lines of text were refreshed. Item number, SCP-2599. Project title, Not Good Enough. Object class, Euclid. Looking at the words on the sky, the Fairy Tale Guild finally breathed a sigh of relief. Euclid. At least, based on previous experience, it will be safer than Keter level. Previously, everyone had analyzed how the Foundation classified the levels of anomalies. According to the existing information, everyone has some benchmarks in their hearts. Keter level anomalies like the immortal lizard or the death gate are extremely dangerous anomalies. If the Foundation hadn't stopped the immortal evil lizard, if that powerful evolutionary ability is given more time, the world might be doomed. The same is true for the death gate. If it weren't for the Foundation's D14134, the Lord might come. By then, there will be a great loss of lives and a world-destroying crisis. Although the Euclid level is also very dangerous, it is slightly safer. As for the safe level, the danger level is even lower. Some are even very beneficial to humans, such as the bear with his own heart. Therefore, when you see that the level of abnormality that will appear is just a Euclid difference, everyone in Fairy Tale couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, for the current wandering huge magnolia, a little bit better. However, we should not take this lightly. Just like SCP-096 before, a shy person. It is also Euclid, but once it appears in a crowded place, it was an unimaginable disaster. But, this is not good enough. What does that mean? What a strange name. Some people are still skeptical about the unusual name this time. The text on the sky curtain continues. Item description: SCP-2599 is a girl approximately 14 years old, formerly known as Zhao Zina. Girl, 14. Is it a humanoid anomaly? Looking at the information on the sky, the 12 shields of the Alvarez Empire could not help but frown slightly. Similar to Cain before. Val folded his arms and murmured. I just don't know what kind of abilities this humanoid anomaly has. Inbal said. How powerful can a 14-year-old girl be? T. Mariah didn't care too much. After all, it's just Euclid, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. Aelin frowned slightly at Damalia's words. But he did not refute too much, but looked at the sky. Keep watching. I always feel that if this 14-year-old girl can be called abnormal, then she must not be that simple. At this moment, the description of the sky continues. SCP: The abnormal phenomenon of 2599 has two parts. First, SCP-2599's anomalous property is that she is mentally unable to resist any direct command given to her. This phenomenon is dependent on whether or not SCP-2599 believes it is receiving direct instructions. If she doesn't think she has received an order, she won't follow through with it. There are currently no limits to this nature, and the orders may even include instructions to commit self-harm, violence against others, and other inappropriate behavior. Therefore, it is judged that SCP-2599's mental resistance is almost zero, the lowest score in the current file. The moment these words appeared, countless people in the world were excited. What? Am I seeing that? That means that SCP-2599 cannot resist any order given to her. Hiss. Does this mean that as long as we find SCP-2599, we can ask her to do anything? She's still a girl. Why do I feel like there's something wrong with you? It's not just something wrong, it's very wrong. What on earth do you want to do? Shouldn't he be an inhuman being? Hey, that's abnormal, you are trying to kill yourself. Different from the imagination of many ordinary people. Some forces saw something deeper. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. The Abnormality of Unconditional Obedience, in an Unknown Forest. Brian, who was still searching for nirvana but had not found anything after searching for a long time, was sitting on a rock, eating food to replenish his energy. When I looked at the words on the sky, Brian's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Abnormally completely obedient. Although it is still unclear what Zhao Zina's abilities are. But, among those who can be defined as abnormal, is there any weak one? As long as you know how to use it, even a harmless bear can become an enviable immortal doctor. This is enough to prove the abnormal ability of. They are a bunch of monsters who completely ignore the rules. And there is such a being who can obey me unconditionally. Even Nirvana can't do this. Brian's eyes were red and his breathing was heavy. Staring intently at the picture on the sky. Magnolia. Brian clenched his fists, and an idea came to his mind. SCP-2599's secondary anomalous properties manifest in its inability to fully carry out any instructions given to it. This property allows SCP-2599 to complete most any command given to it, but it is unable to complete all parts of a command, or to complete the command satisfactorily. Repeated experiments have proven that this property is not controlled by anything, nor is it due to the subject's aversion to its instructions or rebellious psychology. Rather, due to its secondary nature, SCP-2599 is unable to complete commands even if it wants to. Once SCP-2599 is ordered to do something, it will be unable to do it successfully later, even if it was able to do it before. However, this property can be removed when other instructions are issued later. Lines of text once again stunned countless viewers. No, why didn't I understand? This means that you can issue instructions to let Zhao Zina do anything, but nothing can be completed 100%, right? That's roughly what it means. Also, even if it's something you've done before, such as bending over, if you repeat the instructions, you will become unable to do it because you can't do it 100%. What kind of anomaly is this? Why is it so weird? So, is this what it means to be not good enough? No matter what, you can do it, but you can't do it well. What kind of abnormality is this? I can do everything, but there are some things I can't do. Is there any difference between the two? Chapter 164. Alvarez Empire. Irene stared at the words above the sky. My mind is spinning rapidly. Whatever the requirement, it can be absolutely executed, but there is no way to perfectly fulfill the instruction. With her brows slightly furrowed, Irene kept thinking about the meaning of this. Even Inbal next to him is the same. Watching this scene, Demalia looked at the two of them in confusion. I say, what are you thinking about? Is there any need to ponder over such things? Isn't it just that you can do it, but you don't do it well? If that's the case, then no matter what, I can do it, I just can't do it well, or I can't do it. I really don't know why the Foundation defines such a person as abnormal. As she spoke, Demalia couldn't help shaking her head. No. However, Inbal denied Timaria the next moment. He clasped his hands together in the shape of 2, 4, 3 and fixed his gaze on the words on the sky screen. What can be defined as abnormal is definitely not that simple. In fact, the key to these descriptions lies in any two words. He took a deep breath and said, if it is really as I thought, then this abnormality will be unprecedentedly terrifying. Even more terrifying than the last death gate. The firm words made Demalia stunned. Looking at Inbal in confusion. If it weren't for the fact that Inbal was the smartest of the 12 shields, and therefore became the administrator of the Alvarez Empire, she began to wonder if her ears were broken. This is a harmless-looking girl who is only 14 years old. Is it really, as Inbal said, more terrifying than the Gate of Death? Anyway, just keep watching. Irene spoke at this time. She was looking at the sky and it was obvious that she had the same idea as Inbal. Whispering softly, if it is really as we think. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Fortunately, Augusta is still on that continent, then even we will have to participate in this unusual competition. At this moment, on the sky, the words continue to scroll. Document 2599 Alpha, the following is a log of experiments conducted on SCP-2599. Command, SCP-2599 is given 3 blocks of wood, and ordered to pick them up. Result, SCP-2599 picked up 2 blocks of wood, and was confused as to why she was unable to pick up the 3rd block. When instructed to do so, she lifted the block but then put it down again. Instructions: SCP-2599 is given a coin and instructed to flip it and land on heads every time. Result: SCP-2599 caused the coin to remain upright after it hit the ground. After repeating this process 24 times, there was no change in the result. The test was terminated. Note: it goes without saying that when faced with the choice of success or failure, SCP-2599 is incapable of either complete failure or complete success. She will try to be slightly more successful than completely failing. Seeing this, countless people's minds are filled with 2 big words: speechless. Yes, almost all viewers around the world who watched these test records felt the same way. Because, no matter how you look at it, you can't see any abnormal characteristics. At best, she's like a little girl throwing a tantrum. I will do whatever you ask me to do, but I just can't do it well. Hey! I just want to piss you off to death. This feeling. As for being able to keep the coin upright every time, this is actually not a strange thing in the world of magic. Who knows, this Zhao Zina might have mastered some kind of magic. The purpose is to piss off the people in the Foundation. Who asked them to use such a cute little girl for experiments? Countless viewers even thought carefully about Zhao Zina's motives. It's also very reasonable, just like a wayward girl's means of revenge against the bad guys. Isn't it a bit too hasty to define it as Euclid gender just based on this? But, obviously not everyone thinks this way. For example, Makarov from Fairy Tail, and former member of the Magic Council, Yajima. For example, the 12 shields of the Alvarez Empire. The Foundation has never misjudged the danger of any anomaly so far. So, is this really just a rebellious girl in disguise? The sky screen continues. Still a lab report. Command, SCP-2599 is ordered to play Paganini's 24 Caprices for violins. During the performance, no wrong note may be played. Prior to this, SCP-2599 had no experience playing the violin. Result: SCP-2599 successfully performed the first 5 verses, but was unable to complete the 6th verse. Note: we repeated this experiment several times, using different music and instruments each time. SCP-2599 successfully played only a different part of the music each time. Conclusion: no pattern was found. Seeing this, some people's expressions have gradually become solemn. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. The naive ideas I had before seemed to be starting to become untenable. After all, the document clearly stated that Zhao Zina could not play the violin before that. However, even so, the first few paragraphs can be perfectly pulled out. But I couldn't play the last part. This is a bit scary to think about. Moreover, this gradually began to echo the keywords mentioned in the previous document, any. However, this is not enough to conclude. However, the following experimental report was what really shocked everyone. Command, SCP-2599 is given a knife and ordered to stab D28091 in the heart, killing him. That cruel order shocked countless people in an instant. My God, is this experimenting on the lives of D-class personnel? This is too inhumane. Have you forgotten? Class D personnel are all death row prisoners who have committed heinous crimes. I think it is not too much to use them for experiments. Yes, as long as the characteristics of 2.2 Anomaly can be experimentally tested, so that the Foundation can understand and contain it and protect more people, then his death will be meaningful. However, there are also heroes like D14134. Yes, heroes are indeed worthy of respect, but even a hero cannot cover up his previous mistakes, do you understand? Moreover, not every D-class personnel is a hero. This is the reason why D-class personnel exist. If it weren't for the Foundation, they would have died long ago. Countless people have discussed whether the Foundation is cruel. After all, no matter in which world, people with a saintly heart will definitely exist. This is inevitable, so they will condemn and protest. But, unfortunately, their ideas cannot influence any decision of the Foundation. The experiment in the sky is still going on. Chapter 165. This time, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Facing instructions, Zhao Zina would not refuse anything. Although he was unwilling to do so, he still trembled and stabbed the D-class personnel in the heart with the knife. Result: SCP-2599 penetrated D28091's heart, but accidentally penetrated the necrotic tissue of D28091 due to a previous heart attack, and failed to penetrate the right atrium below the necrotic tissue. Seeing this result, countless people were shocked. Actually, really did it? And miraculously, the bucket hit the necrotic tissue of the heart and did not actually kill D28091? Countless people began to feel more and more terrified. This Zhao Zina doesn't seem simple at all. Experimental log continues. Command: SCP-2599 was ordered to change a piece of paper from white to blue. Result: SCP-2599 touched the paper, changing it to purple. Note: we still do not know exactly how SCP-2599 changes the color of the PAPER-31, and even a high-speed camera running at 200 million frames per second would not be able to see what is happening. When her hand touched the paper changed color. Even she herself didn't know how she did it. Command: SCP-2599 is ordered to fly. Result: SCP-2599 leaped 5 meters into the air, but was unable to sustain flight, and upon landing, SCP-2599 sustained injuries to its legs. Orders: SCP-2599 is ordered to heal itself from the injuries incurred during the previous experiment. As a result, SCP-2599 was able to fully heal one leg, but was unable to heal the other leg. SCP-2599 described the healing process as extremely painful. SCP-2599 is instructed to be happier. Result: SCP-2599's dopamine and serotonin levels increased significantly, but dropped back to lower levels 10 seconds later. Seeing this, countless people's brows have already frowned. To be honest, Zhao Zina's ability has almost been revealed. And the degree is enough to make people afraid. Even say, fear. Yes, it is even more terrifying than any SCP anomaly containment that has appeared before. Because there seems to be no pattern to Zhao Zina's abilities, and she seems to be able to do anything. But I can't do anything. And when it fails to do so, it may lead to some serious consequences. And the consequences are unknown. You can't predict what will happen after you give her an order. You also have no idea how far she can go after you give her an order. Judging from the existing data, she can change the color of objects and jump up to 5 meters high. Even, can it heal its injured leg? Abilities are varied. But the key point is the instructions. And this is the most terrifying thing. At least from the current situation, Zhao Zina herself may not have this ability. However, when you give her such an instruction, she will magically have this ability. This strange phenomenon is almost beyond people's cognition. It's just like a fairy tale. Unbelievable. The text of the sky screen has been updated again. Orders: SCP-2599 is ordered to kill D12489001, then immediately shoot D12489001 in the head. Countless people were speechless again. This is just playing with life. Some people frowned, cursing the Foundation's actions thousands of times in their hearts. However, more people still remain curious. I don't care about this kind of experiment. As mentioned before, D-class personnel have no human rights in the Foundation. If it can help us understand more about anomalies, then, even if it means sacrificing their lives, it will be worth it. Although this method is not very humane. However, we must know that what the Foundation is dealing with has nothing to do with humanity. Soon, the results came out. Result: SCP-2599 shoots and kills D12489001. Upon examination, D12489001 is declared completely dead. However, SCP-2599 then places its hand on D12489001's head. Then the wound on D12489001's head began to heal, and it was as if time had gone back, returning to its original state. However, D12489001 has been in a vegetative state since this incident. Shocked. To read the exciting novels, go to Philonovel Network. Surprise. Incredible. Almost at this moment, everyone who saw the sky curtain was stunned. Killed? But, resurrected again. Hiss. Are you kidding me? This has to be a lie, right? Can a hole in the head be repaired? In other words, this isn't good enough, it's actually possible to resurrect the dead. Oh my god! What is this abnormal ability? Why do I feel like she is good at something? It's not that everything works, but it works halfway, but it's still very scary. Countless people are discussing. It is really that everything Zhao Zina has shown so far is too incredible. Resurrecting the dead is a common thing in the entire magic world. It's an absolute taboo. For example, Gerard from the Magic Council. Didn't he spend nearly 10 years just because he wanted to revive Zel 513? Countless manpower and resources were used to build the Tower of Paradise. Moreover, even if the Tower of Paradise is built, it is still unknown whether this tower can really resurrect the dead. Because, in history, there is no record of any dead person being resurrected. Yes, there is no record. Therefore, whether the Tower of Paradise can resurrect the dead has become a rumor. But even so, it will still attract countless people to fight for it all their lives. Just because, the ability to revive the dead is really too enviable. And now, right in front of them, there appeared a being who could truly resurrect the dead. Although, according to the experimental records, the resurrected person can only become a vegetable. But that's just Zhao Zina's not so good characteristic. You should know that the command can be issued an unlimited number of times. Then, as long as we keep issuing targeted instructions. For example, if someone becomes a vegetative state, they will be given instructions to recover to normal. If they still cannot recover, they will continue to be given instructions. Until the final recovery is successful, or in other words, until the imperfection is acceptable. Doesn't that prove that Zhao Zina can really resurrect people? At this moment, countless people were jealous. The desire in my heart continued to sprout and finally exploded at this moment. Chapter 166. Alvarez Empire. Irene stared at the words on the sky. Even my breathing became rapid. Really, any command can be completed. Isn't this too exaggerated? Yes, even Irene felt that such a thing was too far-fetched. Even Irene, who has lived for more than 400 years, has never seen even unheard of abilities. This is what's the difference between this and having your wish come true? Of course, not being able to complete it perfectly is a major drawback. However, with that powerful ability, even if it cannot be completed perfectly, it is still abnormal enough. Because you can even order her to do anything, even to pick a star for you, maybe she can do it. Who wouldn't be jealous of such abilities? Demalia on the side was still a little confused. She blinked her eyes and asked in confusion, I still don't understand how Zhao Zina revived a dead person. Could it be that it is really like what is said on the sky curtain, like time is flowing backwards? Even Timaria herself couldn't believe such words. You know, the remnant soul of the god of time resides in her body. Therefore, she knew clearly that even the god of time could not reverse the flow of time to revive the dead. This is an iron rule. Otherwise, with the power of the god of time, it would not be possible for him to become the remnant soul he is now. It will become the most powerful god. No matter who the opponent is, when the situation is not favorable to you, just go back to the past and kill the opponent who has not yet grown up. Wouldn't that save a lot of trouble? But this is impossible and totally unattainable. I don't think this is a time reversal. After a long silence, Inbal adjusted his glasses and spoke. This is more like the ability to modify facts. Hey! Val looked at Inbal in confusion. In this regard, Inbal took a deep breath and explained, although I don't want to believe this, it really happened in front of us. This ability of Zhao Zina is like modifying what has already happened, or in other words, modifying what she wants to achieve based on her own will. Modify it according to your own will. Inbal raised his head and looked at Tianmu. As Tianmu said before, Zhao Zina's abnormal characteristics are composed of two parts. The first is to obey other people's orders unconditionally. We can understand this as Zhao Zina is a blank piece of paper. When someone gives an order, it is equivalent to writing down what you want to do on the blank piece of paper. And these will become Zhao Zina's will, and at this time, the second characteristic will be activated. Zhao Zina can make what she wants come true, no matter how outrageous it is, she can do it. At this point, even Inbal's tone was filled with shock. However, Zhao Zina's abnormal characteristics made it impossible to completely complete what she wanted to do, so after the D-class personnel died, her ability was activated to revive them. And all of this returns to the most essential issue, which is the key point we care about at the beginning. Any two words, at least so far, there has been nothing that Zhao Zina can't do. Inbal seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at everyone. It is possible that she can completely restore Irene to human form. Irene's pupils shrank suddenly. Even. Inbal's voice rose more than one tone. Even, maybe it can lift the immortal curse on His Majesty. As soon as these words came out, the 12 shields present were stunned in an instant. If you think like this, then Zhao Zina is the real god. Demalia's eyes widened and she cried out in horror. From a certain perspective, if she can really do everything, then she is indeed worthy of the title of god. Inbal took a few deep breaths and said in a deep voice. Moreover, judging from the current performance, it is very likely that this is the case. Zhao Zina really has the ability to modify reality. Soon, Tianmu's final experimental conclusion also confirmed Inbal's conjecture. Finally, we believe that SCP-2599 is a special type of reality warper. Experiments have found that SCP-2599 has abnormal abilities and can change reality under command, breaking conventional rules. Therefore, we consider this to be a special class of reality bender that can only do this under orders. It is recommended that SCP-2599 be closely monitored in case it reaches a point where it can warp reality without instructions. Reality benders. A new concept is mentioned in this document. This also gave a positive answer to Inbal's guess just now. Reality benders, is this a reality bender? Irene murmured the name, recalling all of Zhao Zina's previous experimental reports. I couldn't help but nod it. Indeed, I can distort reality freely according to my will, but this ability is really scary. And the document also said that this is special among the categories of reality benders. Just because she needs instructions to bend reality, doesn't that mean? Val seemed to have thought of something. He raised his head suddenly. This is a reality warper that anyone can master. After hearing this, even Irene couldn't help herself. Gritting her teeth, she looked at Val. Quick, contact Augusta and Agil, we must get Zhao Zina, this will be a great opportunity for our Alvarez Empire. Okay, I understand. Val also knows what this means. Immediately turned around and began to control a series of magic crystal screens. In fact, even if Val didn't say it, Augusta and Agil, who were far away on the continent of Ishgar, knew that. With Augusta's wisdom, he could naturally analyze everything that everyone had just analyzed. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Therefore, he also deeply understood what Zhao Zina's existence represented. No matter what force, once they get Zhao Zina, then, with the ability to distort reality, even a dark guild that is too small to be small can. It can also leap to the point of becoming the strongest dark guild. Such an existence is definitely something that every guild and every force would be jealous of. Thinking of this, August did not hesitate at all. Commander Ajir immediately turned the ship around, heading to Magnolia. Zhao? Zhao, it's not just them. At this moment, guild organizations all over the world have begun to send personnel to Magnolia. Its scale is countless times larger than the previous fight for the Bear's Heart. It can almost be said that the world's attention is focused on the town of Magnolia at this moment. At this moment, the town of Magnolia, which is the focus of everyone's attention. Fairy Tale Guild Gate. But was slowly pushed open. Countless guild members looked towards the gate in astonishment. There was no other reason, just because the sky screen above their heads was aimed at the gate of their guild. Almost everyone knows what this means. A pair of eyes looked towards the gate. Sure enough, when the door was opened, there stood a girl who looked only 14 years old. At this moment, he was hiding at the side of the door, sticking his head out. He asked cautiously, "Excuse me, is this a restaurant? Because I saw someone eating here." Chapter 167. Nowhere. The temporary habitat of the 6 demon generals. Brian's eyes were red, staring at the sky. I kept thinking about the words that appeared on the sky curtain before. Finally, after a moment of silence, he shouted, "Fairy tale! Lisa! Are we going to Magnolia again?" It seems that he guessed Brian's plan. Lisa frowned slightly. The experience of his last trip to Magnolia still haunts him. Therefore, he knew clearly that he could not defeat Makarov, who had become much stronger, with just his words. In this regard, Brian took a deep breath and said, "Zhao Zina's ability is too abnormal, so we must try to fight for it. If we can gain control of Zhao Zina, it is possible that we can all realize our wishes. After all, that guy is simply a human wishing machine." Humanoid wishing, He-Teai, who had always been indifferent and only cared about money, suddenly raised his head. There seemed to be a gleam in his eyes, staring at Brian intently. "Well, if that's the case, even if I want to find my brother, there's a chance I can succeed, right? If what Tianmu said is correct, there is no problem." Brian nodded. "Oh my gosh!" Suddenly, He-Teai stood up excitedly. Not only him, when Brian said that human-shaped wishing machine. Almost all the 6,923 demons present had red eyes. 6 demons, 6 wishes. Therefore, each of them is a group of 6 demons with a wish that is almost impossible to achieve. In layman's terms, the 6 demon generals can be understood as 6 people chasing their dreams. What happens when a dream chaser meets the god who grants wishes? The answer is simple, they are even able to give up everything they have. Just like now. Almost all the 6 demons were tempted and proposed to Brian to go to Magnolia to bring Zhao Zina back. So, the 6 demons set out again. On the other side, there was also a person who could hardly hold back his inner desire. Quietly left the dark spaceship flying in the sky. Found a magic 4-wheeler. He rushed straight towards the horse and Ilya. My happiness seems to be within reach. The scenes of my childhood kept flashing through my mind, and finally settled on the face of a young woman. Erza's expression gradually became firm. The output of mana in the body surged again. Suddenly, the magic four-wheeled vehicle roared like a beast out of its cage, whistling and disappearing into the distance. Inside a luxurious villa, Crawford clenched the scepter tightly in his hand. Staring at the sky, he murmured, "Reality is distorted, reality is distorted. Can the existing reality be distorted to the degree one wants? Then in this case..." He seemed to have figured something out, and the seed of power in his heart was growing wildly. "I must get you. Zhao Zina." On the other side, the Wizards Guild, fairy tale quiet. The entire guild was as silent as death at this moment. The members of the guild stared at the girl at the gate. The look of horror kept flowing in his eyes. "This is SCP-2599. After a long while, Gray swallowed and muttered, "Oh my god, something unusual has really happened in our guild." "Hiss. Is this Zhao Zina? Why does she look a little cute? Hey, what are you thinking about? That's abnormal. It's very dangerous. At least, judging from the sky, she seems to be kind." After a brief moment of surprise, countless people started to discuss. Zhao Zina, who was at the center of public opinion, shrank back in fear. Obviously, he is not used to the environment of the Wizard Guild. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. After a while, a short figure stepped over everyone in the guild and came to Zhao Zina. Makarov's old eyes looked up and down at Zhao Zina in front of him. Less than 1.6 meters tall. She looks a little thin, but her face is surprisingly delicate. However, when my eyes met hers, I found that the girl would obviously avoid my gaze. Looks like he's very afraid of strangers. "Are you hungry?" After a while, Makarov finally smiled, which he thought was a warm smile. Asked with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao Zina couldn't help but nodded slightly. "I haven't eaten for a long time. I just came here not long ago. Because I saw from the window that there seemed to be a dining table inside, and some people were still eating. So I thought this was a restaurant. If I'm offended, I apologize." As she spoke, Zhao Zina quickly took a step back, as if she was going to bow and apologize. Makarov was also stunned. But he reacted immediately and stopped Zhao Zina's action. Hey. No, this is a place to eat, but some people are drinking here. Come in, I'll have someone make something for you to eat." After seeing Zhao Zina's look of understanding, Makarov breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Makarov was still a little nervous when he had an abnormality bow to him. Who knows what is going on with this group of anomalies? If Makarov holds a grudge against him, he will be in tears. "Really? Thank you very much. I will pay for it." Zhao Zina didn't think too much about it. As soon as he heard that he could eat here, he immediately smiled and thanked outside world. "I can't tell, this time the abnormality seems to be very friendly." "Yes, just like Cain, but he seems to be much kinder than Cain. I think the reason why she was rated as Euclid is because she is kind. Otherwise, with such abnormal ability, it will definitely be Keter level. I still feel a little bit stupid. I just had to apologize to them." Haha. Hey, you think it's abnormal to say that? Are you trying to kill yourself? Countless people seem to have a good first impression of Zhao Zina. Discussions are rising one after another. At this moment, in the Fairy Tale Guild, under Makarov's leadership, Zhao Zina also stepped into the guild. Some curious eyes are wandering around. After all, everything here is very new to Zhao Zina. But soon, figures gathered around, blocked Zhao Zina's sight. Suddenly, Zhao Zina's heart skipped a beat. He moved back with some worry, but he just watched the members of Fairy Tale appear one after another in front of him. What are you going to do? Chapter 168. By the way, what are you looking at me with? Stop it, you're scaring others. Listening to Zhao Zina's words, Erza frowned. He yelled behind him. Don't worry, we are just curious, no one has any bad intentions. Erza has already spoken. Makao, who had the most serious expression at the beginning, couldn't help scratching his head. Laughed twice to ease the awkward atmosphere. Haha, that's right, it's just that you are so cute, so we are all surprised. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it, everyone is very nice. Wakaba, who was smoking a pipe, also echoed. You should take away the smell of cigarettes so as not to disturb others. Gray, who was shirtless, shook his head helplessly. Then he took a step towards Zhao Zina and stood in front of her. Then he coughed twice and asked. Little sister, your name is Zhao Zina, right? Hearing this, Zhao Zina not only did not answer Gray's question. He slightly frowned his pretty eyebrows and took 2 steps back. Gray's eyes widened as he watched this scene. He blinked in disbelief. What's going on? Pervert. However, the 2 words Zhao Zina uttered the next second made Gray's face darken. Ha 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 ha, pervert, you should just move away, you've already scared others. Natsu, his mortal enemy, laughed out loud without hesitation. Bastard, you're not much better, are you? Gray immediately looked at Natsu unhappily. Then he said to Zhao Zina, you'd better stay away from this guy. He is a violent person and wants to beat people up. Hey! Natsu curled his lips. The 2 of them immediately locked eyes, and blinding lightning collided in mid-air. Who are you calling violent? Bastard! Of course I'm talking about you. You don't have any idea, do you? It's not just violence, maybe you're also mentally retarded. That's 1,000 times better than you walking around in your underwear all day long. Can you count to 1,000? I thought you couldn't even do addition and subtraction within 10. Bastard! You wanna fight? Oh! Do you think I'm afraid of you? Bang! Bang! As 2 clear sounds were heard, the guild, which had just been filled with smoke, suddenly became quiet. At this moment, everyone in the guild, including Zhao Zina, looked at Erza, who appeared between Natsu and Gray at some point in horror. At this moment, she is gracefully patting the dust off her hands. On either side of her, Natsu and Gray were lying on the floor, each with a huge bag on their heads. His eyes seemed to be spinning in circles, and he looked as if he had fainted. Ugh, how scary! What on earth is this place? I want to go home! Young Zhao Zina screamed madly in her heart. He looked at Erza with horror, even his pupils were trembling. Seeing all this, Lucy couldn't help but twitch her lips and put her hand on her forehead. I can't stand it. Shaking her head, Lucy then came to Zhao Zina. He kindly bent down and said softly, it's okay, don't pay attention to them, they are all a bunch of psychopaths. So, sister, right? Zhao Zina tightened her body and asked worriedly. Me? Of course not. Hearing this, Lucy immediately straightened her back, put her hands on her hips, and said righteously. To be honest, I am the only normal person in this guild. Everyone. The farce was finally stopped by Makarov. After everyone had a preliminary look at Zhao Zina, most people followed Makarov's orders and returned to their positions. After all, initially, Zhao Zina seems to have some social anxiety. Being surrounded by so many people would make her feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, it is better for everyone to do what they should do. However, a pair of eyes still glanced at Zhao Zina, who was eating from time to time. Now, Lucy, Happy, Erza, and others gathered around Zhao Zina. I don't know why. Zhao Zina seems to be very unfamiliar with everything in this world. Therefore, there are many questions to ask Lucy and others. In this regard, Lucy and others also know everything and say whatever they want. The group of people soon became friends. Of course, maybe it's because of the existence of the cat harpy. The atmosphere is lively and there is nothing to say. Moreover, Zhao Zina seems to like Habi very much. Therefore, I am more willing to talk to the harpy or the crowd. So, is this your first time in this town? Listening to Zhao Zina's story about growing up in an orphanage, Lucy couldn't help but ask. Zhao Zina bit the spoon in her mouth and nodded gently. After a slight pause, he said, although I don't know how I came to this town, but when I woke up, I was here. What a poor child! Erza couldn't stop sighing. It seems that I recalled myself many years ago, as if I was also abandoned in a small village. Oh, by the way, I heard you can do anything. Habi suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Ask now. At this point, Zhao Zina was slightly stunned, and then her mood seemed to be depressed. He said in a low voice, I am actually very stupid. The teachers in the orphanage all say that about me. After all, I can't do anything well. Erza and Lucy looked at each other. They couldn't help but frown slightly. That's not right. Zhao Zina's ability is. As if she had thought of something, Erza's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. It's an order. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Yes, it's not that Zhao Zina can't do anything well. But because of the instruction. Perhaps, when she was in the orphanage, the teachers always gave Zhao Zina instructions in an imperative tone. Therefore, according to the characteristics, Zhao Zina can do the instructions, but cannot do them well. This seems to be like an unbreakable rule attached to Zhao Zina. Incomprehensible. But in the end, the two decided to give it a try. So he gave Habi a look. Habi got the hint. Then he looked at Zhao Zina. Well, can you create a lot of fish for us? Facing Habib's plea, Zhao Zina was slightly stunned when eating. Then he shook his head embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Habi. The only money I have is to pay for the meal later, so I can't buy you fish. I'm really sorry. Such a result not only stunned the guild members present, even all those who are watching the sky. The audience who were looking forward to Zhao Zina's ability were also stunned. Hey! How can this be? Can't it be done? Tianmu was wrong? But, how could this be possible? This was the first time that Tianmu had such a situation. Could it be that this isn't Zhao Zina? Impossible, the sky has been locked on her, which is enough to prove that she is the anomaly this time. But, why can't I do it? Countless people scratched their heads and ears, full of doubts. However, someone soon discovered something was wrong. In the picture, Erza pondered for a moment, then her brows relaxed. Stopped Harpy from continuing to speak. Then he looked at Zhao Zina seriously and earnestly. In a commanding tone, he said. Zhao Zina, I need you to help me create lots of the most delicious fish in the world. Zhao Zina's body paused instantly. The whole person's expression was briefly stagnant. Next moment, visible distortions appeared across the guild ceiling. Next, crash. Countless winged fish emerged from the distortion. The number is so large that it makes people's scalp numb. Like raindrops, falling from the sky. Until the ground is covered with fairy tale guild. Chapter 169. The scene shown on the sky screen. All the viewers who were watching were stunned. They all stared with eyes wide open. He looked at the fish that kept appearing out of nowhere and falling from the sky with horror. Although I knew before that the instructions given to Zhao Zina would be completed. But when I actually saw this scene, that is a very impactful picture. Almost all the audience still felt a strong sense of unreality. What the hell kind of ability is this? Why is it so perverted? Doesn't that mean that whatever you want can be achieved through Zhao Zina? Alvarez Empire. Irene looked at everything on the sky with rapid breathing. Real. All of this is true. Zhao Zina can really do anything that is asked of her. Then this 943 kind of words. I recalled everyone's previous speculations. Zhao Zina is likely to be able to help me regain my human body. Even, even the curse on His Majesty the Emperor might be able to be removed by Zhao Zina. Thinking of this, Irene couldn't help but take a deep breath. After living for 400 years, this is the first time that Irene has been so excited. In fact, the ability displayed by Zhao Zina completely overturned her cognition. All the rules of the magic world, all the rules of the world, it seems that they have no effect on Zhao Zina at all. The only thing that can limit her is herself. Fortunately, she was able to limit herself. Otherwise, it is hard to imagine how terrible it would be if such an existence had no restrictions. Think about it. When a person can ignore the various rules and restrictions of nature, magic, and biology. If you can achieve anything you want. So how terrifying is this person? For such a person, there is usually only one title to call her. That is God. Yes, the real, omnipotent God. It will also be a true God that surpasses the gods in the current world myths. Irene slammed the table hard. We must get Zhao Zina. Her tone was firm. For this, we will even go against the foundation. Yes, when the benefits are great enough, even if they are facing the most mysterious and possibly the most powerful organization in the world, the 12 Shields dare to challenge it. The 12 Shields are not the only ones who share the same idea. On the continent of Ishgar, a huge airship floating in the air. The rapid heartbeat of Hades could be heard from the throne of darkness. The sound was urgent, and it sounded like something exciting had happened. And in fact, it is true. The moment I saw Zhao Zina's ability, Hades was indeed excited. As a genius in magic, he is also a genius in research. Hades knows exactly what Zhao Zina represents. That's not just a single aspect of being strong. Zhao Zina's role is definitely much greater than many ordinary people, or even many members of the Dark Guild, think. Whatever the instruction, it can be completed, but not perfectly. If this feature is used in research, that would be a very terrible thing. Because, this also means that no matter what research direction you give, Zhao Zina will give an answer for this. Moreover, at least 50% of the answers in this paper are absolutely correct. This is much more terrifying than Hades' own research. With Zhao Zina, to read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. What is the Abyss of the Devil? What is the Shooting Star? Even, Resurrecting Mavis. These won't be a problem. Even, all the doubts I have had about the world over the years may be answered. This kind of temptation is something Hades cannot refuse. I can't refuse it at all. Therefore, Hades chose to act early. After drinking the red wine in the glass in one gulp, Hades let out a sigh of relief. The old man looked at the endless sky outside the spaceship and murmured. Brulot, Zankro, and Caplico, don't let me down. The sky screen continues. The falling fish almost flooded the floor of the Fairy Tale Guild. Countless people stared blankly at the fish that were still jumping on the ground or on their bodies. The horror in my heart is almost indescribable. All the people present are wizards, and there are even outstanding space wizards like Erza. Therefore, everyone knows. At the moment these fish appeared, there was no spatial fluctuation. This also means these fish were not sent here through space teleportation. More like, these fish were supposed to appear out of nowhere in the Fairy Tale Guild. Just like the sun is hot, ice is cold, and objects fall to the ground. Makes you feel normal. However, it is this normality that is the most abnormal thing. Watching all this, Makarov couldn't help but take a breath. Is this a reality bender? A power completely different from magic. It's like being able to fundamentally change the rules of the world. If what the president said is true, then this is too scary, isn't it? Mileage's beautiful brows were tightly knitted. Hearing this, Makarov couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. None of these anomalies is not terrible. Myra Jane also nodded in agreement, and then looked at Zhao Zina not far away. So, President, what should we do next? Regarding Zhao Zina, Makarov paused for a moment, then said, "At present, there is no good solution, but it is foreseeable that many people are eyeing Zhao Zina. After all, her ability is too abnormal. If it is obtained by someone with bad intentions, the whole world will be in disarray. Since she has come to our 4.9 guild, we cannot just sit back and watch. At least we must protect her before sending her to the council." "The council?" Myra Jane frowned slightly. "However, isn't the council still under reconstruction? All the councillors have not received any news during this period, and no one knows what is going on. Besides, those congressmen are not necessarily trustworthy, right? If Zhao Zina is handed over to them, aren't you afraid that something might happen?" Hearing this, Makarov also nodded and said, "I understand your concerns, so I will not give it to anyone else, but to Yajima. Xiaoa is my old friend and he is also a very upright person. I would feel much more relieved if I leave it to him to handle." Makarov looked at Zhao Zina, who seemed to have become one with the guild members, and said softly. Chapter 170. Aside. The harpy's eyes were full of stars as he looked at everything around him. Countless fish almost filled its sight. As a cat, I can almost say that nothing can compare to the happiness of this moment. Wow! So many fish! So many fish! With a cry of surprise, Happy couldn't help but jump up. Jumped into the fish swarm on the floor. Flipping around in the ocean of fish with a happy face. But Habib was happy. But the other members of the guild were very dissatisfied. The strong smell of fish filled everyone's nose. Moreover, because the ground was completely covered with fish, there was almost no place for people to step. Therefore, complaints have been heard one after another. "Why do we need so many fish? Wow, what a stinky smell! I smell like fish. It's so bad. Hobby, find a way to get rid of it quickly. I don't want it." Habby poked his head out from the pile of fish. Picked up a fish at random. He explained to everyone this is known as the most delicious fish in the world, the dream flying fish. How many people want to catch it but can't? But isn't this too much? The guild can't be opened yet. Gray threw the fish on his head to the ground in disdain. Humph, then I will eat all of these. You really don't know how to appreciate them. Habby pouted. Then he focused his attention on the dreamy flying fish in his hand. A happy smile immediately appeared on the blue cat's face. "I'm about to start." After saying that, he opened his mouth and bit the dreamy flying fish. "Happy. Everyone. What's wrong?" "Happy." Looking at Happy's stiff body, Natsu couldn't help but poke Happy's cheek and asked. "Puff." Natsu took a handful of it, and Happy couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited violently. "It tastes terrible." The cheeks that were just filled with a happy smile were now wrinkled as if they had eaten an aria. "Even the tears are rolling in my eyes. Wow wow wow! Dreamy flying fish shouldn't taste like this. Why is it so unpalatable?" As soon as Harpy's words came out, countless people looked at the countless dreamy flying fish that were still flapping around with even more disdain. What kind of fish can make a cat who loves fish so much make such an expression? How bad should it taste? I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened." Seeing this scene, Zhao Zina couldn't stop apologizing. Erza shook her head gently, then ruffled Zhao Zina's black hair. He smiled warmly and said, "It's okay, it's just a test. Erza's order just now was to have lots of delicious fish, right?" Kana thought as she stroked her chin while sitting on a wine barrel to avoid contact with the fish. Hearing this, Erza nodded. "So, that is to say, Zhao Zina has cooked a lot of fish, but she can't make them delicious." Kana looked at Zhao Zina. Is this Zhao Zina's abnormal characteristic? Erza kept thinking about something. Then he raised his head suddenly, as if he understood something, and gave Zhao Zina another order. "Zhao Zina, I need you to help me create an indestructible sword and armor that can withstand all attacks." Once this was said, all the people who were still watching the live broadcast were stunned. My goodness, does he really treat Zhao Zina as a wishing machine? However, the screen. When Erza's voice fell, Zhao Zina's expression fell into a daze again. Then, Zhao Zina slowly raised her hands. A strange light began to flow between Zhao Zina's raised hands. Then, in front of everyone's horrified eyes, a sword that seemed to still be shining with an edge and a broken armor gradually emerged. When Zhao Zina saw the broken armor, her brows furrowed tightly. She seemed to want to do her best to complete Erza's instructions. But for some reason, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't change the broken armor. However, although Zhao Zina was very distressed. However, Erza was extremely excited at this moment. She seemed to understand Zhao Zina's instructions. The whole person began to tremble with excitement. She took the sword created by Zhao Zina. It was so sharp that Erza felt her eyes hurt just by looking at it. It is no exaggeration to say that this sword has truly reached the point of blowing hair short. Moreover, as a weapon master, Erza only has. You will know how powerful this sword is. It can be said that it is sharper than the thousands of swords stored in his own alien space. Of course, it is incomparable to Abel's black knife that I have seen before. After all, these two are not the same concept. However, there is no doubt that this will be Erza's strongest sword so far. A sword that is stronger than the demon sword and has the ultimate killing power. Really succeeded. But the armor failed. That is no longer important. The main thing is the ability to create things out of thin air. What the hell is this? Is this the creator? This has happened more than once or twice. Seriously, Zhao Zina looks like an ethereal god, and a god who will grant any wish. If I met Zhao Zina, the one in front, she is still a child, what on earth are you thinking? Outside, looking at the blade in Erza's hand, countless people are discussing, marveling, and envious. At this moment, everyone in the guild was also boiling with excitement. Naz rushed up first. Zhao Zina, can you help me find my father? Before Natsu could finish his words, he was immediately pushed down by Grey. You can revive you. Don't push me, bastard. Zhao Zina, I want endless wine. Zhao Zina, I want a beautiful wife. Zhao Zina, let's order some unpalatable fish this time. Don't push, come one by one, okay? Zhao Zina, I want one too, I want the golden key, the one for the 12 gates of the zodiac. Zhao Zina. Zhao Zina. Countless people flocked to. It seems that what is in front of me is really a wishing machine that can fulfill everyone's wishes. Zhao Zina, who was surrounded in the center, looked at the crowd around her with some fear. The noise made it difficult for her to hear any words. It's like a group of flies spinning around me crazily. His brows were furrowed, and his face was full of bitterness. Seeing this scene, Makarov was also angry. These bastards! Can you please be more careful? Bastards! Just as Makarov was about to roar and calm the crowd boom, the tightly closed door exploded, and the broken wood blocks hit the wall behind like a cannonball. Several huge holes were created. Enemy attack! Everyone in the guild was alerted instantly, and countless eyes were fixed on the gate. Where the smoke is everywhere. In the smoke and dust, figures gradually emerged. Chapter 171. Boom! There was a violent explosion at the gate. 3 figures gradually emerged from the diffuse smoke and dust. What happened? Damn, someone invaded our guild. Who is it? Is this an open attempt to provoke war? The members of the fairy tale guild stared at the gate. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the figures of the 3 people gradually became clearer. Especially the appearance of the leader among them, even Makarov's pupils couldn't help but shrink. At this moment, not only the members of the fairy tale guild, Even everyone watching the live broadcast on the sky screen can clearly recognize the identity of this person. The Devil's Heart, Vice President, Brulat. He is also a strong man who has fought with Makarov and is powerful enough to rival the 10 Saints. It's you. Makarov frowned. The Devil's Heart. Mirage exclaimed. Erza seemed to have thought of something, and moved slightly to hide Zhao Zina behind her. He said in a deep voice they should be coming for Zhao Zina. Ha 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 ha. That's right, so if you know what's best for you, call Zhao Zina out. A man with blonde hair, wearing a bow-legged robe, with his hands spread out and a look of arrogance on his face, laughed out loud. He even stepped past Brulat and came to the front. One person faced the entire fairy tale guild and said arrogantly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you will continue to see the sun tomorrow. Bastard, what did you say? Such an attitude of not taking people seriously. Natsu was immediately enraged. Without any thought, Natsu also came to the front. Staring at the figure intently. Anger was rising in his eyes. This is fairy tale, don't be so arrogant. Oh. The man named Zankro glanced at Natsu. As if he remembered something interesting, the smile on his face became even wilder. I remember you, he said. The fire dragon has become famous over the years, right? Natsu didn't reply, but the magic power in his body gradually became violent. Zankro smiled disdainfully. I heard that you are a dragon slayer, but that is a product of the old times. Natsu's brows furrowed sharply. Shut up. The flames of anger gathered on Natsu's right fist. The terrifying high temperature scorched the air around his fist and distorted it. Fire Dragon's iron fist. With an angry roar, Natsu didn't even pay attention to the shouts of the people behind him. He rushed forward. Watching Natsu getting closer and closer, Zankro's expression became a little more serious. Unfortunately, the dragon's flame may be very strong for ordinary people, but for gods, it is still a little bit inferior. As soon as the words fell, a black, even hotter flame burned on Zankro's right fist. His eyes locked on Natsu. Zankro swung his fist violently. The flame god's heavenly punishment. Black flames. Natsu frowned, but he was too late to react to the reality. He aimed at Zankro, who was close at hand, and punched him. Boom! The next moment, the red flames and the pure black flames merged together. A moment. In just a moment, everyone present could clearly see that Natsu's red flames were being swallowed by the black flames. Yes, just devour. This was a scene that almost all fairy tale members did not expect. It is hard to imagine that the invincible dragon fire actually fell into a disadvantage in the battle with the flames. You know, for Natsu, he has never encountered a situation where his flames can be suppressed by other flames. Therefore, looking at the pure black flame that was constantly devouring his own flame, even Natsu couldn't help but reveal a look of horror. That is God-killing magic. The well-informed Makarov immediately recognized the magic used by Zankro. I couldn't help but exclaim. God-killing magic. Everyone present looked at Makarov with confusion. If Natsu's dragon-slaying magic is magic used to fight against dragons, then God-slaying magic is magic used to fight against gods. Under the gaze of everyone, Makarov said these words solemnly. But, just one sentence is enough to prove the power of the magic of killing gods. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Flame God Killing Magic. Habib's eyes widened. Then he said with some concern, then. Natsu. Yes, I turned my head again and looked at the center of the battle. The red flames seemed to be crushed and were constantly swallowed by the pure black flames. Even Natsu was pushed back by Zankro. The wooden floor beneath my feet. The veins on his body were bulging, and it was obvious that he had used up all his strength. Ah ha 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 ha. A mere dragon hunter dares to stop God. Looking at the suppressed Natsu, Zankro laughed crazily. But, at this moment, Zankro keenly sensed a hint of fatal danger. With almost no time to react, Zankro immediately withdrew his attack and took 2 steps back. Next second, the female knight with a sword in hand cut off the flames forcefully and forcibly broke into the center of the battle between Zankro and Natsu. The red flames were disturbed by the sword light, and the remaining sparks flew out in all directions. Then it fell to the floor, making a sizzling sound. Natsu breathed a sigh of relief after losing the suppression of Zankro. Kneeling on one knee, breathing heavily. Although Natsu is not weak now, he is still far behind the 7 followers of Purgatory. Natsu still needs time to improve. On the other side, Zankro took 2 steps back and stared at Erza, who had rushed into the battlefield. No, to be more precise, he was staring at the sword in Erza's hand. That was created by Zhao Zina before. The fatal sense of crisis just now was also brought by the sword. An extremely sharp sword. Brulot in the back narrowed his eyes slightly. Then his eyes were fixed on Zhao Zina, who was blocked behind by the members of Fairy Tail. He said in a deep voice, "Let's do it. Quick battle and quick decision." "Got it." Caplico nodded slightly. Then, most of the Fairy Tail people in front of them clapped their hands. Human slave detention. The moment the words fell, countless people were horrified to find. At this moment, the Fairy Tail people who were blocking Zhao Zina were disappearing one by one. Yes, it's disappearing. After being enveloped by a burst of light, the figure gradually disappeared. It's like being imprisoned. Except for some powerful wizards, who reacted with their instinctive sense of crisis. And immediately dodged, thus successfully avoiding the fate of disappearing. In just a moment, all the Fairy Tail members in front of Zhao Zina were cleared out. Only Caplico and Zhao Zina were left staring at each other. Abnormal. It's ours. Caplico smiled excitedly. Chapter 172. The human cluster belongs to the human sunlight. With a soft murmur, Caplico immediately spread his hooves. A strange light emanated from his goat-like hooves. Then, Zhao Zina, who was terrified, was enveloped in it. What is this guy going to do? Gray, who had just dodged and jumped to the other side, raised his head. Looking at Zhao Zina, who was shrouded in dark purple light, his expression was suddenly stunned. Capriccio naturally would not explain anything. The pair of eyes with sunglasses on stared at Zhao Zina. The smile on his lips became more excited. That's why Hades sent him. Lost magic, human magic. Able to weaken human strength and magic power, and even enslave human targets. Turn it into your own puppet and control it. Although Zhao Zina is abnormal, she is still human in nature. Just a human with abnormal characteristics. Therefore, Caplico firmly believed that even Zhao Zina would become his puppet under this move. Moreover, you can store it in your own space. This moment, Hades, who was watching the live broadcast on the sky screen, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I picked up the red wine glass on my desk and sniffed it gently. He knew that the matter had been going on for 7. At this time, even if Makarov intervened, he could not stop Caplico from taking Zhao Zina away. At this moment, the screen. Makarov also understood the seriousness of the matter. There was almost no hesitation. The giant fist blasted out. He went straight to Caplico and said, "Stop it." Makarov's roar echoed throughout the guild. Brulot, who was watching this scene, also moved immediately. The purpose of his existence is to stop Makarov, so when Makarov moves, he moves. Powerful magic power exploded instantly, and the terrifying gravity met Makarov's giant fist. Boom! The unimaginable force made Brulot's face change. The figure couldn't help but take 2 steps back. But, although he couldn't bear it, his purpose of buying time had been achieved. Only at this moment, Zhao Zina, who was enveloped by the dark purple light, gradually became dazed. The same golden spots appeared on his body as on other guild members. That's a sign of disappearance. It's exactly the same as what happened to the previous fairy tale members. This point is very clear to everyone who has just witnessed it. Damn it! Erza wanted to go to the rescue, but was immediately stopped by Zankro. Although Zankro was a little afraid of the blade in Erza's hand. However, just like Brulot, his mission is not to defeat Erza. Just stop this moment. It only takes a moment for them to get Zhao Zina. Therefore, Zankro's body was burning with pure black flames. He didn't care, and even risked being cut by Erza, and forcibly stopped Erza. As for Gray, Natsu, and the others, they were out of reach because they had dodged too far away before. All I could do was watch as the light gradually spread all over Zhao Zina's body. Seeing this scene, Erza's pupils kept shrinking. Suddenly, it was as if I thought of something in my mind. He immediately shouted, "Zhao Zina, kill the goat in front of you." The goat refers to Capriccio, because he does look like a goat. A goat standing upright and wearing a suit. The moment Erza's words came out, everyone present was stunned. Even the countless viewers who were watching the live broadcast of the amazing battle were slightly startled. Then he reacted immediately. Everyone exclaimed. I understand. Is Erza going to use Zhao Zina's own abnormal characteristics to solve the current dilemma? Hiss, what a smart guy, but, will this really work? The scene in the sky continues. Does this really work? Even Erza didn't know, she just thought of this possibility. Therefore, I had no choice but to shout out. As for what the result will be, even she doesn't know. However, reality soon confirmed her guess. Almost just a moment. Zhao Zina's dull eyes gradually showed some light. Then, as if receiving an order, fists clenched tightly. The dark purple light around her seemed to no longer have any effect on her. The whole person is on the ground. Like a streak of lightning, it disappeared right away. The great crisis made Capriccio's heart tighten. Next moment, Zhao Zina's petite body rushed in front of Capriccio. The pink fist was raised high, and then with lightning speed, it hit Capriccio's abdomen. Of course, with Zhao Zina's current height, she can only hit here. However, all this does not affect the terrifying power of this punch. It was like being hit head-on by a high-speed truck. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Capriccio's eyes bulged suddenly, blood shot all over them. Veins bulged all over my body, and an indescribable pain swept through my brain. Almost made Capriccio faint. That force is really too great. Capriccio's whole even a bow. Then it shot out like a cannonball. It hit the wall hard. Even smashed through the thick wall of fairy tale. The blood splashed in the air, and then fell on the broken floor, freezing in place. Everyone present stared with their eyes wide open, looking at Zhao Zina's petite body in disbelief. After looking at the damaged wall, Capriccio's tall body has fallen into the pit on the ground. It's as if I've lost the ability to move. Only the slightly rising and falling chest and the weak breathing could prove that he was still alive. Not enough, it's normal to live. After all, Erza's order was to kill Capriccio, and the imperfect result was that Capriccio was seriously injured, but not dead. Of course, this is not the most surprising thing. More importantly, it is Zhao Zina's ability. You know, they are the 7 followers of Purgatory. Each of them is powerful enough to crush an S-class wizard, and they are terrifying beings who have mastered the lost magic. One of the strongest dark guilds. However, even though it existed like this, it was actually knocked down by Zhao Zina with one punch. Doesn't that mean? As long as the order is given, Zhao Zina's power can be infinitely increased according to the opponent's strength? Anyway, as long as I can knock the enemy down but not kill him, isn't that enough? It's scary, Zhao Zina. Yes, it is hard to imagine how that petite body could have punched the goat to the point of near death. Besides, that guy looks very strong. He just took away most of the fairy tale people. Hiss. I can only say, it's so horrible. In the picture, Zhao Zina looked at her fist in confusion, as if she couldn't believe that what she had just done was actually. However, Erza on the other side became excited. While everyone was still in shock, Erza issued another order. Zhao Zina, I also want you to kill Brulot and Zankro. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Brulot and Zankro who were present suddenly changed. Looking at Erza in horror. It seems to be saying, as a decent person, how can you use such means to deal with your enemies? I just knocked one down, isn't that enough? But before they could think too much, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed beside the two of them. Oops! Run! Chapter 173. Guild Demon's Heart. Flying on a huge ship in the sky. There was a loud banging sound. In the conference room, Hades slammed his hand on the table, staring at the picture on the sky with his one eye. Teeth clenched, angry voice. Those idiots! Erza actually gave the order to Zhao Zina first. Hades kept breathing heavily. The anger inside me keeps rising. Who would have thought that something that was clearly within reach would be? But in the end, all efforts were in vain because of Erza's order? Who could have thought that Zhao Zina would be so outrageous? Just one punch was enough to leave Caplico nearly dead? What a joke, you know, Caplico's strength is undoubtedly very strong. Mastering lost magic, and possessing a star body far beyond that of ordinary people. The magic power is enough to rank among the top 7 followers of Purgatory. But, it is such a powerful existence. He was actually beaten into this state by Zhao Zina's punch? Hades is a little hard to understand. This also reflects Zhao Zina's true strength from the side. The power is almost unlimited. And all this depends on what the order is and how strong the target is. And if you put it this way. Looking at the sky, Zhao Zina began to approach Brulot and Zankro. Hades' face darkened. It's over. It's completely over now. In the picture, the sound of hurried footsteps rang in the ears of the two. Almost in the next moment, the two of them turned their heads. He immediately saw Zhao Zina rushing towards him and the others. It seems that there is a huge force of tens of thousands of tons hidden in that petite body. It makes people feel suffocated from the bottom of their hearts. Zhao Zina! Stop! Brulot had no choice but to recall the information from the sky. Zhao Zina cannot resist the orders given to her. And now, it is precisely because of Erza's order that Zhao Zina will make such a move. Then, wouldn't it be enough for me to give the order in the same way? But the facts were beyond Brulot's expectations. Zhao Zina did not stop because of this. Instead, the speed of approaching him began to increase faster and faster. He clenched his fist tightly, a great sense of crisis filled his heart. Is it not possible? Even Zankro couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who knows, maybe it's because the previous command hasn't finished yet. Brulot couldn't figure it out. Then, he took a deep breath, and a huge amount of magic power continued to surge up. He knew that if he did not resist, his fate would be the same as Capricho's. Not only him, but also Zankro who was standing beside him realized the seriousness of the matter. The hot black flames surged wildly. Its power can be felt by the senses alone. It is many times hotter than Natsu's flame. I can only say that they are worthy of being the 7 followers of Purgatory. The dark flames continued to surge, burning out the shape of an upper jaw and a chin on Zankro's hands. Pale eyes opened in the dark flames, and stared at Zhao Zina who was rushing in front of him. Zankro roared, "Flame God's dinner!" Open hands clasped in anger. The black flames burning in his hands were like a giant mouth, swallowing Zhao Zina directly into it. Ha 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 ha, burn! Burn thoroughly! This is the god-killing fire that can even kill gods. The moment I saw Zhao Zina being engulfed by the black flames, Zankro's confidence seems to have returned to its peak. No one can survive the fire of god-killing. Even if it's a god, it won't work, let alone Zhao Zina? This is what Zankro believes, and what he has always believed in for so many years. But, the reason why anomalies are called anomalies is that is because of the completely unreasonable ability and the rule of completely ignoring any obstacles. When Zhao Zina received the order to kill Brulot and Zankro, they were destined to suffer the same fate as Caplico. Nothing that happens along the way can stop this. Even Zankro's crazy attack. Call out. The black flame was undoubtedly penetrated. Zhao Zina's body broke out from it. The black sparks scattered on the ground, burning large holes in the hard floor. At this moment, almost everyone can see clearly. The black flames were so terrifying that they could defeat a dragon slayer like Natsu. It was unable to cause any harm to Zhao Zina's 14-year-old petite body. In other words, before imperfectly completing the instructions, there is no trick, no energy, and even no ability that can stop Zhao Zina's steps. The flames are useless. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The terrifying gravity is useless. Even the last terrifying move that shocked the whole world, the super gravity ball. They were all crushed by Zhao Zina's bare hands. Yes. When facing Zhao Zina's figure getting closer and closer, Brulot did not want to repeat the tragedy of Caplico. Therefore, the super gravity ball was launched. Planned to completely exile Zhao Zina in the black hole world, but the powerful attraction that followed could not affect Zhao Zina at all. Even the dark singularity was caught by Zhao Zina with her bare hands. Then, Brulot could keenly feel. There was a sound of glass breaking. This also proves that the supergravity ball was crushed. Yes, it's that exaggerated. Brulot was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine how something like a black hole could be crushed like glass. That should be a hole in space, right? But why is this happening? I'm afraid the only explanation is Zhao Zina's ability, right? The reality is distorted, and all matter within the range is tampered with according to one's own will. Is this the power of reality distortion? Brulot was almost in despair. He has used all his tricks, but to no avail. An indescribable feeling of powerlessness filled my whole body. This was a feeling he had never felt in his life as the vice president of Devil's Heart. Even against Makarov, even the enhanced Makarov. Brulot shouldn't be so powerless, at least he still has the strength to fight. However, facing Zhao Zina, faced with such a distorted reality, Brulot could only watch as Zhao Zina's fist continued to grow larger in his sight. Continuously enlarging. Then, bang! The only sound left in Brulot's world was this loud noise. My vision gradually became blurred. I will never protrude on anything abnormal again. The last thought before the blur came to Brulot's mind. Then, he fell into endless darkness. Chapter 174. In everyone's sight. All we can see is that Zhao Zina crushed Brulot's supergravity ball with lightning speed. Then he went straight past Zankro. The rushing wind even lifted up Zankro's golden bangs. Then, the next second, Zhao Zina's fist hit Brulot's chest hard. Snap! The crisp sound of bone cracking reached the ears of everyone present. Just by looking at it, I can feel my chest aching. Although it was just an illusion, everyone knew how terrifying this attack was. It was even several times heavier than the punch that had just hit Caplico in the abdomen. It is no exaggeration to say that if this punch hit Capriccio, no one even doubted whether this punch would kill Caplico directly. The huge force caused Brulot to fly out. 583 smashed straight through the fairy tale guild wall, and then, without slowing down, smashed through 7 residential buildings before barely stopping. The violent roar and smoke that were stirred up along the way did not gradually dissipate until dozens of seconds later. Hiss! At this moment, countless viewers who were watching the live broadcast on the sky screen couldn't help but gasp. Another instant kill. Incomprehensible spike. Even though his opponent was Brulot, whose strength was enough to rival a Saint level 10 wizard, he was knocked unconscious by a single punch from the petite-looking Zhao Zina. It's hard to imagine how horrible this is. As expected, orders cannot be disobeyed. Once an order is issued, Zhao Zina will definitely do it perfectly. Even if there are any obstacles along the way, it will be of no use. On the vast ocean, Augusta, who was still heading in the opposite direction to Magnolia, stood at the bow, looking straight at the sky. Said in a deep voice. Isn't this too weird? Ajir couldn't help but frowned. Brulot's strength is actually not weak, but, isn't it a bit too exaggerated to end it with just one punch? Ajir couldn't help but tremble in his heart at this moment. You know, even if it is me, my strength is beyond the Saint 10 level wizard. But I dare not say that just one punch can knock down a Saint 10. This is totally unrealistic. After all, although the value of the Holy 10 is not as high as that of the Holy 12 shields. But, he is definitely the strongest among the strong. I might be able to crush Saint 10, but I can't do it so easily and knock out Saint 10 with just one punch. That's the rule. Looking at the sky, August sighed softly. The ability to distort reality, tampering with all unreasonable things and making them reasonable. That is to say, even if that person is Augusta, listening to Augusta's words, Agil couldn't help but raise his own questions. Although he didn't finish, Augusta understood what Ajir meant. Turning around and staring at Ajir, August was silent for a moment, then nodded. If things go as expected, even I might be killed instantly by Zhao Zina, hiss. Ajil's heart tightened, even though he had guessed this result. However, when he was truly affirmed, Ajir still felt a strong sense of unreality. That's Augusta. A genius among geniuses, it can almost be said that Augusta has learned all the magic that still exists in the entire magic world. But, could such a monster that possesses all the magic in the world be killed instantly? Then, doesn't it mean that whoever can get Zhao Zina will be invincible? Can you even ignore the foundation? Ajir frowned and asked again. Foundation. August bowed his head and pondered for a moment. Under Ajir's gaze, he gently shook his head. It may not be like this. He seemed to have remembered something and asked again, do you still remember the mysterious man whose face could not be seen clearly who appeared in the SCP-682, Immortal Lizard incident? Ajir nodded. Although I don't know much about that person, I can't remember more details. However, it can almost be said that no one in the world can forget his existence. Because, his appearance that time really caused too much shock. At that time, when the mysterious man faced the dragon flames spewed out by the immortal evil lizard, he used a trick to wipe out all the flames. August continued. At that time, we speculated that the mysterious person used space technology that we could not detect to transfer the flames. But now it seems that is not the case. Under Ajir's puzzled gaze, August continued, looking back now, it is totally unreasonable to use space to transfer those flames. We only guessed this because we really couldn't find the answer, but now I have the answer, which is the ability to distort reality. You mean, that mysterious person used reality distortion to erase the fact that the flame existed? Ajir was more and more horrified as he thought about it. I think so, so it can be inferred that there may be reality twisters in the fund, and not necessarily just one. At this point, August's face was extremely solemn. Ajir took a deep breath and said, "Hey, a reality twister. I don't know how such a monster was born. This is abnormal," Augustus sighed. In the picture, Zankro looked at the place where Brulot disappeared beside him in horror. Just a few seconds ago. Where is Brulot still standing intact? But, in just a few seconds, Brulot was completely defeated. And all this was done with just one simple punch. At this moment, Zhao Zina had slowly turned her head. The dull eyes stared at me. Zankro's heart tightened. The pupils continued to contract. He seemed unable to laugh anymore, his big mouth could only sob and shout. The body keeps retreating. It's so scary. The girl in front of him has completely changed in Zhang Crow's eyes. No longer the obedient girl who lets others do whatever they want. But it is a ferocious prehistoric monster. A slap in the face can completely blow me away. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. However, there is another situation where he might be able to avoid fighting with Zhao Zina. That is, Brulotte is completely dead. Zhao Zina received the order to kill herself and Brulotte. If Bruno is not dead, then it proves that Zhao Zina has not completed the order in 1.6. Therefore, he would definitely attack himself and seriously injure himself. But if Brulotte is dead, then, Zhao Zina's order has been completed halfway, and according to the rules, she will not attack me anymore. Therefore, Zhang Crou stared at Zhao Zina. Want to see through her next attempt. This was the first time that Zhang Crou wished for the death of his guild's vice president. But, unfortunately, Zhao Zina did not hesitate at all and launched an attack again. Brulotte is not dead. Zhang Crou cursed angrily. The next second, Zhao Zina's fist came crashing down. At the same time, a new guest appeared at the door again. The tall and fat body covered the broken doorway. And, I also witnessed the scene where Zhang Crou was punched away.